All right, Naomi, can you click your video button?
I'm going to be right back in 1 minute. Okay, I don't think we have everyone. Or do we? What do you think, Ashley? 3 minutes?
That should
Start or
be, yeah, probably right about there. We're waiting to get everybody on, so you've got a couple minutes.
okay.
Hey, Jenny, good morning. Is that picture behind you from Mexico?
I think it is, but I think it is, or a portion of Mexico when Mexico was something else.
Yeah, almost, and it looks like the similar kind of thing. And oddly enough, ours is almost the exact same size. And
Yeah,
we bought our Guerrero, Mexico, so that's why I wondered.
yeah, it's a cute one. Thank you.
Very pretty, very pretty, beautiful.
Oh, you know what? I need a hair tie. I'll be right back. Good morning. Can you hear me, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we can hear you, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We are just waiting to get a couple more council members on, and then we will be good to go.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do you think we're ready just about, or do you need a little more time?
Madam Mayor, I know that Councilmember Weber is working on logging in, but if you would like to get going, we can, and then she should be joining us shortly.
Okay, sounds good. Councilwoman Breckus, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. We'll just get started. At this time, I would like to do the Pledge of Allegiance. And how about Councilwoman Breckus? Because you're the one with the great flags, why don't you start us? Oh, you don't this morning?
Have my flags. But I don't know. Does someone have a
Go
flag?
ahead. You can still do it. Go ahead.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic,
Which it stands,
one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty.
Justice for all.
for all. Thank you.
All right, good job. Okay, now at this time, we're going to go to roll call.
All right, Madam Mayor, roll call for the Wednesday, April 28th Reno City Council meeting. Breckus,
Here.
Dewar,
Here.
Delgado,
Here.
Weber,
Here.
Jarden,
Here.
Reese,
Here.
Chivy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, fantastic. Okay, we're going to head into item A3, Madam Clerk, with public comment.
Madam Mayor, item A3 on our agenda today is reserved for general public comment. These are for items not pertaining to our agenda today received before 4 p.m. Anything received after 4 p.m. the business day preceding the meeting goes in general public comment and is accepted up until the time in which our meeting adjourns. To note for the record, we received general public comment from Linda Wong, Zachary McIver, Virginia Worth, David Scott McLean, Mike Allen, Jim Gibbs, Dan Sundaram, Art Ringel, April West Kiekeffer, Mark H. Goodrich, Casey Knapp, Alexandra Oliva, and Raina Jude Jameen. These have all been submitted to council and are part of the official record. Additionally, Madam Mayor, we do have one voicemail from Katie Trent that we will listen to now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, members of the City Council, for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Katie Trent, and I'd like to propose the beginnings of rent control laws in the city of Reno. I've lived in Reno my whole life, and I've never seen anything like the current rent and housing prices that exist in the city right now. Many are forced to deal with the constant stress of the possibility of one's landlord raising their rent every lease renewal or whenever the landlord finds fit for their own personal interests. The population's rent is rising, but the amount of money they make at their jobs remains the same. Reno needs to take initiative and prove that landlords can't ruin their tenants' life because of the current housing market, but show the importance of the humanization of people that ensures a good quality of life for all people in the city. I think now more than ever, it is critical that we protect the people of low-income communities in Reno and create rent control laws that create security and peace of mind. Please consider rent control laws for Reno's future as soon as possible. Thank you.
Madam
Okay.
Mayor, with that, we have no further general public comment today. We're transitioning to the approval of the agenda, in which I will send it over to City Manager Thornley with any changes today.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Doug Thornley, City Manager, for the record. On the staff side, we have no changes to today's agenda. Have a wonderful meeting.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, then moving on, let's go with the motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor.
All right,
next
let's go to item 8. Oh, sorry.
No,
Go ahead,
you-
Madam Clerk.
You're exactly right, Madam Mayor. Sorry to step on your toes. Moving on to item
Nope.
A5, approval of the minutes.
Move to
Okay.
approve.
I have a motion. I have a second from Councilwoman Breckus. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Madam Mayor, moving on to item B, your consent agenda items. It should be noted for the record, we did not receive any public comment before 4 p.m. yesterday on the consent agenda. I'll return it to you for council members to pull any items for discussion.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, council members, Councilman Reese.
Item for me, Madam Mayor, is B20, boy 20.
Okay. All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, item B7 and check this item B13.
Okay, Councilwoman Jordan. Oh, I think she froze. Okay, Councilman Delgado.
None on my side. It looks like I'm logged in twice also, so I was gonna log out and log back in. Looks like Councilwoman Jordan the same. I don't know what's going on with our setup.
Yeah, I know mine was touchy this morning, so go right ahead and don't worry about us. We'll be okay. Okay. Councilwoman Breckus.
Item B7 was pulled. I was going to pull that also.
Okay. All right. Vice Mayor Weber. I think she might have froze too.
I am having problems too, but I don't have anything and I'm gonna sign off and do the same thing. Oh, but
Okay.
until I see
Great.
the other back. Okay, thanks.
Sounds good. Thanks. All right. So can I get a motion to, okay, thank you. I have a motion. I have a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, great. Nice to see you back, Councilwoman Jordan. Is there anything you wanted to pull? Sorry.
No, and I am having all sorts of issues. It keeps kicking me out, and then it's saying I have to copy the link into the browser that it's not supported. And anyway, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. We are having technical issues, not just you, Councilman Delgado as well, and Vice Mayor Weber. So if you guys have to log off and log back in just to kind of reboot, go right ahead. If I don't have a quorum, then I'll stop. But if we do, I'll just keep going. So don't worry about us. Okay, so I have consent agenda items that were pulled, and I believe that was Councilwoman Dewar at item
Yes.
B7.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor. We got a bit of a presentation on this at Tumwa, but I think that it's important because it's such an important project to the city, both what's happening now and in the future, what's being proposed. So I wanted to pull that and just have Mr. Flansburgh just update us quickly. And I just have a very brief question as well.
Okay, then we'll send over Mr. Flansburgh when he's ready.
At this time, we will transfer John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works, over in order to answer your questions. All right, Mr. Flansburgh, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you, Ashley. Yes, item number B7. You want to go through a general discussion, then Councilmember Dewar?
I don't know if you have a map handy or just shows the location. Okay. Okay, perfect.
So
Could you just walk us through this really quickly and then I'll get right to my question. And maybe you could enlarge it as well. Thank you.
So so on Swan Lake, just in general, what we're doing here, we have our pumping project to pump water from Swan Lake up to the American Flat Farm. Last year, we were able to do that. We've had 2 years of very low water. So we're actually going to get into a situation whereby most likely late June, we'll be out of below the intake structure on the lake. And so we're looking for supplemental water to continue watering, providing irrigation to the farm. And so on this map, on the north end, you'll see where the Tumwa well number 7, that's right next to where our intake structure is into the lake. And then they also have well number 8, which is down just to the east. And those 2 wells are what we're looking to tie into, as well as to the Fish Springs water that Vidler is supplying the physical water, but Tumwa has costs for operations. And so the agreement before you today is to look at those, is the rate structure for those, for this water. It's a special rate because it's only looking at the cost of the operation to make Tumwa whole. And this will provide supplemental water to the farm for keeping it in operation.
And
Okay, thank
um,
you. Go ahead,
you just-
Councilwoman.
Oh, I just had a follow-up. Thank you. Could you just show us on the map to where the American Flat project is relative to all this? And then you had told me some interesting points, which is that where a couple of years ago we were flooding, now you said, I think by October, you expected Swan Lake to be virtually dry. Could you I wanted you to just mention something about that too.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, we've been talking about Swan Lake a lot in the flooding. We were looking by, as I mentioned, late June, likely will be below the intake structure of our pump to pump water from Swan Lake. And by the end of October, just due to the natural evaporation, Swan Lake is going to be virtually dry. It'll have just probably a little bit of water in the wetlands bird sanctuary area over in the southwest corner. If you look at the map on the screen right now, just above the airport up here is the American Flat Farm. So we pump all the way up past the airport runway, and I'm going to just go down to this area, and I don't have an overview slide, but this is what the American Flat Farm, where the pivots are that we are using for irrigation.
Okay. Could you just go back to your last map, and I'll just ask my two questions. So, and if you can enlarge it just a bit. So I wanted to just make sure that what you're saying is that Swan Lake will essentially fall below the intake. And while you could continue to extend the intake into the lake, that will only work for a very short time, because you're saying that evaporation after 2 dry years will virtually dry up the lake, and much of the lake, not all of it, but much of it. So the two questions I had, one was just about these wells you pointed out. I wanted to make sure that if we switch to pumping wells, that they won't impact, residents' wells. So I think residents to the north in the Hepner subdivision also have wells. Could you just address that?
Yes, so we do. There are individuals with wells to the north up in this area, and in wells over to the east side of the lake as well. But Tumwa hasn't ran these wells since the flooding. And so this actually helps them as well, in that it allows them to pump water out, test the water quality, and make sure that they're ready, so they have a resilient water system on board to serve the water needs in the area. I can't tell you how many people are on wells. I know that there are some that are certainly on wells, just based on our previous discussions. And as far as making sure we don't impact the wells, again, this area has not been pumped for quite some time, so there is sufficient water resources for that, and Tumwa will certainly be keeping track of the well elevations and not impacting the overall groundwater.
Okay. And then lastly, you mentioned in previous briefings that we're working with One Water, and we had a big workshop with Western Regional Water Commission and Tumwa and others about the One Water project, which goal is, as I understand, to treat effluent to the point that it's A+ drinkable water, if that's the right term. And then you said you're looking to, rather than use water from wells or Vidler, you're looking to continue to prove up whether we can recharge using aquifer storage and recovery, using that treated water, that A+ water. Is that the kind of 7-year project here?
Yeah, so that's the project ahead of us today. We have just finished up that pilot program, and the final report goes in, I believe, today to NDEP. We had a workshop with them last week. All the results are very, very positive. In fact, the work that we did in 07, 08, 09 instead to prove up this technology has been used by other jurisdictions in Mexico and Texas for projects that they have of creating drinking water standard water and using it for this purpose. And so this isn't like we're blazing a brand new trail. We were doing that work back in 07, 08, 09 when we proved it up. We have now proved it up for our area that this is working. Once we have the go-ahead from NDEP, we propose that we would be using, putting those facilities in place, treating the water, drinking water standards, pumping up to American Flat to inject into the aquifer. It just so happens that also on the surface of American Flat, we have the farm, and that is critical to the ongoing use, that we have a place to pull the water out, prove it up, and get NDEP, our regulators, that this is meeting drinking water standards and become a potable water source.
Okay.
So,
and you'll
yes,
bring back something in the future to talk to us more about that project, I see.
Absolutely, we will.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we're back. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I didn't support this over at Tumwa for a couple reasons. First of all, it was running wells in the middle of the lake, I discovered upon inquiry. And, you know, my focus at that time last week was on the lake, was in resolving the litigation of people who have been harmed by the lake. So that's been relieved, I guess, with the settlement that's coming forward to us. But the question about the impact to other people's wells was not answered to my satisfaction at Tumwa. And I'm not entirely sure that I've heard, you know, is there a known history of impacting other people's wells? So I'm having concern with that one. The next, though, is the big plan about effluent as we move forward to the 4MGD expansion. And I understand that's the question. That's why I didn't support the expansion, is we need to find a place for effluent. Now, this is being represented as part of the solution finally. And the science is going on there. And if American Flats is the spot, great. But there's two questions I have. Is one, this is a 7-year contract and we're only in the second year. And I think to everyone's surprise, the lake level is low. But my question is, do we need to continue with this farming exercise for the next 6 years and pumping water and dragging water out? It just seems to me that our sewer fund is not in the farming business. And we have a ticker each year to say we don't want to continue to farm. And I'd like to see that brought back to us before that deadline so that we can understand if we want to continue to farm. Because if we don't need to farm to relieve water on the lake, why are we doing this? Are we, you know, and surface application may be part of the future, but I don't think it should be an exercise with third parties involved who want to farm. And so that's that. The other one issue I have, and I really would like Mr. Flansburgh to answer, is do you have any intent, if you are able to remove this effluent here, to continue to ask the council to expand the numbers that we've already put on you on the STED plant, particularly as we go to the 4MGD and you don't have a final effluent solution?
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. So on the first question in regards to providing the water to the farm, we certainly can bring that back to you. I don't think any of us last fall, we have 60 days after agriculture, so I don't think any of us last fall would have said, oh yeah, we want to stop the farming operation this next year. And so, and I mentioned that because we didn't know what kind of winter we were going to have, and the lake was still high enough that we had enough water that would be a concern. So I think that's why it's wise for us to continue with this process. I will be, you know, this is not the only cost. I mean, I sent a memo out to council in regards to a capital project coming in, because we have some plumbing infrastructure we're gonna have to do to plumb into these different water sources in a tank. And so that'll be coming at our next council meeting. So be happy to bring that back to the council to review towards the end of each year within the contract time, so that we can have this discussion. As far as the long-term projects for effluent management in North Valleys, you know, we have been talking about the American Flat Aquifer. We have spent money on the pilot. We are working with Tumwa. We are have an agreement with Tumwa that we'll be working out and bringing back to council on how this arrangement will work for costs. And we have some information that's come back now on the overall process, what we call the basis of design report. And so that's going to give us the information that we need, that we want to bring back to council and present, as well as an agreement with Tumwa on how we go forward in the future with this project.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'd like to make a motion, Madam Mayor, and if there's not support there, I mean, it is what staff says. I just want it captured in the motion. But I guess I didn't entirely hear my question answered, and we can talk about it offline. But it was really about in this interim, not the long term, in the interim, because people are knocking at the door. We have pretty tight restrictions on you. I think it was less than 200 residential unit equivalents to come in on that STED plan. And I'm just wondering if you're going to come back, you know, at some point before you are able to go through the whole permitting process to go to the 4MGD and say, hey, I'm farming out here, so I got room to continue to put more effluent. I've been asking for the big picture, the temporary steps, and they seem to keep changing all the time. agreements with the Indian tribe, the reservoir that was 90 million. They seem to come and go. But anyway, I would like to make a motion that we approve with the condition that in advance of the notice to the farmer, there's a report on the growing season and the lake levels, so the council can decide if they want to direct the manager to give the 160-day notice to no farming for next year pursuant to the agreement.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus. Do I have a second? I have a second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye? Or
Just
were you
have a
asking a question, Councilwoman Dewar?
I just want to make sure I do understand this motion. Could you just say the key point again? Because I'm not sure.
Okay, have you read the contract?
Yeah.
The contract is 7 years.
Right.
But before, it's like 160.
The 160 day notice.
Yeah, the 160-day notice. So they come to us and report on this growing year in time for us to decide if we're going to continue with this farming venture. We're paying out of our sewer rates.
No, I got it.
Farming
I got the background.
Okay,
I just want to make sure. But is part of the motion also to move forward with the upgrades to the well for the 48.5? That's what I want to know.
Well, it's the full agreement request. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure. Thank you. Then.
All right, so I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, moving on. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk, I think we are at item B13.
That is correct, Madam Mayor. Pulled by Councilwoman.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I don't think that Monica's here, but I think Tracy is here. And if she could just join us for a minute.
All right, we'll move over Tracy Wheeler as a panelist at this time to be able to answer your questions.
Okay. Tracy, can we see you for a minute? Oh, there you are. Okay.
She is. Okay, hi, Tracy. Go ahead.
Thank you for being here, Tracy. I spoke to Monica about this project because I think it's really emblematic of a fantastic thing. So what we're being asked to do is to support a resolution that would be sent to the state of Nevada so that this particular development, which is the Southwest Village Apartments, which is just the block south of the Pepper Mill, which is an affordable housing unit, was set to expire. And the state of Nevada is willing to put this in their bond cap, or volume cap for support with a letter of support from us. So, you know, it's just rare that we get to make a very affirmative action to support affordable housing. And this is exactly, I think, the way we want it to happen, is we don't want these to expire. This one was, you know, proactively addressed in time. The state has the ability to handle it rather than under our volume cap. So I just wanted to thank Tracy and Monica for working on this with the state and bringing it to us in a timely manner so that it could actually happen and it's not a crisis. Now I know that they are under a tight time frame to get this into the state to make all the pieces work, but I just wanted to thank you and the staff for continuing to work with the state to look for these kind of opportunities. So very much appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yes. Did you have any other comment, Tracy, since you joined us?
No, I do not. Just thank you so much for your support. It's appreciated.
Okay.
We're happy to see this project work diligently to maintain those affordable units.
Yes, yeah. Some have fallen through our fingers, right? And it hasn't worked out. And my understanding is the funds would be used to both add energy efficiency and also to renovate the apartments over time. And one concern I did have, and you can pass this on, Tracy, discuss this with Monica. What I worry about is that people are living in the apartments and maybe it isn't until they move out that their apartment is upgraded. And I wish there was a way to upgrade the apartment, to have them move out temporarily into another facility or another apartment while their apartment gets upgraded so they could benefit rather than live along, you know, let's say they stay there another 10 years, their apartment doesn't get upgraded for 10 years. So I'm just asking you and Monica to work with the developer, the owners, and see if this can be done in a way to maintain occupancy, you know, if people are interested while they're there, to upgrade their apartments while they're there rather than after they leave. So just, what do you think?
My apologies. If you would like, Andrew Cribbs with Lincoln Avenue Capital is registered for our meeting today. And if you would like for him to answer some questions in respect to how they plan on going about with their rehabilitation, he is available.
Well, that'd be great. I don't want to take up a lot of council time, but it was more of a message, but if he's here and can just address it, that'd be great.
Tracy, can you let me know who you said? Andrew Cribbs, I believe, for the record.
Yes, Andrew Cribbs.
Okay, we will move him over and just reminder of the time.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi. First of all, thank you for your support on this project. It's a big project for us. So to address your question, we will be doing a full rehab of the property, both upgrading systems. It was built in 1972 originally, so we'll be upgrading systems underneath the building in terms of water and sewer, which are reaching the end of their useful life. So we'll be extending that, and causing it to prolong the life and quality of the systems within the property, as well as doing full renovations of the interiors and exteriors. All of that will be done over a period of about 9 months, and we'll be renovating every single unit over that 9-month period. It is a tenant in place rehab, so tenants will not move out. They may temporarily move out while workers are working in their unit. But units, I'm actually at another project in Whittal Point where we're doing a similar thing. You can see it behind me probably. And here, construction workers are in the units for 5 days. And at the end of that 5-day period, residents come back to a brand new apartment with completely renovated kitchens, bathrooms, floors, windows, pretty much anything that can be upgraded in an apartment. So that's the plan, and it won't be over a long period of time. It's going to be phased over 9 months.
Well, that's fantastic. And then I had no idea it'd go so quickly, and that you would be able to do that with tenants in place. And I just think that is fantastic that they will get the benefit of this and not live, let's say, for 5 more years, in a substandard apartment until it got to your standard. So thank you, Mr. Cribbs. Is anything else you want to add? I'm just excited. Thank you for your, thank you for being here, making the time.
All right.
Of course. No, thank you for having me.
Andrew, thank you so much. I love what you do. And actually you kind of do like that extreme home makeover. You should take some videos and see the before and afters and their faces before and afters, Andrew. And it would a great testimonial, my friend.
That would be so cool.
We certainly will. We kind of document every step of the way. So happy to do it, and we love Reno.
All right.
There's a serious need for affordable housing here, as was mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, and I think this program is an excellent way to preserve it and also create it.
Yeah, fantastic. Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam
Go
Mayor.
ahead.
Question for you, Andrew. In addition to all the upgrades that you guys are providing and the infrastructure, are there opportunities for like open space improvements? I'm sure there is to bring
absolutely
playground equipment, open space, those types of things.
Of course. Yeah. Well, so Southwest Village has 2 playgrounds. It also has 2 pools, community space. All of it is in bad shape, I would say. So we will be doing a full site renovation, including landscape. We're thinking of putting in a dog park, a dog run with antibacterial turf that has drainage down, reconstructing the pools, as well as the community space, which is really not used for residents. That community space will be we're still deciding exactly what to do with it, whether it's a gym or some a business office or just a general community space where people can go and hang out. But absolutely, it's in the plan.
Thank you,
And
Andrew.
Andrew, don't forget to do what the mayor suggested and get some faces in there, not just the beautiful before and after the rooms, but the shock and awe or surprise of the residents would be amazing to share with us.
That's the best part. So noted, and we will certainly report back.
Okay.
All right,
well,
Andrew.
motion.
Thank you so much. Please, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, just want to move to approve item B13. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a motion. I have a second from Vice Mayor Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Andrew. Good job. Okay, moving right along. I believe we are on item B20. I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be as brief as possible, but I'm actually wanting to speak on items B14 through 20, and so I'll just say it in this way. Obviously, each council member has council funds to direct over the course of a year, and we all do, I think, a lot of great things with those funds, and they're an important part of our outreach into the community. For my part, items B14 through B20 are related to sort of an ongoing series of discussions that I've been having in our community, especially with two people in particular, Lily Baran and Edward Coleman. And so I sought to go out and find organizations that had, number one, been historically unrepresented in our council funds giving process, and number two, that would impact in this particular space members in Reno at the Black community. And so I'm very honored to support these, and it looks like my colleague Councilmember Dewar is also supporting a number of them. So I'll just mention that each one of these was chosen for a purpose. Theater Works is an outstanding organization, a Black-run theater company. RISE, the Reno Initiative for Shelter Equality, obviously has a lot to do with serving underprivileged populations. The Reno Sparks Negro Business and Professional Women's Club is an organization that I did not know about, but I'm happy to support. The Historically Black College and Universities No Opportunity Wasted allows young Black students from Reno to go to historically Black colleges for a campus visit. Black Wall Street is the brainchild of Donald Griffin and Romar Tolliver, who are working in this space to empower especially Black youth. And then the NAACP, I think we're all fairly familiar with, but has a robust history here in Reno. And then last but not least is item B20, which is the Hampton House Garden Project, which I think is a very unique organization because it aims to empower folks through food and gardening and to empower Black youth and to inspire new leadership in that community through food. And it's just something that really touched my heart personally and I believe is important. So I'm honored to support these organizations. I'm thankful for Councilwoman Dewar for her support as well. Would encourage all of you to take a look at these organizations. You know, in this country, we're having, I think, a lot of conversations about reparations and what reparations mean. And I don't mean to suggest that this really is on all fours with what reparations are or could be, but it's part of the conversation. And a lot of those conversations happen, and they don't always happen in our council chamber. So in that small way, I'm very honored to support these organizations and certainly happy and to be a very, very small part in their success. All of these organizations deserve our attention, and check them out if you don't know them.
I think that's fantastic, Councilman Reese. I had no idea. So I'm really glad that you brought it to the body and also to the public. Fantastic. I was reading over it yesterday and it was pretty impressive. So, again, I had no idea. So great job. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Just a follow on to Councilmember Reese. On item B7, the Historically Black Colleges and Universities No Opportunity Wasted. This was a group that I started supporting about 5 years ago. And after a year or two, Councilman Delgado also joined in. And so we have been co-sponsors of this for the last couple of years. I was so inspired by them. I even held them their first fundraiser as an organization at my house, just to kind of launch them in their fundraising campaigns on a personal level. And then I just wanted to mention, I've been following Don Griffin for the last 2 years, and I've been encouraging him to actually take the step to form a nonprofit so that he could enhance his donation opportunities. And he just did. He told me in January that it had just been retroactively approved back to November. And so we were looking for this opportunity to make those donations. You know, we couldn't unless they are official nonprofit through this. Now, I've separately, talked to him about donating privately, but, I think it's a great opportunity to support what Councilmember Reese is saying. Both of these. Now, I will say I did not know about the Hampton House Garden Project till Councilmember Reese brought that to my attention. And of course, we all know I'm a garden fanatic, so how could I not? So I just, I wanted to say, I know a number of us, including Councilmember Delgado, have supported a number of these organizations historically, and this is a great opportunity to continue doing that. So thank you.
Okay, great. Moving on, Councilman Reese.
I'll move to approve item B20 in spirit. I'm thrilled with all of them, but for the purpose of our meeting, item B20, I'd move for its approval.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, sending it back to you.
Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to our public hearing, item C1. This item is an ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney.
Okay, hello, good morning, Carl Hall.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council.
Go ahead.
For the record, this is ordinance introduction, bill number 7171, case number LDC 21-00042, West Court Hobby Condo Zone Change. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, a plus or minus 30.24 acre subject site comprised of 3 parcels from mixed use suburban to mixed employment. The subject site is located west of US 395 and south of the terminus of West Court. The site has a master planned land use designation of mixed employment, Ward 4.
All right, thank you so much. Perfect. So at this time, I just want to reiterate, we are opening the public hearing. Let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing. And Madam Clerk, I just need to verify with you, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. No correspondence was received. Additionally, we have no public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Any disclosures from council members? Seeing that there are none, we're going to move on. And we're on to council presentation.
At this time, Madam Mayor, we will transfer over, I think, Arlo Stockham to be able to give you a brief presentation on this item. All right, Arlo, you have rejoined us as a panelist. You should be able to, we will also be moving over Angela Foose at this time.
Good morning, council members. Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. Angela will be presenting this item. It sounds like she'll be joining us shortly, so stay tuned.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the council. For the record, Angela Foose. Okay, just real quick. This is a 30-acre site. As was mentioned by Mr. Hall, it is west of US 395 and south of Park Boulevard. It's currently zoned mixed-use suburban. And within that zoning designation, we have a number of allowed uses. The master plan for this area is actually mixed employment. Within that mixed employment, the current zoning of mixed-use suburban is not a conforming zoning districts. Here's a list on the side of the zoning districts that are actually conforming with the mixed employment. So the request is to change the zoning from that mixed-use suburban to mixed employment. And again, that mixed employment conforms to the master plan and is in line with our master plan policies for what we want to see in this area. This was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission with no discussion. And that is all I have for you today. I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, awesome, Angela. Precise, very precise and thorough. Good job. Okay, anyone have any questions for Angela? Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, and you're at 3 minutes. Go ahead.
So is this the one that has a building permit pending somewhere?
They have submitted a tentative map and site plan review that was also approved by the Planning Commission. So the building permit has not come in yet to my knowledge. The zone change has to be approved first before technically the project can move forward.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the zoning code and how it's operating in conjunction with the new master plan. And so, you know, these are questions I'm trying to clarify, particularly as we move on to the next item and prioritizing what is our follow-up work. So tentative map and site plan review, and were both reviewed by the Planning Commission?
They were. We had two separate applications. First was the zone change. So if the zone change is not approved, then the tentative map and site plan review is also not approved. So there's a condition tied to that project that requires this zoning to be approved.
No, I understand that, and I understand what we're doing today. But I thought sometimes, I mean, I think we've seen zoning changes come through with tentative maps since we've been doing this new code work. And this instance, we don't. And I actually prefer zoning changes to go on their own. I think it's a legislative action versus when you sit more quasi-judicial. So I'm comfortable with that. But who makes that call under the current operations?
So we have kind of two options. They could have come in under the old code or under the new code. When they come in with a zone change as an application separate by itself, that gets reviewed, again, first by Planning Commission, then by City Council. They came in separately with a separate application with the tentative map and site plan review. So those are two separate applications because they both went to Planning Commission at the same time. They were processed under different application numbers and application staff reports. So they were reviewed very independent of each other.
Yeah, I guess I'm still not quite understanding, because it would seem to me that if our practice policy, and I'm arguing for consistency or some sort of understanding what the guidelines are, is if you're coming in for a bundled application, zoning change, tentative, site plan, they should all come together. If that's the desire that the community development department feels needs the bodies to review comprehensively. So I'm trying to understand if that's what you think, because if you don't, in this instance, it would seem to me, you know, you would operate this way. But I've seen others where you told me that you wanted people to come through zoning change, tentatives, and then the associated items. So I'll just leave that there. But tell me, the site plan reviews that went forward, I thought site plan reviews were administrative reviews.
They are. We do have a section in our code that you can bundle your site plan review and kind of bring it forward as part of the review process. So if at the applicant's choosing, they can either process a site plan review through the administrative process, or they can bundle it as part of the public hearing process.
Okay, I didn't understand that. I thought the city was deciding, because the city's the reviewer. So the city gets to decide, you know, we want projects reviewed at their cumulative, you know, impact. So we're not going to bifurcate administrative and planning commission. But you're saying that's not true. They can parse them out.
And I would say 99% of the time they bundle it because it makes more sense to have one review, one set of conditions of approval, everything processes one time. So again, I would say the majority of the time it gets bundled with the rest of the entitlements.
So in this instance,
okay. You're over your 3 minutes. So
okay. I'll ask there any more then.
Sure. Hold on one sec. Let's just make sure everyone else gets their questions in. Any other questions from council members? Okay, seeing there are none, Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I would just say, you know, we're spending, at least from my view, more time all across the body, because we really certainly have the attorneys involved in the development cycle of things. And so I'm really trying to ask these questions for myself to understand, since we put so much work into a new master plan, a zoning code, you know, how it's moving forward. What are the advantages we got, and what still needs to be done. So I appreciate the opportunity to make these questions, and hopefully others who are watching find it interesting too. So this tentative map for this property, what were the site plans that came in with this? And then went to the planning commission?
It's a great question off the top of my head. I'm trying to remember specifically what they were. I want to say one was, I want to say maybe residential adjacency.
I thought we got rid of residential adjacency. That's where I'm confused.
And we still do have it. There's certain requirements where you still trigger what we now call the site plan review rather than the conditional use permit. So it's still a public process. Before, residential adjacency was triggered with a special use permit process.
Okay.
Now it's required through a site plan review process. That is a 30-day administrative process that only goes to a public hearing on appeal. But again, in this case, they bundled it with their tentative map. So it did go through the public hearing process.
Okay, so the planning commission made the final decision on this site plan review for residential adjacency.
Correct.
As in association with the tentative map. And then what about, was there a, what was the other one? Was it Hillside? Because this is hilly land.
It could have been. I apologize. I can pull that up. Arlo, unless you know off the top of your head what that was triggered by.
I don't have that right here, but I can provide a little more info on your initial question there on the bundling. The new code requires that zoning applications be separate from development applications. The old code did not have that requirement. So the bundling of zoning with, for example, a tentative map, that's only allowed for projects still coming in under the old code during this one-year transition process. Moving forward, we will have master plan and zoning as part of one application and project-related applications as part of separate applications.
Okay. I guess I'm confused on, what we're seeing, because we're seeing it in all different ways, and I'm looking to see how we're going forward. I appreciate that. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to ask these questions about this zone change.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar, 3 minutes.
Yep, I just wanted to follow up because Councilmember Breckus's last point is something that has stymied me as well. What does it mean to bundle old code, new code, what goes together, what doesn't go together, what automatically goes to council, what has to be appealed to council? And so I've spent some time last week and even this morning with staff trying to get an understanding of this. It is confusing. So I finally figured this out. I think that one set of applications are related to zoning, that's master plan zoning, and there's PUDs, those are one kind of thing. And then there's development projects, which are tentative maps, site plan reviews, CUPs, SUPs, those are another kind of thing under the new code. You can bundle each of those together. And I asked, does that change their permit fees? No, but it does mean because you can't bundle, you would have to take separate actions, different motions. You couldn't like make one motion, like some things we've done under the old code. There's just been one motion to approve things, and I'll reference back even to the canyons, where I had to read all these different findings because they were all bundled together under one thing, under one thing. So anyway, I think I've started, but I think it's a point, Arlo, that you may want to do some training with all of us. I mean, it took me another half hour this morning with Jeff to try to understand this bundling and unbundling thing. And even our city manager probably could use a tune-up too. It's a little bit confusing. So thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you. And I appreciate the questions by my colleagues, and but I want to make a motion if I could.
Go right ahead.
I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission, and I can make all the findings.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a motion from Vice Mayor Weber. I have a second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving right along, sending it to you, Madam Clerk. Good job, Angela.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Transitioning to item D1. This item at this time, Madam Mayor, is presentation and discussion of the potential work plan for planning. This will be presented by Arlo Stockham. It should be noted for the record, we did receive one letter in support from Brian Thornton in support of sustainability. This has been submitted to council and is part of the record, and we have no voicemails.
All right, go ahead. Good morning, Arlo. Nice to see you. Take it away.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members. For the record, Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. This is our draft comprehensive planning work program. I'm doing a screen share right now. It's really a follow-up item to your strategic planning discussion earlier this month, and some additional detail of implementation of that. We will be requesting some prioritization following the presentation. Are you seeing an unusual format there?
Yes. And Arlo, just to clarify, you said following the presentation, but when I spoke to you, you said in days following the presentation that you were going to give us info and then we were going to send it in. Could you just clarify?
Yes, I do get to that in my presentation. We'll be asking the council to prioritize future work programs, primarily code amendment efforts, and essentially provide your votes to us later this week that would provide us direction for what to work on next.
I just wanted to clarify that we're not supposed to be handing it in right now. We could pay attention to your presentation and just think it through. But could you also enlarge this if you don't mind? Thank you. If that works. I don't know if it works, but
I'm having a little bit of struggle on my end.
You can try control roll, and if it doesn't work, don't worry about it.
I hope this isn't completely frozen.
It looks to still be moving on our end, Arlo. You should be able to hit F5 and it'll go into presentation mode.
You're not seeing changes.
No.
I'm hoping you can bear with me with this format. My computer doesn't seem to be doing that.
Arlo, we have it on our end. Would you like us to just pull it up for you and you can let us know when to advance?
Let's do that.
You're not seeing the second slide here.
Nope, we're still on the regular.
Let me get out of here and you can share. I apologize for this.
Okay, we will pull it up on our end. If you want to begin, you can.
Are you seeing the presentation? I'm not seeing any of it.
No, we are not.
All right, we're just transferring screens.
Well, it sure will be nice being back in person where we don't stumble over our computers. So if you could advance to the next slide, Ashley, please. Our priorities for the coming year are really guided by several topics. There are things we need to do, the statutory responsibilities and the requirements of our regional agencies, regional planning and RTC in particular. Also completion of in-process projects. While we're not required to do those, we've already received direction to move forward. Then there's a suite of additional priorities that are more discretionary and guided by the Reimagine Reno Master Plan and the provisions, especially in the implementation plan, the strategic plan, and ongoing council direction. So this presentation kind of goes through each of those components of the work program. Thank you, Ashley. In terms of the statutory and regional responsibilities, it is an off year for regional planning and transportation plan updates, but there are a number of implementation items called for in those documents to occur this year. For regional planning, you just approved on your consent agenda the annual report. The second topic is a tier, what's called in the regional plan, a tier 3 plan, where areas that are kind of on the fringe of development that don't yet have public facility planning and land use designations. For Reno, this is primarily the Virginia range. The regional plan calls for us to do a comprehensive land use, natural resource, and public facility plan. We do plan to initiate that this year, and we intend to address the horse issues that we've been dealing with developments in Southeast Reno through that process. In addition, there are two kind of broader regional planning initiatives called for that will likely begin this year. There's a regional public infrastructure investment plan that complements the public facility planning that we talked about during the strategic planning session, as well as a regional natural resource plan. Both of these are anticipated to be higher level planning documents that would complement our more detailed plans on those topics. In terms of regional transportation planning, the RTP was recently adopted following a major initiative. Probably the biggest implementation item for RTC is a downtown Reno, Virginia Street corridor study. I believe we have a kickoff meeting for that scheduled next week. The idea there is to take a closer look at the Virginia Street corridor and Sierra Street and Center Street and look at adjustments to multimodal transportation, the bus rapid transit, the streetscape improvements, and just the general character of that corridor. Additionally, there are some bill drafts that appear to be moving towards approval that may require action of the city. I understand Callie Wilsey will provide more detail on her agenda item later today, but I understand the bills related to tiny homes and accessory dwelling units is still alive and likely moving forward, as well as some potential legislation on short-term rentals. And there could be others. So essentially, these are topics we need to do and that we do on an ongoing basis. Advance, please, Ashley. Projects that are in process now are in this slide, and we anticipate completing these in the next really 6 months, maybe sooner. We have our packaged alcohol ordinance update. We're moving into public outreach processes for that right now. A tree protection ordinance update we've been working with Councilwoman Doer on, and we'll have that in front of you for kind of a preliminary review of the topics. We have ordinance updates initiated for public meal and homeless service facilities, updates to our park and recreation plan and funding program, and the updates to the Mortensen-Garson overlay district. So these are in our work program to finish up. The rest of the topics are more discretionary in terms of what council prioritizes. And when we came up with recommendations of what to prioritize, it's really guided by the broad goals in Reimagine Reno, which are on the slides here, resilient economy, well-managed growth, et cetera. These are very high-level topics. Next slide, please. Diving down a little deeper are the 7 priority initiatives outlined in Reimagine Reno. Significant work has occurred on all of these, but the work program really further implements a number of these topics. Next slide, please. Kind of more detail in near term, similar topics is the strategic plan. And that kind of outlines year to year what priority initiatives should move forward. The current strategic plan calls for a focus on fiscal sustainability, public safety, economic opportunity, homelessness and affordable housing, economic and community development, arts, parks and historic resources, and infrastructure, climate change, and sustainability. So you'll see the work program really focuses on several of these topics. Next slide. The current year strategic priorities discussed at the strategic plan workshop on the 13th of this month focus on these 7 topics, very similar to the broader strategic plan, but a little more detailed. Those topics shown in bold underline are topics where planning staff would be in a lead or very active role. Public service and facility plans, master plan implementation, and affordable housing and dealing with the unsheltered population. Our group would also be in a support role for the initiatives for downtown revitalization, sustainability, and I have downtown revitalization listed twice. Next slide, please. So what that looks like. You heard at the strategic plan workshop about updates to our public service and facility plans. These are topics that it sounds very dry and academic, but these topics emerge pretty much in every development project in the suburban areas that we have. And our plans are really overdue for updates and also for refinements to our funding strategies. So basically we would develop and update public service and facility plans for the next 20 years, existing needs plus future needs, tied to transportation, water management in all its forms, recreation, fire, and police. You may recall we adopted a new police facility plan and impact fee system in 2020. So that piece for police service is essentially done. That was a relatively straightforward plan. Where we really have some gaps, both in our adopted plans and in our funding mechanisms, parks and recreation. I think we're all aware that residential construction tax of $1,000 per home is woefully inadequate to fund the necessary park and recreation facilities. And funding for fire facilities is an ongoing challenge. Once the plans themselves are updated, we think there's real potential to look at impact fee systems for both of those topics. Additionally, on water management and transportation, one of the bigger challenges are these small scale facilities. For example, on transportation, we have a regional transportation plan and regional road impact fees, but we don't have similar mechanisms on smaller roadways. Essentially, those are dealt with project by project. And similarly, small capacity pipes for sewer in particular are often a pinch point that we'd like to address through this planning initiative. So we anticipate having plans to City Council by the end of this year, and then funding strategies by July of 2022 for the council to review and move towards implementation. Next slide, please. Kind of the next broad topic is follow-up work that was identified during the renovation development code update. There are a few topics here. The first thing out of the gate are master plan text amendments to be consistent with the new zoning designations adopted with the code update. As we start diving into these issues, staff is also recommending that we consider allowances for lower intensity zoning districts in certain land use districts. We can talk about that in a little more detail, but our current master plan is really quite limiting in terms of what zone districts are allowed in each land use category. And it has resulted in a whole bunch of inconsistencies, and we think council will have a broader discretion to approve or deny applications with this adjustment. Kind of the second topic is a biggie. It's the initiation of neighborhood scale reviews of our land uses, our zoning maps, and infrastructure priorities. I have a couple slides to click through on this. This is going to be a big initiative. We anticipate about 5 years to get through all the neighborhoods in Reno, assuming that budgeting and staffing remains on track. Then we have a package of cleanup code amendments that was called for approximately 6 months following the code update. We're putting together a package of those to bring forward for consideration. And lastly, the list of potential additional code amendments that was identified through the code update process. We're asking the council members to go through a prioritization process to identify which of those topics is the highest priority to move forward with once we complete some of the in-process and required projects. Next slide, Ashley. So this map's a little bit small, but for staff, this is really compelling information. We have approximately 6,000 parcels in the city of Reno where the zoning designation is inconsistent with the master plan designation, and those need to be reconciled. Many of these were created through the adoption of Reimagine Reno, where areas were the land use designation was modified. whereas the zoning designations would be reviewed through this process. And these inconsistencies are really guiding our recommendations for the areas that we start looking at first in this coming year. So we have 5 areas I'll show on the next slide that we're recommending we try to address this fiscal year. And then next year, the priorities would move towards our, what the master plan calls conservation areas. Those are our historic neighborhood designations, Howning, Wells Avenue, and Newlands, as well as our neighborhood plan areas. And then presumably we'd move on to the other neighborhoods following those. Next slide, please. So based on that assessment, our recommendation for the initial areas to focus on are shown on this map. Our intent would be to refine the boundaries of these study areas in coordination with the council members for each area. But in general, we're recommending the North Valleys because we have a situation where the master plan calls for industrial uses in quite a few locations, whereby the zoning does not. That's a pretty significant inconsistency that we'd really like to resolve to provide more clear direction to the development community of what type of development is appropriate in different areas. Next on the list is the neighborhood to the east of the University of Nevada, Reno. This area really warrants an update. The zoning is a relic zoning reflecting when UNR planned to expand to the east, which they no longer plan. And it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense and warrants a clean review of that area. Next up, the project you just saw Angela present is within this TMCC area. We have significant properties where the zoning is mixed use and the land use is mixed employment, and the process would reconcile those. Fourth up is the convention center area. And I know in discussions with Councilwoman Doer, she'd like to expand this study area out a little bit to the west to some neighborhoods where we have significant inconsistencies. In the convention center area, we have inconsistencies with urban versus suburban designations, as well as some residential zones, residential land use areas that are still zoned mixed use. And lastly is the area around the Reno Tahoe International Airport, where we have significant inconsistencies for industrial and employment use types to be reconciled. With these changes, Kelly Mullen, by the way, is on the line here, and she's going to be our lead moving through these processes. We've done some additional analysis, and in these 5 study areas, over 60% of our inconsistencies would be addressed by addressing these areas. Also, many of the more challenging inconsistencies are in these areas. A lot of the other inconsistencies involve public properties where, for example, the land use was changed to open space, but the zoning is still residential. Situations like that aren't quite as problematic for the folks in those areas. Move on to next slide, please. So this is the long list of potential additional code amendments. It's a big list with many very worthy topics that are being discussed by cities and really states around the country. But it's far more than we're going to be able to get to in one fiscal year. So this is the list of topics, along with any others council members would like to add to this list to prioritize and rank. Many of you will probably remember suggesting work on some of these through the code update, and it was just outside the scope, so here they are. Next slide, please. So this is a pretty subjective slide, but we wanted to help with our recommendation of what we felt was amendments that would be more impactful versus less impactful, and also more complex or less complex. So kind of the sweet spot through this analysis is that upper right quadrant. Those are topics where, amendments are not incredibly complex. We could do some amendments relatively easily that could have a pretty high impact. Affordable housing is staff's recommendation for the highest priority. But you see sustainability in there, wildfire safety, short-term rentals, habitat management. As we get to the lower right quadrant, those are also high impact initiatives, but they're more complex. And they'll probably take a little longer and potentially require consulting assistance. These tend to be the environmental ordinances where some specialized expertise is warranted. Those topics over on the left side are more focused, probably less impactful from the big picture perspective, but certainly warranted and important. So in terms of affordable housing, we don't want to jump to exactly what we do or don't do, but we outlined 4 potential amendments that we believe could meaningfully change the affordability of residences in the city of Reno. One would be take a new look at accessory dwelling units. We would recommend that that be coupled with strong design standards. We know that this was a controversial topic several years ago and ended up not getting adopted. Notwithstanding that, ADUs have proven very successful at helping with affordability in many cities and states around the country. In California, local governments are not allowed to prohibit ADUs. So they're becoming more and more widespread. And kind of the message for staff is if you package these with strong design standards so you can maintain compatibility with the single family setting, they can be very effective. Second topic is really part of our outreach process, just simply increasing residential densities. We did some of that through the code update, but rezonings to allow higher density and lower cost housing units is a good strategy that many communities are using. Mr. Kazmierski at EDON reminded me last week that many cities are actually going to fully prohibiting single family zoning. We're not quite recommending that aggressive of a step, but it can be pretty successful allowing additional density. The third topic is one that we know is controversial, inclusionary housing ordinances. We are doing a variation of this through the housing contributions that we've been developing with various property owners around the community. The idea of an inclusionary housing ordinance is to more standardize that. So projects would either have to have an inclusion or an affordable component or provide a contribution towards affordable housing to be developed elsewhere. These ordinances are increasingly common. They can take many different forms, from being very stringent and directive to being more flexible. We would recommend, if we do approach this topic, that we start pretty gentle. And for example, we don't require affordability in every project, but instead allow in lieu fees. And the final strategy could include adjustments to fee structures. So for example, fees that are charged on a per unit basis, like our regional road impact fees, if those were charged more on a per square foot basis or per bedroom or bathroom fixture, things like that, they would better reflect the affordability of the units being. So that's kind of from a staff perspective where we think the greatest community benefits could arise. Next slide, please. And you may totally disagree with that assessment. As I mentioned, it's very subjective. And if we do prioritize affordable housing, we don't necessarily need to do those 4 strategies. We could do 1, we could do 2, we could do different things. So in terms of prioritization, the Planning Commission went through this process last week, and my next slide shows their results. But essentially, we're asking each council member to vote for your top 5 initiatives in order and send those to us by Friday. And we'll send out a memo, acknowledging the results of that. We would give 5 points for each member's first priority, 4 points for number 2, et cetera, and just add up the points, and that would steer future priorities. And really the rate of completion, how many of these efforts we can get to, will depend on staffing levels ultimately. Our budget request included a senior planner to help with these long-range planning efforts. The remaining 50% of a GIS analyst to be shared with the building fund, and some budget for outreach and noticing to the public and public participation for these efforts. Next slide, please. So we presented this to the Planning Commission. They generally supported the basic work program, and their rankings are as shown on this slide. Affordable housing came out on top with 25 points. 6 members, 6 of the 7 commissioners voted. Affordable housing had 3 first place votes and 2 second place votes. Next up is sustainability that had 3 first place votes. Then number 3 is residential use compatibility. What this would address is compatibility with residences in mixed use districts. Our current residential adjacency framework really focuses on adjacency to residential zoning, but we don't have a lot of supplemental standards for new uses coming in near residences that exist in mixed use zones. 4 is wildfire safety, 5 is the annexation program update, short-term rentals, signs, breed restrictions, appeals, which also deal with standing, and historic preservation. Those were all the topics that received votes from the Planning Commission. And with that, that wraps up my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I believe Kelly's on the line, and we can dive into more detail with her if you would like. So with that, we're requesting support for the proposed work program and rankings from each council member.
All right, Arlo, I just want to say that was a fantastic presentation. I am so impressed because it's incredibly meaty and it's really, really robust. But also, I just want to say, you know, what a difficult year, and coming here and bringing this all together. You know, you working on the CARES campus and then COVID mitigation on top of all of this with the city that's moving so fast and growing up in so many ways. Impressive stuff. I love where you're going with this. So I just want to say thank you. Great job. Okay. Arlo, did you ask for someone else to jump on?
If you could pull Kelly Mullen up. I don't know if the council members have all met Kelly yet. We're very fortunate to have her. She's our principal planner. She came to us via Washoe County, and she's going to really lead up our long-range planning program, filling the slot that Sienna Reed was handling previously. So Kelly's going to be lead on a lot of this, and she was very helpful pulling together all of this information. And really our management team will be supporting. Ideally, council will approve our budget request, and we'll have one more planner to help Kelly because, as you know, this is a pretty robust work program.
Absolutely. Well, Kelly, welcome. Nice to meet you, and hopefully we'll get to meet you in person. And I'm always very happy anytime we get some talent from the county. So nice to have you. So go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and here to support with Arlo's presentation. If you have any specific technical questions, especially if related to the neighborhood outreach program, that 5-year program that's going to be hopefully starting up here soon.
You're muted, Madam Mayor.
On mute.
Any questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar, 3 minutes.
Oh, sure. First, a shout out to Kelly. I have had a chance to meet her and work with her, not in person, but she's been incredibly responsive, very smart, very good ad. Arlo, thank you. Number 2 question was, when we rank these things, the new projects, are you going to be adding them to the Planning Commission, or are these 2 separate, or how do you plan to integrate that? And then and to preserve my time, I'm just going to mention 2 other things before you answer, Arlo. Early in this presentation, you, well, 2 things. You talked about these 5 areas, and I really like your idea about allowing us, the council members for those areas, to work with you to refine those boundaries. Because, for example, in the convention center area, I haven't had that many questions from the businesses, but 2 streets around the businesses, I have had a lot of questions. So I just want to make sure that we're broad enough to get that public input, many of the businesses are busy getting back to work, and they may not be, in all of the districts, may not be ready to engage as much as our residents. So I want to make sure that the area is large enough to include, residents around it. So thank you for thinking of that, including us. And then finally, before you answer the question about the votes and stuff, was you talked early in your presentation about something that was in your memo. I think it was on page 5, follow-up work on zoning code update. And I'm really glad you're doing that, because you yourself have identified, and certainly residents have identified, inconsistencies in those areas where the master plan, while well-intentioned, doesn't match the underlying base zoning or the base use. And I wanted to identify a couple of those. I've spent quite a bit of time chatting with you to, as I mentioned just earlier, just to get my head around the new code. But I have one question, and the question on those areas is, you've done some overlays with master plan, and yet what's happened is you've made existing uses, let's say a house that's there, inconsistent with the new zoning classification. And I just wanted to make sure, non-conforming. And I want to make sure that they still are conforming, like they can still continue to live in that house and they're fine, and that another person can buy their house with still being fine. But if some third party buys it and wants to rezone it, that's where these would come in. So those are my questions, but I can wait to round 2 to make some proposals on that, if you want to just address the questions.
Thank you. Okay, any other council members with some questions?
Could I
Go
get
ahead.
the answer? I don't know if I could get an answer.
Go ahead, Arlo. Take it away.
I can briefly answer. On the last question, it was really the master plan update that created many of these inconsistencies. So this process would be, we don't want to just assume the master plan is what we want. We want to kind of look at these areas on a manageable geographic scale and, come up with a recommendation. Should we go with the master plan? Should we go with the zoning? Is there a third arrangement that makes the most sense? It's really getting down to the fine-grained detail of the maps. Related in that question, nonconformities, anything that was legally established can continue to exist. It's really an issue of, what zoning capacity they would have for development in the future that I think is going to be impacted here. On the first question, the Planning Commission rankings and how those would be used, we plan to use those as purely advisory to your recommendations. So the council rankings is that's what we would follow. That's the direction we would have. And the Planning Commission is a recommendation for you to consider in making.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And I'll have a round 2. Thank you.
Okay, go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And my question is this. So you said 5. If we only choose 2, do you weight the points back to the 2? How does that work?
What we did with the Planning Commission, they could vote for up to 5. They didn't have to vote for any.
Up to 5.
Up to 5, yes. So
okay.
I think one of the commissioners only had 1 vote. He said, I have 1 vote, it's affordable housing, and I don't have.
And that got the weight of all the points for that commission. Okay.
We just gave him 5 points. So he didn't do a 4-point or a 3-point or a 2-point.
Okay. So you don't get to bucket all of your points into a more weighted option. Okay.
That's not our recommendation. It would be 5 is the top number of votes for each topic.
I was just trying to understand. Okay. All right. And then my question is this, and I don't know if it's a separate track, a parallel track, or where it is the packaged liquor ordinance update. Where does that live? Is that running on a different lane of the freeway?
That was one of those in-process projects. We're getting close on that one. We have, we've resumed our work. Staff has a draft ordinance, and we are scheduling outreach meetings. So we anticipate having that back in front of the Planning Commission and Council within, this summer, and finishing that up really before we launch into major new initiatives.
Okay. And then my final question, and you said to bring up if there were any suggestions or opportunities for suggestions for other items. And I don't know if this falls in an other or not, but when we did the Reimagine Reno, the overwhelming majority at that time said, we want a cleaned up and revitalized downtown. And I feel like this coming, 12 to 24 months is significant because we have all of these things starting to come together between the RTC. We have a downtown action plan, the Downtown Reno Partnership. They're doing their economic development push is really this year. And of course, RTC's rapid transit and investment dollars. So is there anything with all of that sort of synergy coming together? Is there anything in that mix of process that we would need to address that isn't on this list? I'm just trying to think. I don't want to run into a roadblock if we're moving full steam ahead.
Well, downtown revitalization was one of the strategic plan priorities for this year. Our revitalization staff would be in the lead role for that, and planning staff would be supporting. This list of future items to vote on, they're really code amendments, ordinances.
Okay.
We don't know of any ordinances right now that we should do, but some could very well emerge from the revitalization planning efforts. So we'll definitely be involved as a city. It's a top level priority. But in terms of the planning staff here on floor 2, we're more in a support role for that initiative.
Okay, and the only reason I kind of bring that up is in order to kind of bring all of these puzzle pieces together to really affect a downtown vision, may take a master plan or an urban planner to pull all of the different pieces together. And I don't know where or whom that lives with. So that's why I'm kind of bringing it up as a seed for us to noodle on about there's all of this stuff coming together, but who's going to grab the urban planning baton and build out the vision with all of the pieces that are moving now. So I just leave that out there for noodling. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I agree with the mayor. I think this is a really big topic. And actually in my review with the manager, I said I'd wish that this had been given the time of a joint workshop with the planning commission so we could sit with them and hear from their perspectives. At minimum, I would ask that when staff totals the votes and kind of formalizes the work program, it comes back as an agenda item so we can understand what's involved. And that's how we've done voting before. I think, I don't think it's right to have all this discussion about we're going to vote and then not have that results viewed in a open setting. So that's my one request. Number 2, I would really think that maybe an approach to take would be to swing these 2 ways. Is code work over here? In my view of the world, your code work is like code enforcement. It's an operational, or IT upgrades. It's going all the time with one cohort. Sometimes when you swing it over into your comprehensive work, the comprehensive work ends up not getting done, and the code immediacy hits. And so I would really like to see them go on 2 different ways. And I do support getting to that liquor package one that is labored for too long. And I'm glad that's on there. But I would really try and think about a work program for code work and a work program for comprehensive planning. Now, when I talk about comprehensive planning, I understand this is comments I made at regional planning is I support what I call rank 2 plans, which are broad across a city or a region, looking at infrastructure or parks facilities. I mean, those are facilities plans. Like RTC, in my view, is a rank 2 plan. But the rank 3 plans are area plans. They can be small neighborhoods or they can be large growth areas. And I think at where we're at in our planning evolution, you're going to struggle doing, say, even the parks plan that I guess we're embarking upon, which I thought we weren't going to do because that bill isn't going anywhere, or even some of the broader facilities plan, if you haven't done the area planning. And I think we're way neglectful in doing area planning, both in outlying areas and in mature areas. And I guess I see my time is running low in terms of, my ability to, express my thoughts. But I think that this brings up other questions. Mr. Stockham said, you know, when we go into some of these areas, this neighborhood 5-year neighborhood plan program, you know, we want to look at parcels on the nonconformities because they might have more development capacity for the future and think of it from that. In my experience, when you're going out to mature neighborhoods, people aren't thinking about future development capacity. They're thinking about infrastructure deficiencies. They're thinking about amenities. I mean, they want land use stability, but a lot of else is in play. And I'm very concerned that what I'm seeing, and maybe I'm not understanding it, that this is being set up much more as an exercise to just reconcile this master plan zoning than look at built out areas and what their needs are to program into facility planning. And then also to really tackle the issues we're faced with in outgrowing areas that have some big, you know, all from services and so on. And so I don't know, I'm not visualizing this well. And I want to advocate for very comprehensive area planning in quadrants or, you know, neighborhoods or outgrowing growth areas to then inform the annexation plan and the facility planning.
Okay, thank you. Arlo, do you want to respond?
Just briefly,
Okay.
This neighborhood outreach planning process really is that area planning that Councilwoman Breckus suggested. It's to take a clean look at our land use and zoning designations and kind of, are they appropriate for the today, as well as recommendations for infrastructure and capital improvement priorities. So we certainly anticipate some of these identifying sewer capacity upgrades as being an important issue, or sidewalk improvements, or safe routes to school, and also looking at the land use and zoning, not just limiting it to inconsistencies, but really doing a fresh look at a manageable scale. What we want to stay away from is neighborhood by neighborhood regulations, where every neighborhood in the city has a different regulation, and keep those limited to really unique situations, some of our historic districts and things like that. That kind of became quite a problem where, you know, every neighborhood has a different set of development standards. But I just wanted to respond in that manner.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, moving along. Any other council members with questions for Arlo?
Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead, Mr. Devin Reese.
Thanks. Mr. Stockham, thank you for the presentation. One of the things that I will commend you on is that this presentation is really, I think, a very thoughtful, sort of offensively minded in the terms of how it's planned for an activity. Sometimes we're very reactive as a city, and sometimes we're reacting to situations that we don't control. What I observe about this particular work program is that you've really thought about a lot of the things that we've put in the parking lot. You've thought about a lot of things that are long-term, and you're looking at a, you know, 5, 10, 15, 20-year vision for Reno. So I really appreciate that this brings all of that into focus. Now the path will be a question about how do we prioritize them. And for my part, obviously, I think all of us are very inclined to rank highly, you know, the affordable housing piece, right? We know as a community that every day we're being challenged by our constituents to address affordable housing. And I think it's sort of kind of a no-brainer that this would be largely everyone's, you know, number one, for lack of a better word. Now, I think there are ways to push other priorities up the food chain by maybe not making it number one, but I don't think anyone can claim that this is not the absolute most pressing issue in our community. So I'm excited to learn more about it. A lot of the topics that you discuss in the affordable housing piece are ones that we've all been sort of talking around, and we look about who has the power over it. Is it the state? Is it us? How does it work? And so I'm excited to learn a little bit more about it. For my part, I'm going to make a pitch as the lawyer on the body to talk, of course, about the appeals and related procedures, because I believe for a long time that this issue has created inconsistent outcomes. It creates a lot of additional work for planning staff. And at times it's left us, you know, as a body not able to fully fulfill our mission because we've got some cleanup to do. And so for me, this is an important one. I think it will improve outcomes in all the other ones. And then sort of in the third tier and below that, I'm very interested in the review and the sort of beefing up of the sustainability ordinance. As a community, we have made great strides and we've created a sustainable and climate action plan. And now we've got to figure out how does the rubber meet the road. Last year, we delayed some implementation of Title 18 revisions that were related to this. And ultimately, I think for our region's future, because we are dealing with the global effects of climate change in ways that are dramatic, increase in fires, increase in both floods and droughts. This will be important. And then I think a lot of the issues sort of are umbrellas under that, because I look at flooding, wetlands and streams, habitat management as part of a broader sustainability push. So while I might not rank those as high, it's not because I don't value them, it's because I see them as finding a home under the sustainability. So thank you for the good work, and I may come around to a second time, but those are my thoughts initially. Thank you so much.
All right, great comments, Devin. Okay, any other council questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar, 3 minutes.
I just wanted to say a few more words. Like Councilmember Reese, I just wanted to put in a pitch, but I do have a little bit different perspective. I wanted to put in a pitch for the habitat management plans. And the reason is it's how we get at a lot of things. We have done some significant steps for flooding, both in Swan Lake and in our critical flood zone, that I really appreciate that we have gone to 1.3 to 1. And I think that was a step in the right direction. And we're working on a stormwater management plan, utility, and I think they're going to come forward with stormwater permit process potentially. So although normally I would highly prioritize those, I think we've made some good steps. Where I think it's challenging is we are growing at the edges, whether it's out of Verdi, in North Valleys, Virginia Range. Now we're pushing up into where habitat hang out or wildlife hang out, all kind of species from plants, invertebrates, animals, etc. And so I think before we have too much more development in those areas, we've got to protect that. There's even a bill working its way through the legislature on this. So they clearly think it's important too. They know that we've kind of reached the point where us and the habitat and the wildlife are mingling. And so before we just kill off all the species, I'll put it that dire, I think we need to work with them and manage them and integrate them into our planning. So I'm going to put in a big pitch for that. Of course, the sustainability, I would have liked us to address it earlier. We've put it on hold, but I really do want to move forward with it. And I think it became clear to me on the major drainage ways through some last projects that these are not very well defined. And I don't know how to parse this all, but I just wanted to lay that out. Lastly, I do want to just specify, Arla, you asked for some direction. We're not voting today, but direction. I just want to highly emphasize that this follow-up work on the zoning code, that you add lower single family or multifamily uses to categories like mixed neighborhood, multifamily neighborhood, and mixed use suburban. I think it was unintentional that you have mixed use suburban, for example. The only planning category you left in there was multifamily 30. So if a person wants to increase their density, which is awesome, they can't do it maybe in a lower way. They might want to, but they're foreclosed from doing it. And so I don't think that was our intention. I think that was an oversight, and the others I mentioned as well. And then in talking to you, I discovered that there's some other things we might have unintentionally left out. For example, we didn't leave open space in all the districts. I don't think that was ever our intent to like prohibit having open space if someone wants that. The PF zoning makes use, that's public facility. We got to have schools in all these zoning districts, et cetera. We've got to have other types of public facilities. And then ME is a lower intensity employment zone that I think does marry up with industrial very well and would make a nice transition. When you have industrial and residential, it's very difficult when that's all you got and they got to come together. It would be good to have some kind of transitional zone. So I wanted to be very specific, as specific as I could with my knowledge of just my study of tutelage really with you and the other planning staff. I know that's where I'm getting the pinch points more than anything. So I do appreciate, the work you're doing. I wanted to give that as my recommendation and guidance. I think the rest of council would agree. These just make sense with your code revisions. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you. I think you're still on mute, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. We've got Councilwoman Breckus. Are there any other council
And
members?
let me ask just,
Second
Ms.
round.
Arlo, or do you agree? Are you fine with that? I should have asked that question.
We do. Our master plan land use categories are very, very narrow. Different cities use different approaches, but essentially it mandates pretty substantial upzonings for a lot of properties, and some more modest changes, shouldn't be prohibited in our mind.
Got it. Thank you.
It would be a pretty easy cleanup amendment. It would basically provide council with a broader range of discretion as applications come forward.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along. Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a common understanding between Mr. Stockham and I on what this neighborhood outreach program is, in terms of, not a desired outcome, and it really shouldn't be. Your infrastructure decisions are much more a influencer on your form of your community than your regulations. That's just kind of an understood fact. So, your regulations, your zoning, should be not as customized and area specific. And you really should, in a maturing city, be looking at your infrastructure needs and your other amenities. So maybe I was confused by the name, the neighborhood outreach program. That to me implies we're just going to go out there and have some communications. It's not, area comprehensive planning effort, is how I would see it, because it seems to take in neighborhoods and areas. However, reviewing the top 5 areas, they're not the top 5 areas that I as a council member have been focusing on in terms of what I see, the hot issues are. I mean, North Valley certainly, but more, in my view, related to the growth issues and the infrastructure issues. East UNR area, that's, why that area, not why Grove area? I mean, I see that as, or east of Wells, that's a kind of a mature neighborhood area. The TMCC area, the convention center area, the Reno Tahoe area, those to me are not the priorities. They may be where, when you went through this master plan, you have a lot of inconformities and you want to clean them up. But I think that looks like a lot of busy work to me. I've been saying since 2014, let's go out to Verdi and work with the county to update the Verdi area plan. And that comment came from county planners in 2014 when West Meadows was planned. And it's been nothing but heartbreak over there, because it's been a lot of, development decisions that get to the level of the council and very controversial, but not a lot of planning. Infrastructure. How do you get sidewalks across into Old Town Verdi from the neighborhoods that we're putting in there? That's what I want to see. So I think that I appreciate the neighborhood outreach program name change, but the 5 areas, in my view, are not the areas that I see as priorities. And I'd almost like to see a ranking on that. Now, with the code work, if we go to affordable housing, that can go, in my view, south very fast. And I think that we need to be very clear about what we're talking about. He kind of threw in the fees issue. And that was one of my objections to the budget proposal of reducing the building fees, because I know we have statutory authority to subsidize out of that. And I from what my understanding from kind of an academic perspective is, I'd much rather go there than an in lieu or an inclusionary. And I'd certainly like to get rid of RTC fees in the McCarran Ring. So to me, that's a different conversation. I don't even know if it's a CD job or a finance job. But so I really, when we come back, like to understand more some of this, because a lot came at us, and I'd appreciate that. So thank you for letting me provide that input. But I want to emphasize, if we're going to go with those top 5 areas, I don't think those are the areas in my view.
Okay, thank you. Any other councilmen, councilwomen have any questions? Okay, seeing that there are none, I would love to be able to get a motion to accept Arlo's fantastic presentation. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I'd like to move forward. I mean, are we styled for action? First of all, I didn't.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
So,
all right. And I would like to, I just want to make sure. I would like to recommend that we move forward with the work program that Mr. Stockham has recommended. And I would incorporate in that my suggestions for the master plan text amendments that we discussed in some depth. And I would ask too, to incorporate, Arlo, the recommendation you made to work with council members in those areas, the 5 areas. And to Councilwoman Breckis's point, I mean, it may be that, you know, Councilwoman Jordan would like to see the Mortensen Garson, you know, move up into this list. I don't know. You know, that's maybe something to talk to the council members about. You know, if these are all, if we agree. So anyway, moving forward with staff recommendation with the things that we discussed during the meeting.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. Councilwoman Breckis, is that a second?
Yeah, I'll second for discussion.
Okay, go ahead. Councilwoman Breckis, discussion.
I interpret that the motion says that the 5 areas are not set in stone and there'll be conversations and discussion about that. I don't really feel that Ward 1 we each need a ward effort. I'd rather see areas that you know, where we see coming to us in our, you know, citywide thinking. But I do want understanding that the 5 areas are still in play, because I think that we need a little more discussion on those areas. So
is that okay, Arlene?
I think that's fine to include. Okay, so I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Good job, Arlo. Thank you so much. Okay, we are going to move on, Madam Clerk, to item D2, D3, and then I want to just let the council know that we will take an hour break for lunch. Sound good? Everyone good with that?
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
We also have a attorney-client as well. I don't know if you.
Thank you for I don't have it on my schedule, but good to know. So we'll pop onto that. So it just depends on what time we wrap up this item, and I'll let you know what time we'll be back. So Madam Clerk, take us into the next item. Thanks.
All right, Madam Mayor, there has been a request to take these 2 items out of order, actually C3 before C2, as Callie Wilsey does have multiple hearings this afternoon beginning at noon. So
okay.
If there is an opportunity, City Manager Thornley does not seem to agree with my understanding based off his face.
Yeah,
he is in dog.
I think we've got time to do this in order. Callie's got to go at 3. We'll get her done.
Okay, then we will go to item D2. This is an update on Washoe County COVID pandemic outreach campaign. At this time, we will move over Rebecca Venus, Nancy Lewinhagen, Julie Dewell, and Scott Oxhart.
Awesome. Our region's rock stars, super excited that they're here. All of them are fantastic. So we'll just give them a minute.
Madam Mayor, I'll just note for the record, during this time, we do not have any public comment on this.
All right, fantastic. Okay, Rebecca Venus, our rock star in community outreach. Go ahead, take it away. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy, Reno City Council members, and Manager Thornley. For the record, I am Rebecca Venus, Director of Neighborhood Services. I'm here today to provide a quick update on item D2, which is the Washoe County Regional Information Center Pandemic Outreach and Efforts. And I'm going to work on sharing my screen. Hopefully I can do that. Can everybody see that pretty easily?
We can, thank you.
And we're gonna see if my sound optimization works when we get to video. Today, though, I am being joined by some of my colleagues from the Regional Information Center, including Julie Dewell from the City of Sparks, Scott Oxhart from Washoe County Health District, and Nancy Lewinhagen from Washoe County. See if I can advance. So the Joint Information Center, you saw a presentation last summer, was initiated on a low level about a month prior to COVID-19 hitting Washoe County. By early March, when Washoe County had reported its first COVID-19 case, we had fully activated the Joint Information Center with 26 regional entities being represented. Although still part of the incident command structure, we did rebrand the team to the Washoe County Regional Information Center, also known as the RIC. You might hear me reference it in that way. And we did that knowing the pandemic was going to be a long-term emergency. We felt that it was critical to rename the team into terminology that our community and our media would understand, so that the Washoe County Regional Information Center would also become the primary source for pandemic information in our community. From the beginning, our main goal was to distribute relevant COVID-19 information, build trust within our community, and facilitate continuity of information across all of our regional entities in both English and Spanish. While the Health District, City of Reno, City of Sparks, and Washoe counties are the primary members of the RIC and the incident management team, there were 22 other regional stakeholders who we spoke with on a weekly basis and still speak with on a weekly basis throughout this response. I also think it's important to note that every member of this response effort has also been continuing to support their own regional entities while supporting this pandemic effort. And as many of you are aware, 2020 was quite a year for communications. We had a very controversial election. We've had wildfires, we've had riots, just to name a few of the emergencies that this team's had to communicate on. Despite these challenges, this team jumped in immediately and created a regional information website, which was covid19washoe.com. We knew it was important to create a single source of information for our community to refer to for COVID data. And throughout this pandemic, that site has received over 2 million page views. It does include the Washoe County COVID data dashboard, which is where residents can find out information about new cases, as well as trends. It also hosts our daily media releases and other critical information. Washoe County was the first county in the state to fully embrace virtual press conferences. Within a week of the first COVID case being reported in Washoe County, we had moved to a virtual platform for media briefings. So far, the Regional Information Center has hosted 94 COVID-19 media briefings over the past year, and every one of them is posted on the COVID-19 Washoe website and available for review. The Regional Information Center, as many of you know, has been on call 24/7, 365 throughout this pandemic. And during that time, we've distributed over 460 media releases on behalf of the Information Center, everything from new case counts to guidance from the governor's office to vaccination information. Every single release had been translated into Spanish and also sent to our Spanish media partners. All releases have been housed on the COVID-19 Washoe website and are also available on our Twitter handle. And speaking of our Twitter handle, social media was a huge lift. We knew right away as we moved into a virtual world the importance of social media, and we created this collaborated Twitter handle, the COVID-19 Washoe. And since March of 2020, that handle has received over 5.5 million impressions, which is a tremendous figure for a new Twitter account. Everything that is posted on those, most of that information has also been shared amongst our regional partners' websites social media accounts. And when you look at our regional partner social media accounts, we have over 250,000 followers shared between all of the entities. As we began to switch our focus to vaccinations in December, we knew we were going to need to cut through the clutter of information and make sure we were able to provide critical information directly to residents. We had to control the narrative. So we created a weekly vaccine newsletter that residents could sign up to receive. And in the first few months, we've received over 30,000 subscribers that receive this information on a weekly basis. And this team, the Joint Information Center, met in person for the first and last time in early March of last year. And at that meeting, we had to strategize how to move forward fully in a virtual environment. And we immediately recognized the challenges that was going to present, especially for some of our more vulnerable communities, such as our older Americans, our Hispanic communities, and those with disabilities. We were the first county in the state to provide information and resources in both English and Spanish, and provide sign language interpreters or closed captioning for our virtual briefings. And over time, we have had to pull from staff resources and work with contractors in regards to our Hispanic outreach. In the fall of last year, however, we partnered with Yvette Contreras from IC Media Strategies, and the impact that her work has had on our ability to communicate with our Hispanic community has been incredible. She took our COVID-19 Washoe website and created covid19washoe.com in Espanol from scratch. And she works directly with many of our Hispanic community influencers and leaders as we continue to work through this pandemic. At the city, we also contracted with Yvette Contreras for vulnerable community outreach for the coming year. So you'll see continued work from her as we go on. In spite of the tremendous work that this team was doing, in September of last year, we were facing a very difficult situation. We were heavy into one of the most controversial election seasons that we've seen, and COVID messaging had become very politicized, especially in terms of mask wearing. COVID fatigue had set in, and we were beginning to see numbers and hospitalizations rising in Washoe County. It was becoming increasingly difficult to cut through the noise and get facts and critical information to our residents. So it was at this time that the Information Center recognized the need to add paid media platforms to the mix in an effort to cut through that. So utilizing CARES Act funding, we partnered with KPS3 and BVK to develop the Mask On, Move On and Pongamos de Nuestra Parte campaigns. The campaign launched at a perfect time as we were seeing a surge in new cases and hospitalizations. And while there were several other mask campaigns running throughout the state, this campaign was very unique. It integrated across digital and in-person platforms. It engaged and represented our local residents and was fully integrated with our Hispanic community. During the campaign, we also handed out, and I don't know if you can see this on my camera, we handed out over 10,000 masks that were branded to the campaign. And as you go out into businesses today, you can still see some of those masks on different employees. With that, what I'd like to do is share a video, highlight reel of the campaign really quickly, and hopefully the sound comes through. I can see Councilmember Reese. So if you don't hear the sound, Councilmember Reese, please give me a thumbs down as this starts to play.
Breaking news, there is a new positive case of COVID-19, this time in Washoe County.
Mask on. Move on. The sooner we stop the spread, the sooner we can get back to life. Mask on, move on.
Avoid large crowds, shop online, and support local businesses.
Yeah, what's up?
No community, we're nothing here. We're all in this together.
Remember local. Remember us.
The easiest way to be a superhero is putting a mask on.
Cases, hospitalizations, all going down. Next tonight, the coronavirus and cases falling while restrictions are being lifted.
I think you folks, he's trying to seems like he might as well try. Might as well have something against them hanging out there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I thought we'd say. I think we had a blood loss anyway, cool. I'm going to follow on. I'll let you get back to news.
Okay. Thanks, Mark.
Okay.
Thank you to KPS3 who put that sizzle reel together for us to be able to share the highlights of the campaign we had put together. This campaign shifted behaviors of residents in Washoe County at a critical time for us. The campaign was recognized for its efforts, and the state of Nevada added additional funds to help amplify the critical messaging during our statewide pause that we saw. In December, the campaign pivoted to include vaccine messaging, and the Information Center stood up a new vaccine-specific website, COVID-19washoevaccine.com, to provide information on vaccine availability, safety, and distribution within our county. This campaign has been a great achievement and byproduct of one of the largest and longest regional responses that we've seen in the history of this county and this state. The Regional Information Center and the work this team has done over the past year is incredible, and the collaboration across our regional entities has been critical during this time. I can't express it enough how important that collaboration has been. We don't always, represent organizations, or our organizations we represent don't always see eye to eye. But we have always been able to set that aside and work towards the greater good as the Regional Information Center. And so while the pandemic has had catastrophic impacts for many in our community, it has prevented some wonderful byproducts, and the Regional Information Center is one of those products. With that, I would like to invite my colleagues to say a few words. We'll hear from Julie Duell from the City of Sparks, then Scott Oxerart from Washoe County Health District, and Nancy Lewinhagen from Washoe County.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sheevy, council members, and City Manager Thornley. For the record, I'm Julie Duell, City of Sparks Community Relations Manager. I'm happy to be here. And here at City of Sparks, I'm a mighty team of one, and I can tell you that I would not have been able to keep my head above water with all the messaging without these amazing partners here with the JIC. So I'm proud of what we've accomplished together. We brought our own unique strengths, each one of us, to the team. And I've said it before, but I truly believe that there's blessings in disguise to everything we go through, and even in COVID. So the blessing here is that although we knew each other before, through COVID, we have worked together, strategized, and collaborated. It's been amazing. So I'm deeply grateful to this team and excited that we can continue to work together for anything that comes, down the lines, whether it be wildfires or any regional issues. So I'm very thankful to be part of this team. Thank you so much.
Well said, Julie. Fantastic. And I guess, are we going to the one and only Nancy? Hello, wonderful to see you.
Thank you, Mayor Sheevy and City Council members. So nice to be here today. 2 words, teamwork. These people are amazing. As Rebecca said, you've seen the work, the presentation showed what we did last year, and now we're pivoting. We know our work is not done. We know this emergency is going to end at some point, but even when it does, we have a lot more work to do. And I couldn't be prouder to be sitting with these 3 people today and in front of you guys to talk about what we've done and what we're going to do. So when we had the little rumbler this past weekend, the earthquake, another reminder that things change in a dime, and this team's ready.
Yeah, that's so true. Very, very true. Okay, go ahead, Scott. It's all
Good
you.
afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Mary Sheevy. Council members, for the record, Scott Oxerart, Communications Manager, Washoe County Health District. Thank you for allowing us to present today. In my career, I've never been more proud to be a part of a communications outreach effort than I have with this response. And like we've said, I just can't wait to see how this partnership will help residents in the future. In particular, I just want to thank Rebecca Venus for her leadership throughout this process and this pandemic. I'm not sure if there's an honorary epidemiology designation out there, but I'm pretty sure Rebecca has the qualifications based on the amount of research she does.
Totally agree, Scott.
And not only that, when it comes to strategy, there are a few who are just as thoughtful and calculated as Rebecca. In addition, the work of Matt Brown and Chad on her team were absolutely crucial to the success of this outreach effort. So that's all I have. Thank you very much for your time.
Wow, that's fantastic. But it is so true, and it really speaks volumes to what you guys have accomplished, because really it also shows we are one region. We're not in those silos, and you guys all came together for the greater good and something that was just even hard to imagine and fathom that, we would ever even go through. And so, Julie's right. You've got to count your blessings wherever you possibly can. And I think you guys did a phenomenal job, and you have to really understand the messaging that you guys came up with and continued to message into the community, saved lives and educated. And really that was our goal. I mean, there were times, Rebecca knows we probably talked 10 times a day. She was, my solid number one through, every up and down from, the minute we, closed things down. And I could not have done any of my job or what I do without her guidance and education. And like you said, she definitely deserves an award, hands down. It was unbelievable. And she, she listened to me laugh, but mostly she listened to me cry. So she just, I'm just so incredibly proud, but I'm so proud of you guys. And along the way, she really stressed your talents and your compassion for this entire community. So please know that when she says that, she truly is very grateful for the work that you guys put in. I do love the campaign so very much. And if you noticed, there was a movie star in there. It looked like Councilman Delgado was featured in that, but I thought it was fantastic. I did see a lot of other cities, because whenever through the Conference of Mayors, they were showing a lot through Bloomberg and Harvard. And actually, I thought ours was one of the best that was put out there across the country, to be honest with you. So you guys should be super proud. We're all super grateful. This community is grateful. And I think you have such a tough job, especially in something like this. We've never seen anything like this. I mean, that I can remember, or probably most of you, that we had to, just pivot, like you said, in quick action. And it was all about, saving lives and educating, and how can we, navigate through this through our community. And I think, we will always be hard on ourselves and say we never did enough, but I know you guys worked to the bone, late nights, early mornings. It was just nonstop. And at the end of the day, I'm really proud of what you've accomplished, because I think our numbers do speak volumes. There were times when you guys knew that Renown was going to be standing up the garage, and that was incredibly frightening. And I really believe, because of the communications work and what you guys set out to do as experts, you made such a massive difference in people's lives. So please know that. I think we're all incredibly grateful. So Rebecca, thank you. Julie, Nancy, and Scott, you guys are amazing. And I love that you also thanked, because we all knew this, like you said, Nancy, like teamwork, right? And you guys thanked other people on your team, and I wish they were here too. So please express our gratitude for their hard work, because I know it took a lot of passion for this community and people. So thank you very much. Okay, any questions of this rock star team? See, that's when you know you've done a really good job, when my council has no questions. Anyway,
well, thank you, Mayor Sheedy, Council, for giving us a chance to speak today. And as you said, I think there was really a team of 20, 30 people, and we represent a very small portion of it. I think Scott's already mentioned Matt, Chad from my team, Tammy, Bethany, Josh Andreessen from the county, just so many people. And they all brought skills to the table. It was like going from a small team of 4 to having a full ad agency as we went into this pandemic, with the skill sets and the resources of this team. And it really made all the difference. So I appreciate all your very kind comments. And if there are any additional questions from the council, we're happy to answer them.
Okay, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. More comments, more than questions. Just wanted to thank the team as well. I know one of the hard pieces of communicating regionally is also the just trying to find the right messaging, right? Our local, the way we communicate down south is different than we communicate up here in the north. And so one message doesn't necessarily, play its best parts in all of our communities. And just wanted to thank all our communications team to being open, to being creative and innovative, and working with our community partners to make sure they're reflected in some of those messaging. I think that was a huge key in terms of making sure it was effective. The other part too that I want to just thank everyone is, it's not only just having to be as we want, is to be as proactive as possible, but the hard part about being, and unfortunately, is sometimes you're having to be reactive because of just the issues we're in. And so thank you guys in terms of your communication in the community and reacting as best we can. And at the same time, thinking about being as proactive and getting people the information as best as possible. But again, I think one of the biggest pieces too is the way you guys have been able to communicate and push back on some of the misinformation that often we see in social media. And sometimes social media is a great piece, but it's also hinders a lot of opportunities in the safety of our community. And so for you guys to kind of speak through that and say that's a lot of misinformation, here's what it's about, here's where you can get that right information so we can continue to be safe in our community and get to where we want to. So thank you guys for working so hard. I appreciate you guys very much.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And just kudos to all as well. I mean, the speed at which you guys would turn around a message and get it out, and to have all the jurisdictions working together was truly tremendous. And I was marveling at just how smoothly it seemed from this side, when I know it was probably utter chaos on the other side of the computer or the table getting it out. So thank you all for your dedication in that regard. Question I had is, as we kind of move forward in the campaigns, and we saw, you know, the one piece you had there, is there an effort in response to getting some of the data, let's say, out of the demographic of the youth, particularly those at their college age, and then the information we're receiving from the university that some of the students are hesitant to get their vaccine because they're fearful of the side effects that might hinder their ability to cram for their finals, and they might be sick or something. I mean, that's the demographic that I think we're really wanting to focus a lot of attention on, because they're maybe, I don't want to say they're resistant to getting the vaccine. Maybe they're procrastinating a smidge. So how are we coordinating with the university on messaging, and in what avenues? I don't know that I've heard a whole lot about that. I'm sure there's lots going on.
So the Joint Information Center does meet with the university on a weekly basis, and we've been working with them on the messaging that they're putting out. In addition, last fall, we had partnered with the Reynolds School of Journalism and some of the journalism students to create a mass campaign of their own on campus. It was much more grassroots. That campaign ran into December. The success that we saw come from that campaign, we have continued that partnership. So with a new group of students coming in for the spring, we have 5 students right now in partnership with the Gattuso Coalition and the professors at the journalism school, and they're doing a lot of grassroots social media outreach right now on the need to continue to social distance, the need to vaccinate. The vaccination rate on college campuses significantly lower when you look at flu vaccines. That vaccination rate is, I believe the last number I heard was under 15%. That's a challenge. If we're going to be bringing students, we have students here now, but bringing students back in the fall, we're going to need to see those vaccination rates get a little bit higher. And so we're working with that group and the university direct. And I know that the university is a team of about 30 marketing professionals, and they're all trying to tackle that same thing, because I think it's trying to come from an administration side, but the project with the Reynolds School of Journalism is really trying to come at it from the language the students use. It's on the platforms they use. It's utilizing their language, the things that they're of interest, and the things that they think will trigger them. And so we're hoping they're working on that piece now, and we're hoping that will be successful as well.
Good. And yeah, I think the approach of the carrot, not the stick, tends to work far more effectively with that group. And I'm not just speaking because I have a few of them. So, okay, good. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you. Good
All
job.
right. Thank you so much. I know that Callie's got to get on her way, so I'm going to wrap this up. Again, I can't thank you guys enough. You truly are shining stars, and you guys do all that work behind the scenes, and no one really knows how tough it is and how it's stressful what you guys do, super stressful, because our outcomes really predicate on the work that you guys do on so many levels. And I think people really don't understand how critical the marketing, branding, messaging, educating aspect of especially something like this situation, right? You guys really are the biggest reason we have the best outcomes. So thanks to rock stars. Love you guys. Mwah. It's so good to see you, Nancy and Scott and Julie. You want to come to the city of Reno? No, don't tell anyone I said that. They'll be mad at me. But I love you guys. You're awesome. All right. Thanks so much. And Rebecca, mwah, thank you for everything. See you soon.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to head into Madam Clerk, item D3. I've got Callie here. Super excited to hear her updates. I know you got to get down there, and it's probably exciting for you to finally, I think, be in the building. You're in the building now, right?
We can be, Madam Mayor, we can be in the meeting with certain passes. I am not down there today.
Oh, okay.
So I'm here kind of managing multiple Zoom, Teams, phone calls, kind of all at the same time.
Managing a lot. Let's just say, and juggling a lot. But anyway, happy to have you here. Let's kick you off. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
Okay, awesome. All right, Callie, take it away. The show is yours. And then Bonnie Weber, or Vice Mayor Weber, just know that if you can't hear me, the floor is yours.
I am sharing my screen, so I want to make sure you guys can see that. Is able to see that presentation?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, Madam Mayor, members of the council, for the record, Callie Wilsey with the City of Reno and the City Manager's Office, kind of getting used to saying that over and over again. Thanks for having me here to give you guys the latest update from the legislative session. So just kind of brief overview of where we stand. Happy day 87. And we are really kind of in the thick of things. Last week was a major deadline on April 20th, where bills had to pass the first house. We did see a lot of bills get sent to some of to the money committees as well. And the next deadline that we are working towards is on May 14th, where the bills that made it out of their first house are now being heard in committees on the other side. And they have to meet those by May 14th. So I wanted just to provide some updates based on some feedback that I heard from you guys kind of about what the actions legislative team is taking. So we'll kind of wrap it around those things on our recent actions or upcoming actions. So Assembly Bill 3, this is the League of Cities bill related to electronic submittal of digital maps. This was heard earlier this week, and we actually helped present this with the League of City to talk about the need and how this could help modernize our processes. During that same hearing, we heard Assembly Bill 63, which is really the way we view it as a cleanup bill that would allow municipalities to utilize their stabilization funds, not only in natural disasters, but during states of emergencies as well. Under AB 46 this week, there was no hearing, but we met with Assemblywoman Peters to get a better understanding of the goals of this bill. I know the council has asked questions about this one, so wanted to provide an update here. The amended version gives additional regulatory authority to the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. What we are working on is to understand the potential impacts to our sewer, stormwater, and effluent management programs. And we're working with her to discuss potential amendments if those are needed. We also had a good conversation with the bill sponsor on Senate Bill 109. This is a bill that requires government agencies that collects demographic information. The bill states that no person shall be required to provide that information, and it should be kept confidential. There is a requirement for local agencies to submit an annual report to the state with this aggregate information. Certainly no issues with the policy, but we had a good conversation with the bill sponsor this week on a procedural issue and question that came up on whether the language would require law enforcement to inquire personally about a person's sexual orientation or gender identity in the course of their duties, such as a routine traffic stop or gathering information for a witness statement. The sponsor said that's not the intent of the bill, and we're working to make sure that the bill language is clear in that respect. Additionally, SB 327, this is one that we are going to be, that is up for hearing this afternoon. There are two main components to this bill. The first part is it updates statutes related to discrimination practices to include hair texture and protective hairstyles as they relate to race. We certainly have no issues and are supportive of this legislation. The second part of this bill requires that local agencies that use testing as a factor in decisions for vertical promotion would use an independent third party to conduct the testing and sets forth certain notification requirements. We've been discussing with the bill sponsor the unique operations of our Civil Service Commission as an independent body and how they meet that third party requirement. We've been really appreciative of the bill sponsor working with us on this amendment to clarify this piece and expect that to be presented this afternoon in the bill hearing. AB 86 is also up for hearing this afternoon, and it'll be a bill that we plan to support. This allows the city to bring court action to recover expenses incurred while extinguishing a wildfire that has been willfully or negligently caused. The amended version sets forth some specific factors that must be considered when determining whether the bill was willfully, or whether the fire was willfully caused, such as weather conditions, topography of the area, and a few other things. So that is another one that we'll be looking to participate in this afternoon. Up tomorrow is Senate Bill 12, and this relates to affordable housing and all the conversations that council's been having about this. It requires an owner of any housing that has been financed by low-income housing tax credits and other affordability restricted dollars to provide a year's notice before terminating that affordability component. So the tenants would be notified, the city and the county, as well as the state. The goal here is to try to help preserve those affordable units. So we'll be supporting that bill tomorrow. Additionally, AB 363 deals with short-term rentals. I mentioned this bill briefly during the last update, but this would require governing bodies to adopt an ordinance regulating short-term rentals. Right now, as the bill is written, it has very prescribed requirements that we must include in that ordinance, such as distance requirements, occupancy limits, prohibition on number of units in a multifamily dwelling. There are many stakeholders involved in this bill, and the bill sponsor has been discussing potential amendments to various sections as well. So we are looking to see what that amendment looks like going into tomorrow's hearing. Several other bills that I wanted to provide an update for you on. The governor did make an announcement on his proposed innovation zones concept. This concept is going to be transitioning to a study and establishing a study of legislators to look at what this concept does. This was part of the governor's economic development strategy and his state of the state address. The proposal now, as proposed by the governor, would be a joint committee of the legislature to study this issue, including factors such as water, environmental impacts, housing, workforce development, economic and revenue impacts, governance, and impacts to surrounding counties. At the end of that study, the recommendations may include no further action, a request for a bill draft for the next regular session, or legislative action prior to the next regular session. AB 286 was a bill I just wanted to provide an update, as I have received some questions from council on this. So the amended version of this bill makes certain actions related to what are commonly referred to as ghost guns unlawful. The bill prohibits a person from possessing, purchasing, transporting, or receiving an unfinished frame or receiver of a firearm, except under certain conditions. There was a prior version of this bill that was broader, but the amended version has been focused on that aspect. Sorry. AB 385 is a bill that prohibits a public body from entering into an employment contract that entitles an officer or employee of the public body to receive any fringe benefit unless that public body has adopted a policy authorizing all persons employed in a similar position to receive the benefit. Any bonus unless the bonus is based on merit and awarded at a public meeting, and certain wages or other payments upon the termination of the employment of employee or cause or resignation of the employee when an investigation is pending. Lastly, SB 283 authorizes a governing body of a municipality to create a district to finance or refinance certain projects for energy efficiency, renewable energy, resiliency, and water efficiency. And if this sounds familiar, it should. It is our CPACE program that we have in place. And our team has been involved with the bill sponsor on this to ensure it aligns with our efforts. And while we may need to make some changes to our resolution, we've been in touch with our administrator to make sure that the bill aligns with what we are working on and will allow us to continue the program. Lastly, I just also wanted to kind of point out that one of the themes that we are seeing in this legislative session is a series of bills related to data collection and reporting for local governments. So for example, SB 267 requires the state will develop a survey to collect data about diversity and equality in the workplace, and we would be required to provide that information. SB 40 talks about the Patient Protection Commission may request from local governments to submit reports concerning the cost of healthcare and other issues related to access to healthcare. SB 148 requires law enforcement agencies to submit records of hate crimes to the state. SB 212 also has a reporting requirement where we would report use of force data to the state. And SB 236 sets up processes for collecting and reporting traffic stop data to the state as well. So again, these I just wanted to kind of bring those forward as a theme so you can kind of see, while certainly no issue kind of around the policy, there are requirements kind of coming from various aspects that will require us to handle those reporting requirements. And with that, there is 33 days to go, and I am happy to answer anyone's questions.
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much, Kelly. I think we have a hand up I can see with Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you. Good presentation, Kelly. You know, my question to you is, well, first of all, I had not heard of this SB 327, and I'm the liaison to the Civil Service Commission. Does it also involve and they've started to use third-party testing, but is it also apply to the manager charter appointees too?
So it would, the way the bill is currently written is if there is a testing involved for any employees, then a third-party testing would be required. I think, you know, working with our Civil Service Commission, it was clear that our civil service operates much differently than other local jurisdictions in the sense that, you know, our charter dictates that they will hire a chief examiner who, you know, serves at the pleasure of that commission, and they have a separate staff. Where in most other jurisdictions, while they may have a Civil Service Commission for oversight, the duties are carried out by HR staff or similar staff. So there was kind of this distinction that we were building in there. In my conversation with Ms. Ackerman was that, you know, it could lead to a pretty significant fiscal impact. And so we are really appreciative of the bill sponsor working with us to kind of understand the nuances in the way we operate.
Was it just promotion or was it also new hires?
The bill, originally it was all, the bill was amended to just be promotions.
Okay, okay. Something came up at Tumwa the other day and they called it the Stonegate bill. And I was like, Stonegate has another bill? I didn't know that. But it's actually, did you mention it? No, I guess you didn't. That bill, I read it last night, or actually I have it up here. And it's sponsored by Krasner. So it's on the Assembly, not the Senate time this time. It's SB 333. And I read it and I was very confused about it because in my reading how it was articulated to me by, I thought, you and by Tumwa it was related to stormwater detention and water rights. But I get in and I see all this pleadings and judicial review and court procedures. Am I reading this wrong?
Councilmember Breckus, no. There's kind of two pieces to that bill. One, there is some pieces around identifying some more specific court procedural pieces that you're looking at. It's section 2.5 of that bill that lays out the stormwater provisions that are of most particular interest that we are watching. So,
what about the other ones? What about these other ones? What do they do?
So my understanding is that these put specific deadlines in place to ensure around kind of a petition that the court would follow a more prescribed timeline in their procedures on certain types of petitions.
I'll ask the city attorney to talk to me about that one. And then I have other questions on a few others, but thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to any other council members that might have questions. If not, we'll go back to Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. So I understand in talking to you that we are going to oppose the tiny home bill on preemption. And that's always our default position. I get that. Although I'm a little nervous that it goes absolutely wrong. You know, because we just had our staff say, everyone's looking at what we can do for affordable housing. We should re-kick ADUs, which I am not going to be the initiator of, but I'm afraid that we get a flawed bill, you know, with this tiny homes that takes us off here. And then really when we go engage this conversation, we really want to go here, which is the normative path. So I'm struggling with that one. And I think that maybe, you know, I just wanted to ask you, what do you think? Because if we're ending up with a bill that has a mandate to do something, and then we have to spin our wheels on that, but we really want to spin our wheels over here, I hate to see with the planning resources as tight as they are, getting a bill that just doesn't get us there. So what are you thinking? What's the end game on this one?
Absolutely. So Senate Bill 150, the way it's been amended up to this point, would require local governments to adopt an ordinance that would allow for tiny homes in 3 different ways: as ADUs, as a single family dwelling unit, and as a tiny house village. The bill no longer specifies kind of in what zone or how many zones or kind of how you know, what restrictions we want to place on them. That would be up to us. The one thing that is in the bill, in relation to kind of your conversation earlier.
Ryan, you guys ready for a quick sound check?
Apologize. Is that we did ask for an extended timeline on that one, recognizing that we had just come out of a zoning code update, and we knew that many of these things were on the list, but other jurisdictions as well. Clark County is going through a comprehensive zoning code update and trying to figure out how that worked in. So the amended version of the bill right now says that ordinance in particular would need to be adopted by the end of 2023. So the bill sponsor worked with us to understand, to at least give a longer time frame for that adoption.
Okay. And then the last one that I wanted to ask about is this Airbnb. I'm very concerned about that and think we have a lot riding on it as a city, because we have not stepped our toes into that water, and it looked like a zoning ordinance to me. And I think we have so many conversations to have with our community, and as prescriptive as I understood it was, you know, and you and I had this conversation offline, is we may even need different ordinances for different parts of town. And we need as much flexibility to do that. We're going to go there. Everyone knows that. And so are they being responsive to that? I think this is the one that we absolutely need to take the lead on, because we have not even begun the conversation, which isn't a bad thing. You know, it has its benefits as its disadvantages. Any thoughts on that?
Yes, so we are heavily involved in this one. This is one that we're spending a lot of time on, and your message around flexibility is the one that we are taking forth. Really to say it's really important that local governments have the ability to look at the nuances in their neighborhoods and understand the impacts, because zoning at the state level will really have some unintended consequences. And so tomorrow is the first hearing. We are hopeful to get an amendment to see at least conceptually what those changes will be. But I anticipate we'll be having a lot of conversations on this one in the final month.
Yeah, I'd like to see it not happen. That's just me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else with questions? Hearing that there is not, is there a motion to approve or I think we have to have a motion to approve the
Vice
recommendations.
Mayor Weber, we actually do not have to take a motion on this item unless council feels the need. But at this point, if there is nothing burning, then we can send Callie on her way, and then we can transition into a recess so you can go to your attorney-client meeting.
Right, and I have some comments on that as well. But then we're settled here with Callie, and thank you so much, Ms. Wilsey, for all the good stuff that you're doing. We all appreciate you very much and all the work that you're doing. So thank you. Okay, so Madam Clerk, I would like to request that we have an 1.5-hour break, and how we decide to do lunch and to do the attorney-client. And I would suggest that we take a 1/2-hour break for lunch and then go into the attorney-client for the other hour.
Okay, so with that, Madam Vice Mayor, we will recess. We will note for council that you will appear for attorney-client, let's call it 1:15, and then
Okay.
council will return at 2:15. Councilmember Breckus, I see your hand is up.
Do we really need an hour for attorney-client, Mr. Manager? I thought it was not that involved, so I'd prefer at least 45 minutes for the lunch break. But what do
Okay,
you think?
and the second thing I was going to suggest, so I like that 45 minutes for the lunch break and then 45 minutes for attorney-client.
Okay, so 1:30 for the attorney-client, and thank you. Do we have a separate Zoom email for that?
Yes,
Inbox?
we do.
Thank you.
Okay, so if that works, we're in recess.
there, Bonnie. Can't hear you.
I'm having a heck of a time today with all of this. I love that picture. Madam Clerk, I think we have a quorum.
All right.
Or do we have a clerk?
We do. Am I unmuted? I'm not unmuted.
Not
You have
sure.
me.
I
I've
see.
just been
Oh, there
muted.
you are.
Here I am. If you would like to begin again, Madam Vice Mayor and Council, we may do so.
I think we would like to do so.
All right, we will go ahead and call your meeting back to order at this time. And at this time, we are transitioning to item D4. This is an ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney.
Okay. Are we on D4 or D3?
We're on D4. We finished up with D3 with Callie Wilsey right before the break.
Okay. Okay, just let me make sure. Can't find my agenda. Okay, so then we'll open up with. I'm sorry, I just apologize. Okay, so who will be speaking?
I will, Madam Vice Mayor. Carl Hall for the record. I'm going to go ahead and read the ordinance introduction. This is bill number 7172. Ordinance creating the proposed City of Reno, Nevada 2021 Special Assessment District Number 2, Stonegate Number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I would assume that the staff would like to, or that we'd like to have a staff presentation. So who would that be?
That's going to be Ms. Lochner.
Thank you.
At this time, we will move over Debbie Lochner.
Madam Vice Mayor, may I ask a point of order?
Yes, please.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager or Ms. Lochner, but we've already had presentations on these two items. It appears that we're just bringing them back as we keep moving forward in the discussion phases of them, so as not to, as I understand it, miss some window that's necessary for these folks who are making this development go up there, and tied to our calendar, which will be going on break in mid-June. So for my purposes, I don't need to hear Ms. Lochner tell us again what the same things are. I'm happy to make motions to move them forward, understanding, and I hope that the Stonegate developers are listening to our conversation today. I assume they would be, but I'm not there yet on their proposal, but I'm also willing to go down the road a bit further to understand what the proposal is. So that's sort of where I am on these issues.
Thank you. Very good point. Anyone else? I agree that we have had this conversation. We probably, unless there's new information. So Ms. Lochner can tell us if we have new information as well. Councilwoman Breckus, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very complicated effort. It's pretty much without precedent. So I do want a presentation, and I also have questions on the information that was provided because I thought all of it didn't come forward to us, and I have questions about that which I've reviewed in the interim. So I have a number of questions today. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Then let's go ahead. Oh, Councilwoman Jordan.
I guess it would just be of the body's, majority position on whether or not we want the full-fledged presentation. I suppose I like the comment that if there's something new, let's hear about that. And of course, if there's questions, then there's the process for getting questions answered. But I mean, I don't need a full-fledged, historical presentation again. We had that the last time.
Exactly. Okay. Well, I'll make an executive decision that we go to Ms. Lochner and have her share with us if there's any new information, and then we can go to questions of the council members. So if that is needed, if we need a vote, I'll take the vote, but I think we can just move forward to Ms. Lochner and go from there.
All right. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, council members. So what we have today, there is no new information. What is coming forward today is an ordinance to form the district, and the resolution, that is kind of the first step in bringing forward a bond ordinance. So essentially today we're just creating the assessment district by the first reading of the ordinance. And then on May 12th, we would do the second reading and a first reading of an assessment ordinance, which again is not binding you to anything, no harm, no foul to form the district and create the assessments. Where you really need to, where the rubber hits the road here is on May 26th when we bring forth the bond ordinance. That's what really sets the bond into motion. So there is about a month for us to make sure we get a good agreement for what the council is looking for from this developer before we actually take that action that will push us to actually issue the bonds. So I just wanted to assure you that this is just creating the SAD is what you have in front of you today. And the resolution is really the first step we bring you when we talk about issuing a bond. There is no other new information.
Thank you. Well, that was brief and it gave a description. So thank you. So if the first question will go to Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, so when I read the accounts payable for the month, I noticed 2 accounts payable for the Johnson Perkins evaluation, and then also the Harris work of the engineer assessment. Were those provided to us before?
So the appraisal, I don't know if it was attached to the DFA, but definitely the engineers, the final engineers report was attached to the DFA when council approved that.
Okay, well, so, there is new information. It didn't get loaded into the record, the appraisal, but, and before, I think the conversation really was to be or not to be. Now, I think, in my view, we're going into the mechanics. It's disappointing we don't have 2 other colleagues here today to also participate in this momentous vote, but I don't see the mayor or Ms. Stewart. Are they around anywhere? No, I don't see them. So let me ask you, on the Harris work, on table 2, summary of project group, well, actually, let me ask you, on the front of the market value of the property, on the Harris work, tell me how this works. So it's supposed to be about $35 million in bond, correct?
It's slightly more than that, but yeah, around there.
Okay, and then how do those come in? Because they sync up with phases.
So we issue the bond, and this was outlined in the DFA, the Development and Financing Agreement, the mechanics of how they get reimbursed for the infrastructure that they put in place. So we would issue the bond, we hold on to all those bond funds until such time as they we've been authorized, just like a bond trustee would hold on to the funds until you do an official claim against those funds. And it meets all the requirements, in which case then we would reimburse the developer for what they built.
So there's $33 million just sitting out here somewhere.
Correct. In the cities holds those funds essentially as trustee to ensure that what we are paying for is built to the standards required that is outlined in the DFA.
And as we hold those funds and they're earning interest, who gets that interest?
So the interest stays within the bond fund. There is a whole IRS program around interest. You can't earn a lot of interest on these things, or you essentially didn't need it. So we will be managing that. Again, the interest isn't earned unless we invest it. And I'm not sure that we have to look at the timing of how quickly they're going to be reimbursed. I believe that they will have built some of this infrastructure before we get the bonds issued, in which case we'll be doing a big reimbursement up front and then, tracking the projects as they go through.
Yeah, I think that's called arbitrage. And so, yeah, so, I mean, because this is a long thing, and if we've got all this money and then we got a liability, are they going to clear us on any arbitrage issues, or are we the ones who are going to sit there on that?
Well, we will not have any arbitrage issues because we will spend this money pretty quickly. This is for the initial infrastructure that it's not going to take years for this money to get spent. This money has to be spent within 3 years of issuance, or the IRS starts looking at you as you probably didn't need the money if you weren't able to spend it that quickly. And I believe we'll spend it much quicker than that.
All 33, okay.
Councilwoman Breckus, your time is up, so we'll come right back. Other council members have any other questions? Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So I guess where I diverge from my colleague, Ms. Breckus, is not in the nature of the importance of the questions, because those are all excellent questions, but I'm not sure I see this as some monumental, earth-shattering happening. I mean, from my review of the use of these types of special assessment districts, they're used very routinely everywhere else, just not here. We just, for whatever reason, it hasn't been the tool we've pulled out of the toolbox. So I have been willing to go down this path to explore what they are, but obviously I don't believe we should do so lightly or without condition. And so what I have been focused on as I have done the research is to understand a couple things. One is, what does the city get in return? If we're going to lend our largesse, for lack of a better word, to this endeavor, what do we get back? And so I continue to believe that those are the kinds of things that have not yet been fully answered to my satisfaction. And between now and when this would come back for the next readings, they have to be resolved. And currently they're not for me. And it feels to me like we keep putting this on the agenda. It comes on, it comes off. I want us to find a solution that helps to figure out what we're doing up to the north, but also doesn't continue to just have our city staff continue to have this thing in the hopper and sort of fomenting all the time. So it will reach a conclusion here very soon, in my mind. For my part, again, I want to sort of direct my thoughts to two things. One, what will the city receive in return? And two, I don't understand, and maybe Ms. Lochner, you can answer to me, how many SADs are anticipated in this development? I mean, I hear different things from different people, so I'd like to understand where we are. Is this SAD the largest of them? Are there anticipated to be multiple of them? Obviously, I cannot commit beyond me and the time that I'll be in office, so I can't make commitments for future councils, but what can you say about that?
So I know there is a second phase of a piece of property that did not go into this SAD. And the developer is anticipating a possible second bond issuance, but they have to meet all the requirements in order for us to bring that forward to council. But that is also quite a ways off. They have to get through this first phase of building this infrastructure before they can go on to pulling in triggers for the next ones. And it does require that all the property owners approve an additional assessment if we were to do additional assessments in this phase for other improvements that could benefit this phase.
Well, you don't mean additional property owners in terms of individual residents. You're saying the property is owned by an entity, and that entity would have the ability to ask for it, right?
So they are anticipating selling, what do they call them, like super pads? So they would end up that when they sell the super pad, now you have 2 owners or 3 owners or 5 owners or 10 owners. So every single owner has to approve to be additionally assessed.
And I'll have questions on my second round, potentially. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll go to Councilwoman Jordan.
No, I'm just trying to understand next steps, assuming this moves forward today. What happens next? Because I am with Councilman Reese that, I mean, this is just kind of one of the steps, but we haven't seen the final, details, which I think are going to be the really important sort of trigger point of moving anything forward. And I know there's lots of discussions on that and the benefits to the city. So what's the next step?
So as far as my part of the process, which does not include an agreement with the developer for affordable housing. So as far as my part of the process and how this lays out for the council, you're doing a first reading today of the creation ordinance, which would come back for a second reading on May 12th. You're doing a resolution authorizing us to go forward and bring you a bond resolution, which won't come until the actual first reading of the bond ordinance doesn't come until May 26th. So how it outlines is on May 12th, we'll come back with the second reading of the creation ordinance and a first reading of the assessment ordinance. So again, you're creating the SAD and you're telling how the property will be assessed. And then on May 26th, you would adopt the assessment ordinance, and that's when we would have the first reading of the bond ordinance with adoption of that ordinance on June 9th. So up until we do the first reading of the bond ordinance, where we're not pushing forward the bond itself. We're doing some of the work because it takes a lot of work to put that together and bring it to council. But it really is that May 26th date that if you don't have that agreement in place, then at that point, you would say you're not ready to approve the bond ordinance.
Okay, and then the last question I have is if you were to tie, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Weber, if I'm over, I can wait.
Okay, I didn't realize you were over, so.
I think I heard a ding, so I can wait. I can wait until the next.
Okay, I heard a ding as well. Anyone else? Back to Councilwoman Breckus. I don't see anyone else. So Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, so I'm on the table on the Harris report of Appendix A, assessments by phase of development. And obviously we all know that the biggest cost of this issuance is the water main extension. And what is kind of counterintuitive to me is I know that water main extension is coming up North Virginia Street, gets dedicated to Tumwa, obviously. So what do we get in return? We get the collateralization of the land, right? For each phase, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So in phase 1, the water line extension is $3.3 million. But if the thing blows up, doesn't happen, we just get phase 1. But what value does phase 1 have to us if it's only $3.5 million of a $17 million water line extension? Do we have to go back in and do the rest of that? I mean, I'm trying to understand what benefit comes to us. And I understand there was a lot of value put to the property through this appraisal, but I'm just seeing how the phases sync up. So does the 3.3 water line extension get us phase one all finished out with infrastructure?
I'd have to look at the actual detail of the discrete components that are included in phase one. Like you said, it's water and sewer infrastructure. Though that is what is being built in phase one. That is what we are financing, and that's all we are talking about right now.
Yeah, well, I guess let me just rephrase is for each phase, does that give us the appraisal?
So the appraisal gives us two numbers, and we use that to determine the size of the bond based on the ratios in the guidelines.
But does the improved go for each phase?
So the improved is, we went with the as is because the as is appraisal was the limiting factor. The as improved is actually greater than what we needed in the guidelines. But we were limited to the as is value in order to issue the bond based on the appraisal.
See, what I'm feeling and seeing, and I appreciate that view, is I'm seeing that you're looking at it from an issuance perspective, which I appreciate that, but I also want to look at it in a callback perspective from us. And I'm very uncomfortable that I'm not seeing those protections there. Let me ask you another question is,
if I may, we do have our bond counsel in the audience, Scott Shaver. He can explain to you how that works is if they don't
sure.
And we have to foreclose. I think it's much better to come from him because he's the lawyer.
Sure, and he could maybe answer the arbitrage questions. I know I'm almost out of time. I have some other questions too. Thank you.
I can tell you, as far as arbitrage, we will not have an arbitrage issue. The money will sit with a trustee. We will claim it as it's appropriate to claim. And we shouldn't have an arbitrage issue because when the trustee holds the money, they're very conservative, the investments they put it into.
Thank you. I see Mr. Shaver here. Would you like to go ahead and respond to Ms. Breckus's?
Happy to. Good afternoon. For the record, Scott Shaver with Stradley, Yacht, Carlson, and Rose in Reno, Nevada. Addressing the arbitrage question first, arbitrage is created when you invest at a rate that exceeds the interest rate on the bonds. Generally speaking, in this interest rate market environment, there's, I can say fairly confidently, there's zero chance the city will be if they wanted to even make more money than what the interest rate is on the bonds. And as Debbie suggests, they will be invested pursuant to the indenture of trust and essentially government securities if invested at all. And so I don't imagine that there's a scenario where arbitrage would be created. To answer your question about phase one versus phase 5, et cetera, the reality is that all parcels within phases 1, 2, 3, 5, and the town center are being assessed as part of this initial bond issue in this initial district. And so it's not just that phase 1 parcels secure this project. The parcels in phases 1, 2, 3, 5, and town center all secure this issuance. And so to answer your question, if something, what is your security? Your security is the parcels within all of those 5 districts.
Good, since we have him here. So if you look at the plan unit development document, it says that it's a 20-year build out. So, Cullen Ranch build out in 40 years, so I don't know if that impacts the arbitrage, and sometimes build outs are wishful. But the other question is, so the $17 million. Okay.
Councilwoman Breckus, you'll need to hold. We'll come back. Mr. Shaver, will you stay with us?
Of course.
In case other questions? Thank you. We'll go back to next was Councilman Reese.
Hey, Madam Vice Mayor. Mr. Shaver, I guess I was hoping to get an answer to Councilmember Breckus's question. I didn't fully understand because ultimately the question is, what is the risk to the city of Reno? And is it correct, and you've explained it, that the entirety of the parcel, secure the bond so that even if funding is only directed into infrastructure for phase one, we still have the entirety of the project?
I think that's accurate, Councilman. With one caveat, these are regional projects that are benefiting all of the phases of the development, and so even though
like widening of South Virginia or 395 or something like that.
Yes, sir. For example, the Tumble line or the sewer line; those are big regional improvements that benefit all of the parcels within all of these phases. And so we're calling it phase one, but phase one doesn't necessarily coincide with phase one of the development. It's just, this is where it's starting, but it is certainly, these are certainly.
I think that was the confusion. Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Lochner, my questions maybe is now directed to you. Look, at some point in time, you and your staff and Mr. Shaver and lots of very smart people have been chewing on this issue for a while. And again, I've suggested in my comments already that we're getting closer to the end. What that end is remains to be unseen. But at some point in time, we as a body must make a decision in my mind. Should we use SADs as a tool here or shouldn't we? And are you and I jiving as to that point?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess from my perspective, as a percentage of your time, how much of your time are you investing in all of this happening?
Well, it comes and goes. So, it just depends on where we are in the process. I do read all the documents that come across the desk and make sure that they comply with our needs. So how much time have I spent on this project in the last 2.5 years? I can't really quantify that without going through my calendar.
Well, I guess, Ms. Lochner, my point is this. Well, I take it, and you work very hard. My point is this: I want, because I believe the developer and their counsel are watching, I want them to understand that we are coming to an end. We're either going to do this or we aren't. I'm not predetermining what we're going to do, but at some point in time, we get to an end point, and that'll be it. I mean, we will have gone down this road. We will have spent a lot of money. I know the developer paid for the various elements of that, but we're close. And my hope is that in the next month or so that the remaining questions that I have that are about, the benefits to the city are answered, and they're answered in such a way that would allow me to be supportive. Because as I said from the beginning, once the Stonegate project was approved, and that was done long before my time, I think it is incumbent upon all of us as council members to really think about, how that turns out and how it can be supported. And if it can't be, there will be other reasons for it. I want to make sure that I'm not the one who's responsible for sort of the death by 1,000 cuts to just avoid a thing which maybe I didn't support or don't want, but which the body has already approved. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I too am with Councilman Reese that, this is going to have to come to a head. We can't keep, asking unending questions and scenarios. I mean, it's either a concept that we're going to embrace or we're not. I guess my question is more how this fits with, we took an action earlier where we're going to give direction on our priorities. And I suspect affordable housing is going to, as Councilman Reese also said, is probably going to be at the top of most everybody's list. And we talked about inclusionary zoning as part of that. So if we were a year from now, vetted those things out, how would that apply to super pad development compared to some sort of SAD contribution agreement now? I'm trying to understand how those things play out, not knowing what we may do on the affordable housing front. How does that fit in with what we do here?
I'm gonna save this up. I think that is that's beyond her expertise. What we're talking about in terms of prioritization and a work plan in CD, particularly as it relates to affordable housing, is I think by and large standardizing the process and standardizing what those contributions and what those what those gives as it relates to affordable housing, inclusionary zoning, what have you, are, so that for every major development that comes through the door, we're not triaging it. And so, how that impacts this, how this impacts that, I think at the end of the day, what we're talking about, what you hear Councilmember Reese saying, is finalizing what it looks like in terms of making that contribution through the proceeds of the bond issuance. And really in a year's time, whether that contribution is the same as, or whether it's a guidepost for development of a standardized process for housing contributions.
Okay, so there's opportunity for what is known versus maybe what's not known. Okay, thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to ask a question and then I will come back right to you. So my question is to our manager, Mr. Thornley. Didn't we last vote on this in March? Wasn't the vote including that we would move down the road in this process, not holding the developer back? And so that's number one. And then number two, I don't quite understand if we are going to base our conversation on standardizing the affordable housing part of that, if that is going to hold up this project. I don't know if I understood that. So first one is the question about, didn't we ask for this to move on this part of it so that we could be within a time frame?
As I understood the previous vote of the council, it was to move forward with the necessary procedures to both create and issue bonds in the special assessment district, with the caveat that we were also working forward on a parallel track with some agreement for other public infrastructure that perhaps was not reflected in the original plan. And we are doing that. The reason that these items are on the council's agenda today is because there is a delay on the backside associated with pushing these issues. So essentially, what the council is saying today is to go forward with the creation of the district, which you appropriately heard Ms. Lochner characterize earlier as no harm, no foul, and to begin the process of preparing the resolution for issuance of the bond, which is a multi-step process, and at which point the council would be locked in. And so what I hear Councilmember Reese saying, what I hear you saying, what I hear Councilmember Jardin saying is that you do not want to proceed further down the road without resolution to the underlying questions as it relates to the infrastructure for which the proceeds will be invested. And I think that makes sense.
Okay, it makes sense, but in what way?
It makes sense in that, as Councilmember Reese said, this process is coming to an end. There is going to be an up or down decision in the next 4 to 6 weeks on whether or not this tool will be used. And today's actions keep us on track for that decision.
Exactly. So we all know that it's going to, I think the judgment date is the May 26th.
Yes.
Right. So we still have time, and that is good as we move forward with building this process. And then, as we know, on the 26th, it could go away. It could be voted up or down at that point in time, because otherwise we would be moving forward into an area that we cannot get out of. So I'm assuming that that's the decision day. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thornley. Councilwoman Dewar.
Hey, thank you so much. I did have an opportunity to talk to the developer a little bit last week on Friday, and I learned some stuff, or maybe the day before. I learned some things from them that concern me a bit. And so one of the things I think several of you have mentioned is that the donation plan or our, what does the city get, if I can put in quotes, air quotes, is not nailed down. And while they're moving in a direction that would give funding, some of the funding to us and strings off to be able to do something with and help people, it's not there for me. And probably some of you have already said that, and I'm sorry if I didn't hear that. But in the conversation, I also asked about affordable housing. And while it's part of this project, I found out that it's not until phase 5, the last phase, which it was just been mentioned is maybe 20 years out. And, you know, that's concerning to me because while there is 200 units, they said it was an apartment, probably be near the commercial, but not planned to build in 2 decades. And so that's a big concern. And then lastly, while I was surprised about the first SAD and they said it was always their plan, and during the discussion of the first SAD, they talked about a second SAD, which they said would be the next plan. I also found out that they're planning 5 or 6 or 7 more SADs for a total price of about $200 million. And I don't know if others know that. I know we're not making commitments, but I mean, that is their expectation. They laid out a funding plan, which I appreciated. Some of which the next one is like $70 million, not $36 million. And so I don't know if they plan to start paying these off and then refund it and do more like a rolling type investment program. But I am sure that there's going to be a period where we have out like $100 million or more. And I don't think we've really talked about that. And I just, you know, I guess it's a question for Debbie Lochner is, do they pay back the whole 36 million before they come and get another tranche of funding, or are these sort of layered or stacked on each other? That's a question. What's their thoughts on this?
Well, again, conceivably there could be a second bond issuance if the lien to value ratios hold and if all the property owners vote to assess themselves more money. So, well, and again, that's speculation at this point. You know, all we've talked about really is this particular piece of their development and getting this piece financed. They would like, they've written the DFA in such a way that we could do a subsequent financing if all the criteria are met and the council agrees to it.
Okay, well, our highest SAD so far has been 18 million to my knowledge at Somerset. And now we're talking about 36 million. And now really the envisionment here by the developer is about a total of 200 million over time. I'm just registering a concern about that I just want people to know. I mean, often, you know, before you dive in the pool, you step, then you go up to your waist, then you maybe go in fully. So I just want to let the other council members know what I've learned, and people may or may not have concerns about that. But finally, I just want more certainty about what the donation plan is, or I'm calling it a donation plan, but what I mean is call it a reinvestment plan, a city support plan, whatever. Where's affordable housing? Is $1 million or $2 million or $3 million or $5 million the right number? I'd just like to see some more meat on the bone. So thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, for allowing me to speak and raise some issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to go to one more round because I know that there's still questions, and then we're going to move on. So, hello, Madam Mayor.
Sorry about that. No, go right ahead.
Okay, so we'll go back to Councilwoman Breckus, your last time up.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate this. I think that, you know, this is important, and it might be not really a good record if we're not spending the time that's needed to deliberate it, even though it's multi-step. But I think this is the point of decision making, because if we don't know now, you know, what are we not, you know, why are we asking the questions? So I am concerned. I have not spoken with anyone, but I understood that this 36 million gets us a finished infrastructure project. You know, that's what it all was. And so if it is, if there's more coming on the backside, to me, that really puts into question the appraisals and the you know, the bonding amounts. So that's disturbing. But Mr. Shaver, the for each phase there's a developer contribution. Is that cash in, or is that sort of something other than cash in? What is that? Gotta hear you. We can't hear you.
Shaver, you're on mute.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't know when I muted myself. I apologize for that. Are you referring to the engineer's report, Councilwoman Breckus?
Yes, I am.
So there is always a delta between what these things actually cost and what can, not always, there's often a delta between what these things actually cost and what can be bond financed. And so anything that is not bond financed is a responsibility of the developer. And so to answer your question specifically, no, there is not a mechanism in place for them to put that cash in hand on deposit. But the simple fact is that as they build discrete components, if they're not completed and ready to be dedicated, they don't get the money. And so the money being money from the bond proceeds. And so if their part is not included, then they don't get money from bond proceeds.
Okay, so I see the negative less developer contribution, and I just, outstanding question, don't have time to get an answer for it under our rules, is in that delta, if there is savings, who's rewarded with that savings? You know, the financier or the developer? And then the other question is really one, and the 20-year is in a lot of our PUDs. It's not in this one, but I think it's a normative of absorption rates. It's a 2.87 dwelling units to the acre density overall, this project. And for phase one, for example, you're seeing $54,000 an acre. So that's 3 homes sharing a $55,000 assessment. And I'm trying to understand, and I brought this up before, I'm trying to understand, so that's 3 homes sharing a $55,000 assessment on top of their mortgage and on top of their HOA fees. Was any analysis done on really what these homeowners would be paying for? Or is that $54,000 divided by 3 go onto their purchase price?
Debbie, do you want me to answer that? Or
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
So no, it's not added on their purchase price. It is a 30-year assessment that's paid over time. What as part of the bond issue, there will be an absorption study prepared to tell investors for the bond issue what this looks like and what the market is for these bonds. For these bonds and for what their market is for this development. Because as you could imagine, investors in these bonds want to know, okay, you're going to build this. Will people actually buy these homes? Because we won't be able to issue the bonds without that sort of expert weighing in. And I apologize. Did I answer your question? Because I think there was multiple.
Yeah, I mean, it raises other questions on, and I hadn't even thought about bond rating, bond placement. Those are a whole another set of questions. But really understanding on top of the HOA projections, what these homeowners are going to be paying on a monthly in addition to their mortgages, because that's an affordability issue too. Thank you.
Councilwoman Breckus. Councilman Dewar, excuse me, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Councilman Reese.
Okay.
We're going down the list the same way that we have just gone. So
I
we'll
think
go.
Councilmember Dewar has not gone for her second time, so I'm just going to defer to her, and because I only have my 1-minute period left, and I'll wait till after Ms. Dewar.
No,
okay.
Go ahead, go, Councilman, because you have 3 minutes because we're doing another full round.
Oh, okay.
So,
thank you
and
so
then
much.
And Councilwoman Dewar will get to go that last time.
I understand. Thank you so much. I guess as to the rolling series of SADs, I suppose I want to ask, Summerlin is the only real example I can give about a large SAD and its use. Now, I'm not as familiar with Las Vegas as perhaps other people are, but I just want to understand. And Mr. Thornley, perhaps you can answer this question. I mean, how big was Summerlin's SAD? Is it fair for me to analogize it to this particular one? And what are we talking about in terms of the scope long term? Because I think as Ms. Breckus has pointed out and Ms. Dewar has pointed out, and perhaps even Ms. Jordan, because of the super pad nature of it, I want to understand what it is that we're giving and what we're getting in return. Because having a bunch of graded super pads out there for the next 30 years is not what any of us want. What we're hoping to do is energize and supercharge the ability to bring housing to the community. And, it is further up north than, perhaps some people are willing to go. And it is going to require some intensity of services for our police and fire. So I just want to still understand how this all works out.
Well, if you're asking me for a total valuation of the Summerlin SIDs, I don't have that information today. I can certainly get it for you, but there's a collection of, I believe, 14 assessment districts that comprise the Summerlin development in Clark County. And
so presumably, though, just because I know the size of Summerlin and the value of it, we're talking about a high dollar amount. And I guess Councilmember Dewar's point is well taken that, you know, we're trying to figure out what we're getting in this period of time. And she makes a good point about the 200 affordable units. Who knows when those are coming to bear, or if they're going to come to bear at all, or if someone will change the plan later. And here we are trying to make a decision based on what's in front of us today, which means, as Ms. Dewar rightly pointed out, you know, it's not the question of that particular component as to affordability, but what in this particular thing we are dealing with. And that agreement's not in front of us today, but it really informs ultimately what we'll do in March. And I, you know, think that we'll get there if we ask the right questions, you know. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Let's move on to Councilman Delgado. Did you ever want to pop in here on the conversation?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. My colleagues, Councilman Reese and Councilman Jordan, early on have answered all my questions and have been asked the questions in terms of what's been presented to us in the past and how we're moving forward. So I'm just looking forward to a motion being presented so we can move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jordan, you would be next up if you have a question.
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yes, thank you. So here's what it is. I want to be supportive. I supported this development. I want to be supportive. Here's what you need to do. I'm speaking to the developer and probably our city manager to gain my support. I need to understand what the overlapping rates are on an individual. Months ago, I spoke to the developer. They said something like a cost burden of 2%, 1.9%. Is that accurate or is it something else? Number two, what will the funds be used for? This 36 million, what are you planning to do specifically? Three, what's in it for the city? Okay, how do we utilize this tool, not just to help this one developer, but to support the whole city, whether it's a fire station, a Virginia Street Road, a expansion, what is it? And then how much would we be on the hook for at any one time? And by what I say on the hook, what I mean is this is 36 million, is the next tranche 70 million additive, so it's 100 million out at any one time? Or is it just limited to 36 million at any one time before we go in again? And then I would like to see the proposal in the next 2 weeks, because 4 weeks from now is the next council meeting, of which my colleagues are saying is D-Day. And I don't want to be in this brinkmanship position of hearing on Thursday or Friday before the council meeting on Wednesday, hey, we've got a brand new plan. And here it is. So this hurts my stomach. I can't make good decisions in this way. I can't prepare. I can't have a good dialogue. So if they know, they should reveal it, put it together, package it, put it on a fact sheet, talk to us about it in the next 2 weeks, so we have some time to digest it.
I will second Councilmember Dewar's motion.
All right, I'll make that motion.
Yeah,
but I'm not making a motion.
Exactly what we've all been saying, and you have.
That's what I thought. I just thought I'd summarize.
Yeah. Amen.
So, okay, so that was a motion?
No, it was not a motion, because I'm not ready to support this until I know the answers to these questions. So perhaps someone who wants to take another step forward at this moment in time, they're reached their comfort level, know the answers are coming. I welcome their motion with these several questions to be answered.
Thank you. Councilman Reese, would you like to try to do that?
Well, I'll move to refer the bill for a second reading and adoption as to this particular agenda item, but with some proviso and staff direction to have heard everything that Councilmember Dewar just said. So move to refer.
Is there a second? Yeah, go ahead.
Second.
And discussion really quick.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. I think Councilwoman Dewar hit the nail on the head. All of us agree with those questions absolutely have to be answered, especially, wondering what that phase looks like with like up to that 200. I mean, this is pretty massive and it's a really big decision. And not to mention, I think the community benefit is really critical and important because I think these projects have to look at other ways that it's going to benefit the city and everyone else that it affects. But I would say that I wasn't aware. I think I want to just say thank you to Councilwoman Dewar for bringing that to the floor. I think it's really, really important because I was not aware of that and what that looks like. Is that phased or, I think you said it beautifully. So I just want to make sure that the developer understands that pretty precisely, that those questions will absolutely need to be answered. And, at this time I can be supportive, but those are going to have to be the things that come back to the body that we can really examine so everyone is comfortable because we, this is a whole other playing field, I think.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councilwoman Breckus, you have a minute.
Thank you. I'm not going to support this. I fundamentally, again, believe that we've got a lot of people playing in the development space right now all over our city, and they're getting financing and they're meeting demand. And they're not coming to ask the city to be their bankers and their credit suppliers. And I think there is risk to the city on this. And I also think there's risk to the home buyers who are carrying these large nuts, but they may or may not know about. Just like in the last recession, people got into mortgages they couldn't afford. And maybe that would happen, maybe that would not. I don't think it's wise. And I also am very concerned if the conversations are being had with members of this body, with the developers saying different things are going on and in their minds. I mean, we're talking about securities here. So any conversations that they're representing and not coming in on the documents is very disconcerting, and I think could put the city at risk, even us individually. I'm very, very concerned about that, but it's not a space I understand. And I can appreciate the council wanting to hold and see how things go, but I think we've gone far enough. And I would just again and again go back to our master plan that said early on, it did a housing needs assessment and said, this is not the affordable housing. It's not on the fringe. It doesn't need $17 million water line extensions. Affordable housing is working on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else with a comment?
Vice, just one last comment. I think Jenny brings up some really good points, and I think coming back to I don't know if you remember, Councilwoman Breckus, I asked some of those concerns to your point about the people that hold the mortgages and is that disclosed and what that looks like. I mean, I think those are really, really valid, and it was one of my big concerns. Because I think, transparency is going to have to be critical. Now, they did say that they have to disclose, but let's understand in what capacity and the magnitude of that, because I think that's the last thing that you want to get into is whenever, homeowners believe they're getting something and they get something completely different. I think that that's not acceptable. And if we put them in that position, that can also be really, really dicey. Because of the actions that we took. So I wanted to remind Councilwoman Breckus that I think we asked that question, especially about disclosure to the homeowners when it came to that. So I think that was good. I'm glad you brought that back up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So there was a motion made by Councilman Reese and seconded by, I believe, Councilwoman Jordan. And if that's correct, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All of those opposed?
I'm opposed.
For now.
Okay. So the motion carries, but there were Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Dewar, and Councilwoman Breckus were a no vote.
No, I'm supportive now, but I want to make sure that we bring those questions forward for Councilwoman Dewar, Councilwoman Breckus, because I really want to be supportive, but I do have a lot of reservations. And I think, Both of them made extremely good points. I see everyone sort of shaking their head. I think those are questions this entire body wants to know, so we can understand it, a little bit better. But I think we all want to get there because we want to see good projects. We want to see, housing in the region and be supported. So right now, but if we can't, understand what that looks like by the time we all vote on this, I think you might have a council that is not so supportive. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, we will go into the next item. So Madam Mayor, Madam Clerk, did you want to say anything, Councilwoman Jordan?
No, I was going to take my jacket off. I'm getting hot. Sorry.
Madam Vice Mayor, can I make the motion on item D5?
Pardon?
May I make the motion on D5? They're two different items. So so as to D5, I'll move to adopt.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Go ahead, Madam.
I'm going to discuss on this. I just want to add on some of the information that I feel has not been brought forward to the council and is along the kind of what Ms. Mayor said. And it's not like we haven't been asking, and I've been asking. I remember very much in the hearing where it was approved, there were numbers said about what these houses would go for and how they would help us. And I've never believed what anyone says because the market changes and market absorption is something. But, if they were saying, for example, that these are $500,000 homes, I can understand now that they're carrying $15,000 in these debts for this financing. But I always asked what the HOAs would be like, because there's got to be somewhere a ratio of someone's HOA and other charges to their mortgage. And I just want to see how out of sync this is going to be. And to me, when my colleagues say, I want to know what the benefit is to the city and the city, this is a benefit because these are our residents, and are we putting them into an upside down housing situation that no one else in the community explains or is dealing with? And maybe we are, and that's fine, because maybe these are all cash buyers who are in there. And it's not a problem for them, but then it's not. So anyway, that's something I haven't heard. But I've always had a problem with this development also, because from the city's end, it is so far out and difficult for us to serve in so many respects. And I think the need for them to have a $17 million city financed water line extension is a reflection of that. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, do you want me to go ahead? There was a motion made by Councilman Reese, seconded by you, Madam Mayor. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, I just have
Councilwoman Dewar.
Just take a moment. I don't want to, reinforce this, but I do want to pivot off something that Councilwoman Breckus just said, and that is really when I talked about overlapping rates. This is exactly what I was getting at, and what I had talked to the developer about before was that you have the cost to buy, you have the cost to connect to sewer and water, which have their own separate fees, but you have HOAs. You probably have a master association and a smaller association, possibly. I don't know if the $1,000 a door for a residential construction tax is going to be put on them. You have HOA fees, and you have possibly one, possibly two SADs on each person. I mean, they said, and this is months ago, and maybe I misunderstood, I'd love clarity, but are they going to be paying for two SADs as well? Not just one. So all of this overlapping rate, how does that affect the home price? And to her point too, is how do other developers manage this? Is it a cash flow issue? Anyway, those, I just wanted to kind of elaborate just a moment on this overlapping rate issue for people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, there is a motion made by Councilman Reese, seconded by Mayor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay. The motion carries unanimous, or not unanimously.
5-2, I think.
Right, 5-2. Councilwomen Breckus and Dewar.
I'm going to add again. I want to get there, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Okay, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Nice job. Okay, I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to item E1. This is an ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney.
Okay, I'm going to send it right over to the ever so famous Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7173, ordinance to amend Title II, Chapter 2.10, Article 2 of the Reno Municipal Code, titled Fiscal Control, Section 2.10.040, titled Monthly Reports, to change the monthly financial reporting to the Reno City Council to occur quarterly within 30 days subsequent to the quarter end, together with other matters properly relating thereto. And Madam Mayor, I'd like to indicate that there's been a slight change to this ordinance, and I'd like you to incorporate this into the referral. And so it should read, to change the monthly financial reporting to the Reno City Council to occur quarterly within 60 days subsequent, as opposed to 30 days. So I'd ask that the referral include that amendment.
Okay, thank you so much for pointing that out. Very helpful.
Madam Mayor, move to refer the bill for a second reading with the change to the 60 and adoption.
Okay. Okay, hold on one second. Madam Clerk, did you have any public comment on this item before we vote?
I have none. Madam Mayor, we have none.
Okay, thank you so much. So I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I wanted to support this. I wanted to see a more robust quarterly report and how that would look. But I tell you, making deals like $35,000 of bonding for a private developer in money you're holding in trust with, questions out about that is, I think it's good to see this stuff monthly among just, adding something like this to our balance sheet. I think it's something that should be looked at monthly. And I'm not comfortable being a council member again, giving up that monthly scrutiny.
I would just say this, Deborah Lochner, I'm sure that you can provide those reports to any council member that wants them, whether it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 30 days, 60 days, any of those things. Those are always very transparent. Matter of fact, the public can also access those and any information you have. So I just want to remind the public that all that information is absolutely accessible, transparent, and upfront. So we will all be able to have that. The difference is it's just going to be a different time frame on presentation. That's all it is. But if the public or a council member at any time wants to be able to access the information and understand our financials and the great job that you do, Ms. Lochner, they have the ability to do that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And we are also working on a budget program that will provide some public-facing dashboards and some that the council can customize for themselves as well.
Okay, I love that. So I just want to make sure everyone knows we will still provide those reports at any time. They will just come back to council at a different date. And thank you so much. I really appreciate all your hard work, Deborah. Good job. Okay, so we had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor.
Moving on, Madam Clerk, going right back to you.
Moving on to item H1. This is an update from council on boards and commissions.
Okay, any council members have any updates on your boards and commissions? And I would just like to say, was a great meeting at RHA, welcoming Councilman Delgado, did a fantastic job, and everyone is super excited to have you on the board, and we already appreciated all your great ideas and participation, so thank you. Okay, go ahead. Anyone else? Seeing that there are none, we're gonna move on. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, I would like to recess the council meeting until our 6 p.m. hearing, but before everyone goes, I would like to go through redevelopment.
Okay, take it away.
All right, calling to order the redevelopment agency, starting with roll call. Breckus.
Here.
Dewar.
Here.
Delgado.
Here.
Weber.
Here.
Garden.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
TV.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum for the redevelopment agency. The next item on your agenda is public comment. It should be noted public comment is reserved for general public comment, not for items on the redevelopment agency agenda. We have none, so we are moving on to approval of the agenda. There
Move
are
to
no
approve.
changes. Thank you.
Second.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, back at you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving to approval of the minutes from March 24th.
Move to approve. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving to item L5. This is a discussion and potential direction on RDA areas 1 and 2 regarding the redevelopment bonds. We do have Debbie Lochner available for questions if council has any, or you can move forward with a motion.
Okay, go ahead. Debbie Lochner, if you have anything you want to add to this subject, and we've kept you here for a while today. So if there's anything, like I said, you want to add or any council has questions, go right ahead.
I do have a presentation for council. It is an update of what's the financials of our redevelopment areas, along with some options for our redevelopment area number 1 bond. So if I can share my screen, if I have that permission. Yeah, look, I do. They're so smart. So like I said, we're doing an update. So generally, this slide just is to give you some background information on redevelopment area number 1, and kind of, I gotta make you guys smaller. Okay, so essentially, redevelopment area 1 is the downtown area, and it includes the parking garage on Sierra Street and the retail space. We get some revenue from that garage, and part of it is used to pay for the maintenance of the garage, and also part of it for debt service. We currently don't have, so the redevelopment is broken out into its own general fund and its debt service fund. We aren't collecting any money in the general fund because it's all getting eaten up by the debt requirements for this particular area. And we're in a position where after our June payment, in order to make additional payments, we would have to use our bond reserves. So this is just, again, to show you a map of the area of RDA 1, the downtown area. Overall, to show you within the RDA general fund, this area number 1, you can see it's actually losing money. So we do receive money from the parking gallery for rent, and then we also are using it to pay for the maintenance out there, and we're losing a little bit of money each year in the RDA 1 general fund area. In the debt service fund, we're also losing money there, but this has been we've been telling you this for a couple of years now, that we were going to run out of money. I think we are in that position where the revenues were increasing a little bit every year, so we were able to actually make our debt service payments. And it's after our June payment, we won't have any cash money available to pay the debt service. We'll have to start hitting reserves. So in RDA 2, there's 7 different areas. It's Cabela's, the baseball district, and Park Lane area, and it's a very elongated kind of area, and I'll show you that map in a minute. And there's a very small bond for improvements at Cabela's, and our fire station loan that was completed a couple of years ago. So again, this one's really hard to show a good map because we have this outlier way out up at the top, which is Cabela's, that's kind of not contiguous with the rest of where the RDA 2 area sits. Overall, when you look at the RDA 2 general fund, this is where we are paying the baseball agreement. So you can see that as our under our expenses. And we do have positive cash flow in RDA 2. Same with the debt service. So in the debt service fund, we essentially put the money over there to pay the debt service. And it's a very, as I said, very small amount. It's $47,000, $48,000 a year that comes out of this revenue to pay for the debt on this RDA2. So as I told you, we do have bonds outstanding in RDA1. About $14.4 million remains outstanding in these bonds. And this is the area that we actually are anticipating some issues in cash flow. We ran 3 different scenarios. Well, 4 actually. We ran our baseline scenario, and then we ran some scenarios with, there was a 25% reduction in taxable value, a 35% reduction, or a 50% reduction. As a result of the pandemic, we're really expecting the reductions to hit not this coming fiscal year, but the following fiscal year. And we don't know at what level they are going to be. So far, we're looking at maybe that 25%. And so you can see that we really, if we do lose 25% of the taxable value in that area, we really can't pay the bonds in 2023, 24, or 25. So we ran a bunch of different options that we, you know, what are all the different things we could do to fix this problem that we are faced with right now. So option 1 would be do nothing. You just let the bonds default. That, while it is an option, is not one that I really consider a great option for the city. There's no immediate impact to the general fund. There could be some legal issues with the Security and Exchange Commission. There could be, we could get sued. You know, the bond insurance company could take some action over us. And really the risk of default is more of the rating agencies saying that the city of Reno does not manage their finances appropriately and could affect future borrowing rates if we default. Also, there has not been a default of a redevelopment agency in the nation that we could find. The second option we had in here was really to essentially do nothing as far as extending it, but to support the redevelopment area with $2 million of investment from another fund. And there's options of it could be that RDA2 could loan the money to RDA1 if we amend the plan in RDA2 to allow for that. That $2 million would be used in fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 to avoid default, and then could get repaid in, I believe, fiscal year 26 and 27, because that's when the cash flow comes back. Our third option, again, is a do nothing with the $2 million, but also to extend the area an additional 15 years. So you invest the $2 million into the redevelopment area as an interfund loan. That interfund loan gets paid back by 2027. And then at that point in time, the bonds mature also in 2027. And then the money for the remaining 15 years is about $127 million that could be used to invest in that downtown redevelopment area and also to help us manage those downtown properties. I can tell you this is the option Finance Department is recommending. When you look at option 4, we could refund the bonds with a general obligation backing that essentially puts your general fund backing into it. You can extend the area for 15 years. You can pay the bonds over a longer period of time if you so choose. And then you would still have some additional money to come in and support the downtown area, likely not quite $127 million because some of that would be used to pay the extended bond. You can also, in option 5, this is the option we talked about with council before, is doing an exchange. And this is where the bondholders have to consent to exchange their bonds for another class of debt and to extend their maturities, reduce the outstanding debt, or change rates. There's a significant cost to this. It would cost us approximately $1 million in legal fees and the studies that we have to do, but it's a lot of legal work that needs to be done, and the estimate is about $1 million to do an exchange. And then we talked about a possibility of a hybrid exchange where we could do an exchange with the large institutional investors and then refund and extend for the smaller bondholders. Again, the estimated cost is about $1 million to accomplish that exchange with the legal work that requires. So overall, when you look at the implications of default, right now our cash reserves are being depleted to pay the current bond payments, and once you need to use your reserves to make your bond payments, then it is an event of default and requires a disclosure to the bond market. A default is usually the last resort. It does show a sign of severe financial distress. Not to say that our redevelopment area isn't in severe financial distress, but it is the redevelopment area of the city of Reno. And sometimes those names don't get separated. We could end up with some legal issues with the SEC. They are the legal arm that makes sure that the bond issuers are doing everything appropriately. There's no legal risk to the city itself because the agency is a separate legal entity. However, public perception, as I said, you might not be able to really separate the two legal entities. And as I said before, we are not aware of any default of a redevelopment agency bond anywhere in the United States. There is some risk with the rating agencies that, again, they would say that the city is mismanaging their funds, and that could affect any future bonds that the city wants to take to market, because those rating agencies will look at financial management of the city overall. And again, that could restrict our access to the public markets. So again, this is just kind of outlines the options that we laid out. The finance department is recommending that the council support option 3. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Who's got questions for Debbie? Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
And Mayor, I don't know that I have questions, except I just want to express to my colleagues, it is sometimes frustrating because I'm the most junior member of the body. And at times, I am frustrated by some of the historical debt of the city, simply because it makes the decisions that I want to make or could make much harder. And so, in expressing that frustration, though, it's not a frustration directed at our staff. I mean, I think that there were decisions made long ago, and sometimes very long ago, not even by members of this body currently, that have created financial reverberations across time. So from my point of view, staff recommendation is correct. Option 3 would allow, as I understand it, to extend the life of the agency by 15 years to, I guess that's July of 2043, and pay those bonds from support from, essentially the other redevelopment agency. So that $1 million loan would then mean that we wouldn't have to do a whole bunch of tweaking that really couldn't be able to be done. And ultimately, what I guess I'm saying too, Madam Mayor, is that this does allow us to pay the bonds in full without any event of default, which I think is incredibly untenable for a city of our size, and given our very bright future, I believe we might be able to even get it done before 2043. But in any event, the tax increment in that scenario then would free up an estimated $127 million, which I think will be exciting for councils of the future. So what we do today obviously impacts greatly future councils and their ability. And so for my part, I absolutely believe that staff recommendation is the right course of action.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I see it a little differently, but I want to say that I think Ms. Lochner's done a fabulous job in looking at this. There was a little bit of resistance, and I know I've led the charge on that for a long time, but I have a long history with this agency and redevelopment agencies in general. And here's my baseline throwdown, and that is that, mixed metaphor, is I do not want to see the agency extended. I know that Reno went down and asked the legislature to allow us to extend it. And I think that was under some duress considerations, and things are actually rosier than they were with the debt. And to me, I want to lock this thing down. I want to close it down. I don't want to leave it up for other council members and other, the community that unfolds, because I think that the story of redevelopment interference, downtown revitalization needs to come to an end. I don't think it's been successful. I think it's been a saddle, and I don't think it's worked. And I think it's a tired approach. So for me, the lockdown is not extending, but short of that, with exception, I do support going into 2, amending them into 1 plan area, but only for infusion of the debt service of the TIF from there to pay off the debt. If I'd like to see this thing closed down in 27, even if it means general fund back out to pay out those bonds if we think we need to. I would go with general fund backstop. We'll see what that looks like. Maybe it's COVID money if we're seeing some of the evaluation come down because of COVID reassessments on the properties. But I'd rather go that way. And I think it would be a big win for this council to say we got rid of redevelopment agency 1. We're taking our downtown revitalization in another direction. And there are a lot of bright signs down there. So for me, it's untenable to continue the life of redevelopment agency 1. It's a suck off of our general fund. It's a suck off of the school district. It's a suck off of the county. And I can't continue to see that structure continue beyond the termination of the current life. So I'm not supportive. Is there a strategy, Ms. Lochner, to do it, to pay it off, taking from 2 and back funding from general fund? Even, and I'll put it out here, I would even sell the parking garage and the retail space to clear out this debt. I know we're going to look at our city hall needs, but they're owned by redevelopment 1, and maybe we should sell them to pay redevelopment 1's debt.
So we could do the interfund loan from the general fund. That would be fine too. It does require that we amend the plan for RDA 2 if we're going to make the loan from that area.
Would COVID monies we anticipate coming be any source to pay for any of this?
We are not sure if the agency will be considered eligible for the ARPA funds because it is a separate entity. It's not a city or an Indian tribe or a state. And so again, we're waiting for guidance on that. And what you have to look at is the last full fiscal year, what the revenues were. And I believe our revenues are greater than what they were in the last full fiscal year. We have to see what happens in 2023.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? No one? Okay, Councilwoman Jordan, are you making a motion?
Madam Mayor, if you'd like me to make a motion, I would move to support staff recommendation. I think you said, Ms. Lochner, option 3.
Yes,
second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm not going to support. I cannot see continuing the redevelopment agency for agency 1 and saddling that siphoning of property tax into that many out years at this point in time.
Okay, so motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, as item L6 pertains to H1, council has no updates on boards and commissions. Item L7 is general closing public comment for redevelopment agency, of which we have done. You're looking for adjournment from the redevelopment meeting only.
All right. So may I get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, back at you, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we will now break until council 6 p.m. I just wanted to reiterate for council, we do have a very, very late night ahead of us. There are 19 appellants scheduled. Also, just to let council know the process, when we come back at 6 p.m., we will open your public hearing. Council will give any disclosures. You'll get a brief staff presentation. We will then listen to public comment, of which we do have 37 voicemails recorded for tonight to listen to. We will then transition into the appellant's presentation and the applicant's presentation, and then council will be able to ask their questions, deliberate, and make their motion. So we will cover that again when we come back, but that is just to let council know what is ahead of them. So please go have a snack and maybe some coffee, and then we come back at 6.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you sort of outlined that because I think it's important for people to know. And I think especially the time, we're going to have a lot of public comment. And so we are going to be here. So just everyone get prepared. See you at 6. Okay, bye everyone.
Can you hear me, Ashley?
Yes.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
are we ready to start?
If you would like to get started, we can do that. We have quite a bit to get through, so I would recommend calling your meeting back to order.
And then beginning, I have the agenda in front of me. So thank you. So we'll call the meeting back to order. And this is, let's see. I'm going to open the public meeting and let the record reflect that City Council is opening the public hearing for agenda number I-1, case number LDC 21-00036, 6000 Plumas Street redevelopment, an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve number 1, a tentative map to develop a 314 unit condominium subdivision. And number 2, a conditional use permit to allow for more than 100 single family attached condominiums. Mr. City Manager, Mr. Thornley, I understand you have a few words to say and to explain the process tonight.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I'm Doug Thornley, the City Manager here in Reno. Thank you for being here this evening and choosing to participate in the public process tonight. Before we get started, I want to go over the ground rules for our appeals and how we handle them and what the process looks like for how we move through this in an orderly fashion. So just to make sure everyone's on the same page, we'll start with the public hearing process. After I get through, City Council is going to make ethical disclosures. The public hearing is open, and they'll formally receive the comments submitted by the public on this item. And depending on the volume of public comment associated with these appeals, that may take some time. And so we'll ask for your patience there. Next, the City Council will hear a staff presentation that provides background and a general overview of the proposed project, the tentative map, and the conditional use permit. And after that staff presentation, council members may ask staff questions and clarify certain points that they feel will set the stage for the further appeals to come. Once that reaches its conclusion, all of the appellants will be asked to make their presentations. Unlike most cases that the City Council hears, we have a large number of appellants here tonight, about 20. And under our rules, each appellant is afforded 10 minutes to present his or her case. Each appellant will be heard, but is not required to speak. The clerk will call out the appellant's name, and that will be how the order is determined. If everyone chooses to speak, it's going to take several hours to hear all of the testimony and evidence. So again, please be patient. The clerk will make sure that everybody knows in advance, essentially when they're on deck. Be ready to present when you're called. Council members may ask appellants questions after their presentations. Touch briefly on the issue of standing that comes up so frequently on these appeals. Under Nevada law, only an aggrieved party has legal standing to seek judicial review of a decision of the Planning Commission or the City Council. In our case, being an aggrieved party means that the Planning Commission's decision adversely and substantially impacts an appellant and or his or her property. And that impact must be distinct and different from any injury shared in common by the general public. So to avoid some confusion, we'll go through a couple of examples. So traffic. Assume that you, an appellant, live next door to 6000 Plumas Street, and assume that the projected traffic generated by the project will make it difficult for you to enter or exit your property during peak hours. Under these facts, the Planning Commission's decision to approve the project would adversely and substantially impact your ability to access your property. And so you would have standing to appeal the Planning Commission's decision and may seek judicial review of the City Council's decision tonight, whatever that ends up being. In contrast, assume that you live out in the North Valleys. Unlike the next door example, the traffic generated by this project will not affect you personally or your ability to enter or exit your property in the North Valleys. Instead, traffic congestion generated by the project will impact the general public as a whole, you included, but not you specifically, differently, or distinctly. Under those facts, the Planning Commission's decision to approve the project would not adversely and substantially impact you or your property, and you might not have standing to seek judicial review or the City Council's decision tonight, again, whatever that ends up being. So to be clear, each appellant has certified and explained in writing that he or she is an aggrieved party by submitting the appeal form to the city clerk. The appeal forms are already in the record. If, as an appellant, you wish to further explain how you are an aggrieved party, you can use a portion of your 10-minute presentation to supplement the record. After the appellants have been heard, the applicant will be asked to make a presentation. Like the appellants, the applicant will have 10 minutes to present. And at the conclusion of the applicant's presentation, council members may ask the applicant any questions they deem necessary. Council members may also have questions for city staff or other appellants at that time. When all the questions have been asked and answered, City Council will deliberate and discuss whether to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission. And at the end of that discussion, a council member will make a motion to affirm, reverse, or modify the decision of the Planning Commission. Council members will discuss and vote on that motion. The decision of the City Council is final, but could be subject to judicial review. Thanks for your attention and your patience. That's what we've got for process this evening. And unless council members have any questions for me, I think we're ready to get started.
Mr. Thornley, or Madam
Yes,
Vice
Councilmember
Mayor
Dewar.
or Mayor. I just was only confused about one of the very first things you said, which was that you said the staff would make a first presentation and then we'll ask questions of them at
Yes.
that time? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. Madam Vice Mayor, did you already open up the public hearing?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you so much. So I don't know what you already addressed, but at this time, I'm going to ask council members, do you have any disclosures? Did you meet with any of the applicants? And so do we have any disclosures from any council members? Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, over the last 2 years, I have met with the applicant a number of times and a couple or few of the appellants, but by no means all, maybe
Okay.
a couple.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other disclosures? I do have a disclosure in interest of full transparency. I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal and non-business relationship with Jessica Speraza. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. On this matter, I've sought guidance from our city attorney. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. Please accept this disclosure for the record. Okay, Madam Clerk, was proper notice and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on this item. For correspondence, we received 123 letters in support of the appeal, 1 letter in opposition, and 8 letters of concern. Additionally, as was stated at the beginning of our meeting, we do have 37 voicemails. So the appropriate time for that, Madam Mayor, would be for us to transition to listening to those voicemails at this time, if council would like.
All right, perfect. So let's go into public comment.
My name is Eric Schumich. I'm calling about case number LDC 21-00036, 6000 Plymouth Street redevelopment. I live in Ward 2, and I am opposed to this project for the following reasons. Please remember that there's a difference between infill and overfill. The project currently is in the overfill category. It should be cut back to a more reasonable number of units, like the original proposal of, say, 130 or 140 units. The original proposal also stipulated that the recreational facilities, the courts and the pool, would remain intact. The current developer should be required to restore those recreational facilities that they demolished. I ask this question: is there parking enough for the number of units that is currently under consideration? I don't think there is. Traffic in that area is already horrific, and this many units will only compound that gridlock. Finally, the 4-story roof line is incongruent with the neighborhood. It should be lowered to a maximum of 3 stories. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, this is regarding agenda item L1 on the agenda for the council hearing on the 28th. My name is Wayne Cates. I'm a resident of Reno, and I'm calling to urge support of the Lion Living Project at 6000 Plumas. I'm really happy to see that this project will help resolve some of the traffic issues on this part of South McCarran, and I know a lot of people complain about traffic in the area, so it's comforting to see Lion Living really is stepping up to improve the situation. Please support this project. Fully backing this, and I have many friends who think the same. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is regarding the agenda item I1 on the agenda for the council hearing on the 28th. My name is Haley Berryman. I'm a resident of Reno, and I'm calling to urge your support of the Lion Living Project at 6000 Plumas. I'm really happy to see that this project will help resolve some of the traffic issues on this part of South McCarran. I know a lot of people complain about this traffic in the area, so it's comforting to see that Lion Living really is stepping up to improve the situation. Please support this project. Thank you.
Hello, this is regarding item L1 on the agenda for the council hearing on the 28th. My name is Rocky Olivas. I'm a resident of Reno, and I'm calling to support of the Lion Living Project at 600 Plumas. Issues on this part of South McCarran. I know that a lot of people complain about the traffic in that area, and it is comforting to know that Lion Living really is stepping up to improve the situation. Please support this project. Thanks.
Hi, I'm calling in regards to agenda item I1 and to support Lion Living. I've seen how Lion Living is revitalizing an aging area of Reno by the way of the new RED project. The temporary and permanent jobs help create much-needed tax revenue for our city. In addition, the creation of much-needed homes are all benefits Lion has delivered to Reno. Much the same, I know they will transform an underutilized site in the southwest of Reno into something we can be proud of.
Hello, I'm calling in regards to the agenda item I1 and to support Lion Livings. I've seen how Lion Livings is renovating an aging area in Reno by the way of a new RED project. Temporary and permanent jobs help create much-needed tax revenue in our city, in addition to the creation of a much-needed homes that are beneficial Lion has delivered to Reno. Much of the same, I know that they will transform the underutilized site in southwest Reno into something that we can be proud of. Thank you.
Hello, I'm calling in regards to agenda item I1 and to support Lion Living. I've seen how Lion Living is revitalizing an aging area of Reno by the way of the new RED project. The temporary and permanent jobs help create much-needed revenue for our city. In addition, the creation of much-needed homes of all benefit Lion has delivered to Reno. Much the same. I know they will transfer an unutilized site in the southwest of Reno into something we can be proud of.
My name is Connie Good, and I'm a resident of Ward 2. I would like to speak to LDC 21-00036, 6000 Plumas redevelopment. First, the closing and leveling of the Lake Ridge Tennis Club is a travesty. The club provided swimming, tennis, fitness, and socialization for the 700-plus membership. There is no other place like it in the area. Not only was it in excellent condition, contrary to the words of the developer, Reno Land, that tore it down, it was a community gathering place for the neighborhood with its friendly staff, beautiful tree-shaded lawn, and sunny studio and workout spaces. I loved entering in the morning to birds singing and the sounds of swimmers in the pool during swim team practice. The loss of this community asset is devastating, and the fact that the LTC membership and city officials were duped by a developer, Reno Land, who promised preservation and upgrades to the club is another blow to the community. The premise for rezoning was that Reno Land said they would retain and upgrade the restaurant, thus requiring a zoning change from special use to community commercial. Well, there is no club, no members, no pool. or tennis courts, no fitness studio, no restaurant. So there is no longer a need for community commercial, now general commercial zoning for that parcel. The community has tried desperately to be heard as Reno Land, Lion Living have moved forward with plans for a development of unseemly proportions. The neighborhood surrounding what was once a special place is filled with two-story homes, condos, and apartments for families, couples, and singles, and is zoned MF14. Look in any direction and you will see that this is fact, exempting a couple businesses to the south. Thus, this LTC parcel should match that zoning designation, MF14. Residents of Ward 2, myself included, have voiced concerns about Reno Land, Lion Living's plans for development on this site. I have objections to its density and height, the lack of adequate on-site parking, the traffic produced for two currently overwhelmed intersections, the safety of evacuation in a fire from the 1,000-plus homes on Ridgeview Drive, the design of the buildings, and the destruction of landscaping. I look to you to rezone this site to an appropriate MF14 to match the neighborhood and send Reno Land, Lion Living back to the drawing board to design something suitable to the site. The developers should consider community input this time as they have promised and demonstrate their honest concern for building compatible neighborhood housing. Thank you.
Hello, I am a Reno resident and I am calling in regards to agenda item I-1 and to support Lion Living. I've seen how Lion Living is revitalizing an aging area of Reno by the way of the new RED project. The temporary and permanent jobs helps create much needed tax revenue for our city. In addition, the creation of much needed homes are all benefits Lion has delivered to Reno. Much of the same, I know they'll transform an underutilized site in the southwest Reno into something we can all be proud of. I think we can all agree that area definitely needs some help and some revitalizing. So thank you very much for your time, and I am in support of agenda item I-1.
I'm in support of agenda 11 item. I believe that this is a positive thing for our community. I love what they are trying to do and incorporate. Actually, they're trying to incorporate just an area and provide a need for people that could have some type of living that's new to our community. And I love that jobs that are being, I guess, filled with this opportunity. And so, yeah, I'm a resident here in Sparks, and I'm always for anything that can uplift our community in a positive way, and especially with everything that we've gone through in the past year. I think it's a welcome project, and it has my support. Thank you.
I'm calling concerning the corner of Lakeside Drive and McCarran, where they're going to cut down the trees. I can't believe that they would take away something beautiful that has taken years to grow, just so that they can get in and out of a certain area and put up a wall. That makes virtually no sense. Please leave some beauty here in this part of Reno. We love those trees, and we do not want to see them cut down. I feel so badly about that if you do. Thank you.
Yes, I live in Lake Ridge Terrace, right off Plymouth, and the building of the golf course area is going to bring more traffic to already horrendous traffic thing on McCarran Boulevard. I also hear rumors about doing something down on Lakeside and Peckham, and rumors about doing golf course over here in Lake Ridge. I don't know what's wrong, but the traffic is already horrible, and McCarran Boulevard can't take it. You should reconsider what's going on in the city. There will be no open spaces at all. Thank you.
Yes, my wife and I, Charles and Tanya Bertolina, we live in Lake Ridge Shores at Lake Ridge Point Association within the Lake Ridge Shores community, and we both strongly object to the development of the condominiums over at the old Lake Ridge Tennis Club. We think it is far too many units that are being built. It will create an enormous addition to an already existing traffic problem on McCarran and Plymouth and Lakeside, that multiple intersection there. And in addition to that, it doesn't solve any issues for housing at a reasonable price, from what I understand. And I think it's either better served to be a smaller, 100 to 150 units or something of that nature, or to just not be developed and tell the developers they've got to go back to the drawing board. I still think we need a community pool that I believe that was supposed to have included a long time ago. So my comments are now given to you. I appreciate it, and I hope that the city council votes the right way. This is going to be a disaster if they don't, not to mention my property values. Thank you very much.
Yes, this is Dale Ring. I'm owner of a home in Carriage House, and I am calling to voice my opinion regarding the rezoning of Lake Ridge Golf Course and the Lake Ridge Tennis Court changes. I am opposed to any rezoning of the Lake Ridge Golf Course and to any additional units being placed in the Lake Ridge Tennis Court area. The redevelopment of 350 units is way too much traffic for this small area. Thank you.
My name is Deborah Zalakar. I'm calling regarding LDC 21-00036 to be discussed at the meeting on Wednesday, April 28th. I have been a homeowner at 2021 Mountain Vista Way, less than a mile from the 6000 Plumas Street property, for 22 years. I am very much opposed to the current plan to redevelop this property with the high density and high elevation profile of the proposed units. I hope that the City Council decides to change the zoning for this 9.3-acre, now vacant lot to MF14, limiting the development to 14 housing units per acre. The proposed 300-plus units in closely packed, four-story buildings will dramatically increase traffic in an already congested area, as well as making roads and street crossings potentially more dangerous for pedestrians, runners, cyclists, and children in a nearby school zone. In addition, the four-story buildings do not fit into the existing neighborhoods and very clearly have no place in the so-called master plan Lake Ridge community. This process of community opposition to the size and scope of this development project has been going on for a year now, and in that time, we have lost Lake Ridge Tennis Club, which was a vital part of the Lake Ridge community and the city as a whole. It has been replaced with an ugly, barren, vacant lot. Many mature trees were destroyed during the club's demolition, and more has been designated to be cut down if the project continues. What good is having a master plan for a city and a community if our elected officials do not respect the plan and the wishes and property values of the homeowners who elected them? Lake Ridge Tennis Club is gone, and apparently we run the risk of losing both the driving range and Lake Ridge Golf Course as well. This frantic building of high-density housing is not good for the Lake Ridge community or for the city of Reno. Thank you. If I have entered the wrong button to push to distribute this message, if you could please forward this message to the appropriate extension for consideration.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Lawrence. I'm at 1938 Villa Way South, Reno, Nevada 89509. I want to comment on that I am against approval of LDC 21-00036, which is the 6,000 Plumas, where they want to build four-story townhouses, condominiums, and it will go against the current zoning. And I want to make sure that we keep the density under 150 units per acre, and it's way above that right now, or well, 150 in total. So I want to make sure that it isn't 4 stories as well. The traffic is already bad in that area. The sewer also would be impacted, as well as water usage in the area. But the biggest one for me is the density doesn't match the surrounding area. So again, I'm definitely against any zoning changes to permit higher density in the number of units there. Again, it is reference LDC 21-00036. The 6,000 Plumas is the address. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Herrera, and my husband and I have lived in the Lake Ridge Shores for 39 years, and I'm calling regarding the Lake Ridge Tennis Club new proposal. It's LDC 21-00036. We'd like to oppose the density of this 314 condos that they're proposing because of the traffic is just horrific. It would be much better if the size and the scale were smaller. I think they were talking about 130 condos, which is 2 stories, which is consummate with everything else that is there. But the traffic right now is so horrible, and it's not safe. And it takes us 5 minutes sometimes to get from Lake Ridge Shores down to Plumas. it's horrific. The density is just terrible, and we would like to oppose the 314, and if they could do something smaller, I think that would be much better for the neighborhood and for what's complementing the neighborhood and for our traffic issues, which are horrible. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melinda Biancalana. I live in Carriage House in the Lake Ridge neighborhood. I'm calling to discuss 6,000 Plumas, LDC21-00036. I am opposed to the developer's plan to build 314 condo units at the corner of McCarran and Plumas. Why? Because 8 monolithic 4-story buildings would drastically change the character of our area. Too many condos will have too little on-site parking there. They will add to an already congested traffic situation and will definitely raise the danger to neighbors trying to exit from any Ridgeview up the hill homes in emergencies. These are just a few reasons I'm opposed. How to remedy this? I understand the developer has permission to build. Let's cut the number of units allowed in half at least and double the parking provided inside the development. Plant more trees and put in a larger pool if possible. Please don't allow this oversized condo corner travesty to spoil our quality of life. This type of high-rise, high-density doesn't belong in our Lake Ridge planned community. Let's try to heal the eyesore they created from the loss of Lake Ridge Tennis Club in an equitable way. Thank you for listening. Again, I'm Melinda Biancalana. Goodbye.
Good afternoon. This is Nancy Burnt. I live in Ward 2, and this is April 1st. I would like to go on record as saying that I respectfully and vigorously oppose the proposed Lake Ridge Tennis Club redevelopment. The intersection at McCarran and Plumas with a rating of a D is an accident waiting to happen and is already seeing horrendous traffic on a daily basis. Thank you.
I am calling on case number LDC21-00036. It's 6,000 Plumas Street redevelopment. I am a resident directly on the corner of Plumas and McCarran in Lake Ridge Terrace West. My name is Nancy Jones. I am concerned, deeply concerned about the traffic. Our entranceway is almost to the corner of on the light of McCarran and Plumas. The extensive traffic and parking and evacuation that we had on the recent fire is a big concern to me. Lake Ridge is a planned community where our homeowners and our renters here have been planned on having a development in the manner of this integrity, and how are we going to, in going forward with developers being allowed to change existing zoning? And I'm concerned about the traffic because this is an elderly place where people have a hard time getting out of this driveway. Anyway, I'm leaving my comments for your meeting that's coming up in a day or so. My name is Nancy Jones. Please be aware of the traffic and the parking and the evacuation. And you change the plans of a planned community. I don't understand. Nancy Jones, thank you so much for your attention. Bye.
Hi, my name is Pamela Molini. I am a local resident and a voter in Washoe County. I'm calling regarding LDC 21-0036, 6,000 Plumas Street redevelopment. And I cannot say strongly enough that I need you to oppose this. Please do not cave in to the developers. It will destroy so many neighborhoods. You need to listen to your constituents and just say no. This project is unacceptable and it will do permanent damage. Many of us feel so strongly. Please say no. If you need to call me back, my number is 775-824-0255.
Hello, my name is Terry Henner. I live in the Lake Ridge area. I want to express my strong opposition to the Plumas Street redevelopment. I object to its impact on the golf course, on the neighborhood, on the flow of traffic. It's going to be detrimental to the whole area and disruptive to the community as a whole. I want to make sure to reference the case ID, LDC 21-00036. Again, I am absolutely opposed to this redevelopment issue. Thank you.
Hi, this is in reference number L like Lima, D like David, C like Charlie, 21-00036. Once again, LBC 21-0036 for the hearing on April 28th regarding 6,000 plumas and some mature trees. I'm calling because I do not want these trees cut down. My name is Wendy Thomason. I'm a registered voter in the County of Washoe, Reno, Nevada. My name is spelled WINDYTHOMASON, Wendy Thomason. And my telephone number is 775-384-4155. Once again, I am a registered voter in the city of Reno, in the state of Nevada, Washoe County, and I am in opposition to those trees being cut down. I do not want those trees cut down. It's so aggravating that you guys are doing this in the city. Like these big, beautiful trees that have been here, and there's no question that Reno is looking wonderful. Midtown is very pretty. I'm very proud of how clean Reno is. It's a beautiful place. Thank you for all that you're doing. However, Old Southwest is beautiful, and these trees are beautiful, and I think we all know that it isn't just about the aesthetics. There's a very important place that trees play in life and what it's providing. And once again, my voice is strongly in opposition of the loss of those trees. I don't want them touched. I want them staying there. And I believe in you to make the right decision when voting, which is to leave them alone. Thank you. Have a great day.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. For the record, Dan Morgan, on behalf of the Builders Association of Northern Nevada. We call this evening in support of your approval and affirmation of the Planning Commission approval of item I-1, 6,000 Plymouth Street redevelopment. We believe that this is a perfect and appropriate infill project based on its proposed use and scope, as well as its compatibility to the surrounding area, adjacent zoning, and densities. We believe that this infill project meets all the necessary and required findings for approval. Thank you very much for your service to our community and your time this evening.
Hello, my name is Donna Keats. I'm making a comment about the April 28th council agenda item, case number LDC 21-00036, 6,000 Plymouth Street. I'm asking you to reverse the Planning Commission decision to approve the project at 6,000 Plymouth Street. The reversal is justified on the basis of not being able to make the findings for CUP, finding number 2 and number 3. The conditional use permit procedures in the RMC are intended to ensure compatibility with surrounding areas. In order to ensure the compatibility, the scale of the development should be consistent with or transitional to surrounding areas. The proposed height and cumulative mass of the buildings are out of scale and architecturally incompatible with adjacent development. They lack both transitional density and architectural elements and will be a visually abrupt interruption to the viewshed. Regarding finding number 2, proposed land use and project design compatibility with surrounding development. There's an incompatible density. The project density is 33 DU per acre, and the surrounding density is roughly 20, 23, something like that. But you should be aware that 64% of the units are in 3 buildings on the south side of the property, adjacent to residential development at a density of 18 dwelling units per acre. As far as incompatible design, the architectural style, material, and building height are distinctly different from adjacent developments to the east and south. Views of the north and south buildings as seen from Plymouth and Lakeside are illustrated on elevation plans and demonstrate the lack of compatibility with or transition to surrounding development. This abrupt change in building style, material, and height will negatively impact the visual integrity of the area. Regarding finding number 3, the proposed land use and project design consistency with applicable development standards. They don't meet the requirements for accessible parking. They don't have enough for the number of spaces provided. The architectural and development standards illustrated on the site plans don't appear to meet the requirements of RMC 18.04.1003, ground level interest, building massing and form, or the requirement for setbacks for building heights over 35 feet. Public pedestrian amenities, other than a sidewalk on McCarran, are lacking. Setback requirements. You should be aware that the applicant is already in negotiation to sell the right-of-way. The advertised setbacks for this development are mythical. Smaller setbacks will increase the visual incompatibility with surrounding development. Because you're going to get rid of a whole bunch of what they're saying there. Oh, we have such a big setback. Okay, the geotechnical report doesn't apply to this project anymore, so the application should be deemed incomplete in the absence of a relevant geotechnical report. I submitted written comments to you that explain this better.
Yes, I'm Joanne Curls. I live in the Lake Ridge Terrace condominiums, and I'm concerned about the building at the tennis courts and also on the driving range of the golf course. The case LDC 21-00036. Appellants is the group I am with, and I oppose the development of 6,000 Plumas. McCarran Boulevard is already choked with traffic, and I think we need to keep the green space so we can dissipate all the gas and carbon dioxide that is being created, and with more to come. Also concerned about where is all this water coming from? We are building all over Reno, and we've always had a shortage of water. We need to keep the green space, make our homes livable the way we've wanted them and found them. Thank you.
My name is John Taylor, and I am calling regarding agenda item I-1. I am a lifelong resident of Reno, and I cannot succinctly express my love for this region. Suffice to say that I can't imagine ever leaving it. Development is messy, and change is scary, but nothing is forever in life, and a city that is not actively developing is a city that is dying. That is why I support change and development, because to do otherwise is to stagnate and fail. I support Lion Living in their goals to develop the former Lake Ridge Tennis Club site. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is John, and I'm a resident of South Reno. I'm in support of the development that Lions Living is going to do at 6,000 Plumas Street. We all know that we need more housing in Reno, and infill projects like this make a lot of sense, both environmentally and financially for our city. Please let Lions Living build their project. That's all I can say. Thanks. Bye.
Hello, this is Judith Campen. I live at 2100 Chicory Way, directly across the street from the 6,000 Plumas item that's going to be under discussion tonight. I would like to go on record again as being very opposed to this. There isn't any housing within blocks and blocks and blocks over 2 stories. I don't want extra traffic from a 4-story condominium complex that's supposedly senior housing, but nothing has been said about the rents or the selling price. So it's definitely not low-income housing. I also would like to say that the ambiance of this neighborhood is why I live here, and I will be very disappointed to see it ruined for all of us that are living here now. Thank you so much.
Yes, my name is Catherine Pryor, and I am calling about the 6,000 Plumas project for Lake Ridge condos, and I really am against it, and I think there's going to be way too much traffic. The parking will be bad. The building is too close to McCarran, and the people density will be too high, and the building is too close to McCarran, as I said, and the neighborhood, the style, I mean, it's just going to be a nightmare for all these people. I used to live in the area, and it's already really, really bad traffic up there. So I feel like that this project should be canceled and done something else, like a restaurant that was in there before. I mean, that was really nice there, and things were really nice to go to there, and now it's going to be a nightmare. Anyway, I want to give my opinion. My name's Catherine Pryor. I live at 2209 Dominic Drive in Reno, Nevada, 89521, and I used to live in Chardonnay Village, so I know the area really well, and I am against it anyway. Hope my message gets through.
Hello, my name is Zach Sargent. I'm a resident of Reno, and I just want to support this development for agenda item I-1. I think it's necessary to have projects like this to fill in and keep housing prices low. If we don't start filling in our projects around town like this, we're going to have issues with housing prices in the future. And as a homeowner, I realize that it's advantageous for me to not say this, but I still think it's the right thing to do to increase our development in the area in a financially smart way. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Megan. I'm a resident of South Reno. I support infill development such as the 6,000 Plumas project, agenda item I-1 on the City Council agenda. We all know that we need more housing in Reno, and infill projects like this make a lot of sense, both environmentally and financially. I urge your support. Thank you.
Hi, this is Nicole Thomas, and I'm calling in regard to agenda item L1 on the agenda for the City Council hearing on the 28th. I am a resident of Reno, and I'm just calling to show support for the Lion Living project at 6,000 Plumas. I'm happy to see the project. I think it's going to help with a lot of things, such as traffic, down at the south end of town, especially on South McCarran. I know that a lot of people complain about it, and I'm really happy to see that Lion Living is stepping up to improve the situation. Please support this project. Thank you.
Dear all City Council members, my name is Sally Tate. I'm calling in regards to case LDC 21-00036, 6,000 Plumas Street Development, the Lakeside. It seems like our city has an agenda to approve developments in all areas, regardless of major concerns about impact to specific areas and how the development size and density is really compatible with the existing neighborhood. Fact and point, the recent discussion about development in the hills with the wild horse migration and need for water, where it was well documented with true science about the geology of the area and well-validated frequent seismic activity, yet again, little debate and again approved. We must be accountable to the community. I suspect in a few years we will be presented with another lawsuit due to earthquake destruction and poor water control due to runoff. But that's okay, as the current members will no longer be on the council who voted for it. As for the lakeside proposed development, it is outrageous to even think and consider such a massive plan in that neighborhood. A 4-story complex should not be allowed in this area. The neighborhood would be swallowed up by such a monstrosity. 314 condos for this area is excessive and must be scaled down. The impact on the roads and traffic, as well as compatibility with the community and environment in an already well-established neighborhood, is not appropriate for that area. If the development is to occur, which obviously it will, let's not pack in max units, but scale the project down to a more acceptable blending into the community neighborhood with a 2-story construction with perhaps 130 units. That is a better city planning approach, other than plugging in major construction on any available land source. Yes, we can say no to a developer no matter what perks they try to use with us. Again, my major concern again with any development is water source. I mentioned before that for Las Vegas there was a drop of 14 feet of water this year at Lake Mead and snowpack much less. Are you also aware that there is currently a drop of 4 feet at Lake Tahoe? This is not sustainable no matter what computational algorithm are used. One last note, I seem to recollect that the lakeside dismantling was a botched job from the very beginning. Weren't the pools supposed to be saved instead of destroyed? As Councilmember Naomi Durr recently said in another situation, we need more pools in this city. Why were they destroyed? I strongly urge you to scale down this development and respect the request of the neighborhood and compatibility of the area. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sandra Billard, and I'm calling regarding, I'm going to reference the L, D as in David, C as in Charlie, 21-00036, and this is regarding the redevelopment on Plumas and McCarran. And I am completely against it. I feel that the unbridled development in our city is going to be our downfall, and it probably won't be that far into the future. We don't have the jobs, the water, the police, the fire department. We don't have all this in place when development is taking place. It doesn't seem like it's considered at all. And in our neighborhood, I feel like Plumas has really become a busy street, and I just can't imagine all the traffic that would come from there, and and the noise, and just irritation from nonstop development. I'm just really against this. And to have torn down everything that was torn down without real approval, I think the developer or whoever did that should have some kind of a lawsuit against them for doing something they shouldn't have done. Cutting down all those trees. Anyway, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Hello, this is regarding agenda item I-1 on the agenda for the council hearing on the 28th. My name is Sean, and I am a resident of Reno, and I am calling to urge you guys to support the Lying Living project at 6,000 Plumas. I'm really happy to see that these developers are going to start to alleviate some of the traffic issues, especially that problem area on Southwest McCarran, and that a lot of people I know complain about this. I'm one of them. It's a nightmare to commute during the day and in the evening at that part of McCarran. So I'm really happy to see that the Lion Group is stepping up and trying to fix that. And also the mere fact that, we do have a shortage of housing in this area, and it's nice to see another project, a nice, well-thought-out project going up in Reno. So again, this call is to urge the support of City Council to support this group. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Simon Braun, and I currently reside in Southwest Reno. As our community grows, I believe that infill is one of the more environmentally friendly ways to go about it. And therefore, I support developments such as the 6,000 Plumas project, item I-1, on the City Council agenda. And I believe that it's been thoughtfully designed in order to meet any sort of traffic concerns. Your support would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that and council, that is the end of our public comment. It should be noted for the record, public comments in this particular item are those that are received before 4 p.m., the business day preceding the meeting. Any public comments that were received after the 4 p.m. cutoff yesterday are included in the record in general closing public comment, and those have been submitted to council as they come in, and they will be part of the official record. With that, Madam Mayor, at this time, the next process would be to transition to staff presentation. If council doesn't have any questions, we will bring over Angela Foose, Nathan Gilbert, and Mike Michelle from Community Development to be able to give you a brief overview on the project.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want the record to reflect that the public comment is now closed, and we will now go into staff presentations like you just said. And we look forward to seeing you, Angela and Nathan and Jonathan, I think. So go ahead, take it away, Angela. It's all you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Angela Foose, Assistant CD Director for the record. To give you a little bit of history on this project, over the past 2.5 years, you've seen about 3 projects, or at least heard about 3 projects. The first one was that zone change. That SPD zoning had been in place for about 20 years, and it was rezoned to community commercial. That was adopted in 2019. Shortly after that, a site plan review application came in. Site plan reviews are just staff review only. They don't go through a public hearing. They are publicly noticed and they can be appealed. So staff had recommended approval. At that time, the project was 350 apartments, and it triggered, again, the site plan review. The application, the recommendation from staff was approval. Several neighbors appealed it, and that went to a hearings officer. The hearings officer agreed with the appellants and retained that denial. That then was appealed to City Council. However, before it went before you guys, it was withdrawn and dropped. Fast forward again, as to the application we are at today. The new application came in based on our new zoning code. And this application was different from the site plan review. The previous project was an apartment project. It was for senior housing or 55 and older type of development. This one is a tentative map. So that means that these units can be sold as condominiums. They'll be parceled out and can be sold to individual owners. They also reduced the number of units. Previously, there were 350 units proposed. They reduced that to 314, so a difference of about 10%. With that, there's also some slight modifications to the overall site design, and they updated the traffic study to address some of the concerns heard from the neighbors during the appeal process. So this is the project that's before you now. We are looking at 8 different buildings, and these buildings are all about 4 stories in height. Again, the middle here is where the pool and clubhouse is, and then all the units around it are the residential units. There's some surface parking as well as the underground parking. The original application came in with 3 points of access, so I just want to kind of highlight that while we have this good visual. There would be access on Plumas on the left, and Lakeside on the right, and then on McCarran to the north. Here's some images of the proposed building design. Again, these are 4-story buildings with parking on the ground floor. And then that bottom right one is the proposed clubhouse. We've had a lot of questions about zoning and what the new zoning allows. When you proposed or when you modified the zoning from that SPD, it went to a community commercial. When we updated our zoning code in January, that community commercial designation went away and has been replaced with what we call general commercial. So I put together a little matrix here so you can see what the requirements are within that general commercial and then what the proposed project includes. And again, from a density perspective, that general commercial does have a maximum density cap, meaning that's the most they could do is 45 dwelling units per acre. They are proposing about 34 dwelling units per acre, so they're within that maximum cap. Building height, they're allowed to go up to 65 feet. They're proposing maximum of about 55 feet. And then under the general commercial, you can go up to 5 stories. They're proposing 4 stories. A lot of questions on trees. The trees on McCarran and on Plumas are mature. They've been there for probably 30 plus years. The majority of those trees are proposed to stay with the site plan. We do have about 257 trees that they've shown as to remain with the development. They're only required to have 228 and they are providing 488, so definitely more than the code requires. Parking is another big issue. When they came in with the site plan review, they were following a previous zoning code and previous parking requirements. Under the new zoning code, we don't base our parking on number of bedrooms. We base it on square footage of your units. So we have a very different parking code. They are able to meet the parking requirements. In the previous application, that site plan review, they used a parking analysis to justify their parking. Here, they actually exceed just general parking code requirements. And then access and roadway. This is probably one of the biggest topics that we discussed at the Planning Commission. So I tried to put together an image so you could see where the access points are. And then I'm going to highlight some of the changes that the Planning Commission has conditioned. The green areas here on the left is your access to Plumas, and on the right is your access to Lakeside. The application initially proposed access to McCarran Boulevard. The Planning Commission conditioned that access go away. They had proposed, actually right now they have 2 points of access on McCarran, so they were proposing to get rid of 1. Planning Commission proposes that they got rid of 2, so that's conditioned. The other critical thing that Planning Commission conditioned that's part of the traffic mitigation is this yellow line here. So on McCarran, you can turn left if you're going on Plymouth Street. You can also turn left if you're going on Lakeside Drive. But it's not one lane. So when we run into issues with what we call stacking, where you have a lot of cars backing up on McCarran and they can't get into their left turn lane, it just kind of clogs parking and adds congestion. So they have been conditioned to make one long left turn lane between Plumas and Lakeside Drive. That blue line there is the new sidewalk that is also proposed with the project. There's currently no sidewalk on this stretch of McCarran, and so with this project, they will be required to put in that sidewalk. Oh. And that concludes my presentation. I do know we have a handful of consultants on the line, but from our team, we have Nathan Gilbert, who was the planner that worked on this, and Mike Michelle, who is our engineering manager, also available to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more staff presentations at all? No? Okay, thank you very much. So at this time, I'm going to take some questions from council members. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks, Angela, for the presentation. Can you just go back to your presentation? I just had a very few quick questions. You can start with the last slide. On this slide, I just wanted to understand how people are supposed to get into this development. So you have two arrows out. Let's say you're coming from the east, from the shopping areas, going down McCarran. You're saying you could turn on Lakeside or Plumas, and then would you cut across traffic? Is there a divider strip there? I mean, how would this work?
Yeah, both of those green arrows, you can go in or out on those access points, but those are the only two access points in and out of the project. There's no access on McCarran or from the south.
Okay, I did listen to the Planning Commission, and I thought they had suggested on both sides of McCarran adding a longer turn lane. Could you
Correct.
show us
that yellow line here is the longer turn lane. So that's going to be a middle turn lane. So whether if you're going east or west on McCarran, you will now have that middle turn lane to get into so that you can turn on both of those intersections.
And that's with no widening?
Correct.
So they would take out maybe a travel lane and just make it a turning lane? Is that what you're saying?
There's currently some landscaping in there. And so the way it's designed now is you have turn pockets at both of those intersections, but they're short. So when you have a lot of traffic trying to turn left at either of those lights, you have cars backing up on McCarran because they can't get into the left turn lane. So this would help alleviate some of that stacking coming from both directions.
And then last question on this, when you're turning in from, let's say, Plumas into the development, are you crossing traffic there? Is there a stacking lane there?
I'm going to defer to the traffic engineer. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you.
And the same if you're turning, let's say, left onto Lakeside from the shopping, do you stack up there to be able to turn in? Like there's traffic going to be stacked up. I wanted to understand it just a little bit.
Yeah, and again, Lauren Shilson from the consultant side, he put together a traffic study and identified traffic at each of those intersections. And so I'm going to defer to him on those studies and the results of those studies. Maybe we save that for questions after when the
okay, well, what it appears to me is leaving on Lakeside, you would have to cross the traffic that's stacking on Lakeside to turn left or go straight in order to turn right onto McCarran.
Yep, and again, let's wait till Lauren Shilson can come in and describe the traffic conditions as they exist today.
Oh, I thought you said he wasn't joining us now. I would come later.
And maybe Ashley, can you bring Lauren Shilson into the meeting?
Yes, we will promote Lauren. All right, Lauren, you should be unmuted.
Lauren, I don't know if you heard my question, but I'm basically asking how you enter and exit on where the green arrows are. If they're stacking on Plumas, Lakeside, how you leave onto Lakeside Drive and let's say take a right-hand turn onto McCarran. Do you have to take a right onto Lakeside and come back and do a U-turn, or how do you cross the traffic to go right, to go east?
I did hear your question, and hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah.
So as Angela noted, both the green arrows have access both in and out. That's correct. There's also a left turn lane on Plumas to enter at that driveway. An existing left turn pocket is there. And then there will also be access exiting only onto McCarran. So where the red X to the right is, that is an exit only driveway.
Oh, there is an exit.
Inbound movements would be removed. And the removal of those inbound movements from McCarran is what enables the lengthening of the left turn pockets on McCarran, so that you can make those go back to back in the space that they currently are today. But right now there's a left in movement that would be removed so that the left turns to Plumas and McCarran can be lengthened. That's how the benefit is gained.
All right, I don't want to take longer than my turn. So what you've just told us is one of the red X's is actually allows out.
Correct.
Are they keeping that? I apologize.
Okay, and then my question on Lakeside Drive, like you want to go east on McCarran, did you explain that?
If you want to go east on McCarran from that location, yes, you can exit, turn left, cross that traffic, and then right turn onto McCarran.
I think that's going to be challenging. It's such a short distance to the light there that I think it's going to be very challenging, but I just wanted to hear you're addressing.
And I'll be very brief. That's a very minor driveway in the scope of the project. Most exits to go east on McCarran would happen from that location where the right-hand red X is.
Out Plumas?
Directly out to McCarran.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I had one other question just about condos. I want to give others turn though. I just wanted to.
All right, Madam Mayor, I will end the screen share from Ms. Foos's computer. That way you can see if any other council members have their hands up, so we can make sure we're going through our rotation properly.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Ms. Fuse, I saw that when the zone change occurred, it was 9.4 acres. It was 3 APNs. This includes the same three APNs, but it's a request for only 9.3 acres. Where'd that other 1.8 acre that was rezoned as community commercial, where is that?
It's the same parcels. I think it's probably a rounding error.
A rounding of, that's a big rounding error. That's 9.3 acres is shown on this from my analysis of the legal, but I do have the, because you gave us the record of the zone change, it's 9.4 acres. So I was just wondering if there was, that's a pretty good size.
So, and all of our applications do require a legal description. So in the legal description, that's what we're going to go by. Again, I think it was probably a rounding error. It's the same parcel numbers. There's been no changes to those parcel boundaries. So that's the conclusion I'm going to have to come up with, is it was probably just a difference in rounding.
Okay, let me ask you something also that's been confusing to me through this review of this record. Is the zoning change seemed to call out this common area, I think it was common area 13 from the subdivision, the existing subdivision on the premises, which also includes the condominiums to the south. So it's all one part of one subdivision. But this appears, if it's the same overlap of properties, to be recommitting that common area to something else. And I'm really struggling how we're amending an existing subdivision, but we haven't noticed that we're amending the subdivision to the south. We're only talking about this property. And in my consideration, particularly as we get into findings, they're interlinked. And so that's question. Then you wrote a memo about the history and said, oh, we're going to come through on a re-subdivision after this in a merger. That's a memo that you wrote. So what are you planning? What does the applicant have to do with that common area?
So there are currently 3 parcels as part of this application. And so as part of their tentative map, they are combining those 3 parcels and reconfiguring them into 314 units. So that's done typically, you can do it in 2 ways. You can do it through a tentative map where you, again, combine your existing parcels and then reconfigure them. Or if you didn't have a tentative map process, you could do it through a merger and resub parcel map. So 2 different processes, but either way, it's a mapping step. And so in this case, they did it through the tentative map process.
But you said that in the memo that you wrote to the council that they would have to come back to address that common area 13.
So
did I interpret that correctly?
I will clean it up then for the record. They have 2 ways to merge parcels together. You can either do it through the merger and resub, which is an option. They could do that today. It doesn't require a planning commission approval, or through the tentative map process, which requires, again, that public hearing process. They can combine those parcels and create the new parcels.
No, I want to know, like today, if this is approved, this tentative map, what's going on with common area 13? Because that is a common area to the lands to the south. And I think, they have connection, and we aren't advertised for those, but we're looking at the common area that goes with those. So how are we doing this?
So the next step for them, if this is approved, will be a final map. So the 3 parcels that are part of this development will then be merged as part of that final map to create the 314 new parcels.
And what happens to common area 13 through the
So
final
let's-
map? Because the final
let's-
map has to comport with the tentative.
Where is parcel common area 13? Are you referring to?
If you bring up the memo that your office produced, I think it's one of the exhibits, Madam Secretary. It's about the third to the last page of the slides. And the legal advertisement, when we did the zoning change, says common area 13 is shown as the condominium tract. So common area 13 was identified as a zoning change, parcel, but now it's not identified through this subdivision activity, as I can tell. And that's where I was wondering if their acreage got taken out by that common area 13, because really that common area 13 is not needs to be, in my view and understanding of subdivision, needs to be talked about with the areas that, the subdivision that it goes with.
Yeah,
So
maybe what we can do then, while we continue discussions and hear from the appellants, I will research that and have an answer when we get back.
okay, I have another question for you.
Council,
also.
I'm going to move on. Sorry, you're way over time. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Can I have Mr. Chilson come back on? I know I see him on the screen, but hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Chilson, we've not had the pleasure of meeting, so I don't know about your background, but I wanted to ask a couple of questions about traffic in this particular stretch, because this has been one of the key issues for the mayor, especially, and for me. I have been a resident of Reno my whole life, grew up at the Lake Ridge Tennis Club, swam in the pools, was a member there of the tennis club for many years, and traffic is understandably an issue, as it is in many parts of this community. We're a growing community, so we got lots of growing pains. What can you tell me about how this project improves or mitigates the issue or impact of traffic? Because I see the map, I see the changes to ingress and egress, but I'm not sure that answers fully how we're going to move people through this area sort of more expeditiously, that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. I think the key is that this project is enabling several things. One, it's conditioned to construct much better left turn lanes on McCarran than exists today. That creates storage, which allows people to pull out of the through traffic into those turn lanes and not block up through movements. The other thing it's doing is setting back buildings to enable a future widening should that occur at some point in time. And I won't spend a bunch of time there, but there are studies going on at the RTC in conjunction with NDOT to determine whether or not that road would need to be widened. The simplest answer is this is an ongoing issue, not related to this project specifically. This section of McCarran has been noted for improvements in the regional transportation plan for a long time, in the 2040 plan. It's listed in the new plan, and it's been improvements on McCarran have been accelerated, understanding that there's some existing issues out there that need to be resolved on a regional basis. So, this project is doing what it can. I believe it's mitigating its own impacts by making these improvements to left turn lanes, by enabling future widenings, by offering right-of-way for dedication, should the RTC wish to acquire that. So also, it's removing its driveway on McCarran, the inbound movements, which reduces conflicts, improves safety, and also helps traffic move through there more smoothly. So it's doing many things actually within its control to improve the situation overall.
And was your office tasked with doing the traffic studies, or you just designed the improvements?
No, we perform the traffic studies. I'm in responsible charge of that work.
And those traffic studies, were those done like during COVID when no one was out driving? This concern has been raised by my constituents that somehow the traffic studies were baked. And so I'm sort of trying to help understand that issue for the people watching and for my colleagues.
I assure you they're not baked. I've been a professional in this community for 20 years and I want to work here another 20 years. But the traffic studies were completed pre-COVID. We counted the traffic volumes twice to make sure that we got it right, that we had school in session. We did. Those traffic studies and counts were later validated using big data, streetlight data, which showed that the counts were conducted, in fact, the week prior to any significant reductions in traffic volumes. And we have graphs in our traffic study that very clearly demonstrate that. So we have also incorporated Ranchera traffic and other projects in the area in our study to make sure we're covering the big picture.
Okay, well, you answered my question, but my time is up, and so I'm going to pass it to my colleagues. But I do have another question related to traffic, which I might have to come to Ms. Foose for. So I'll give you the opportunity to answer other colleagues' questions.
Mayor, you're on mute.
Are there any other questions from council members? Okay, heading it back to Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you.
On the second round now.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand about the condo style development. Ms. Foose, are all of the units, quote, condos? Are they apartments? Are they condos for rent? It doesn't matter to me. I mean, I don't have a preference either way. I just wondered what they're trying to do.
For this project, so this is a condo map. So the next step for them will be to actually do the final map, which creates individual units that can be sold. So you have a couple options. You as the developer, not you. The developer has the choice to record that final map and keep all of those units under one ownership and rent them like apartments, or he can sell them as individual condo units.
Okay. And then what is the size of these? I mean, are they 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom? What are we looking at?
They are 1, 2, and 3 bedroom. And again, varying size. I believe the applicant has, again, some of these answers for your questions, and it's part of their presentation. But they are studio.
I know you're doing traffic based on apparently size. So I guess if you make smaller units, you have less parking to provide. But what I'm concerned about, and I hope to hear it addressed, is that if you have multiple bedrooms, that's multiple people, even a mom and a student, or a dad, you know, with a small family, whatever it is, or just a retiree couple, usually have more than one car, usually have 2 cars. So I'm just trying to get a better sense of it and understanding the parking ratio. I understand what you said about it's about square feet. I don't know if that works in this location, just because there's really no offsite traffic parking. Much of that is filled, you know, already today with existing development. So there's no really place to expand out. So I'm going to be looking for some information on that. And then thank you, Mr. Reese, for asking about how will this improve traffic. It's challenging to understand how putting 314 units with potentially more than one person in them, maybe on average 700 people or 600 people overall, would somehow improve the traffic. I understand the improvements that are being made, and I think that's fantastic. But I also think at the same time we're talking about making improvements, we're adding to the congestion. So I'll look forward to hearing more about that, not necessarily from you. And last question was about height. I heard different things. So the last time we heard about this project, I had heard that they were 4-story, 65 foot. And now I'm hearing it's closer to 50 foot. I don't know, does that count the roofs? Could you just explain that?
The maximum height allowed in the zoning district is 65. That's probably where you're hearing that number. These buildings are 4 stories and they're about 50 feet in height. And they vary because they have different housing types. So the average tallest is about 50 feet.
And that includes the roof?
If it's a roof like this, we measure to the middle of the roof. We don't measure to the top.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, while I am asking Ms. Foose a question, would you bring up Exhibit F to this as it's loaded onto our, our online system? And within Exhibit F, the last page of Exhibit I is the existing subdivision map, as I understand it, for this property. Ms. Foose, were you able to figure out what happened to that 6,000 square feet between the zoning change and this request?
No, why don't we come back to that after we hear from the appellants?
Okay, I want to ask you another question about condominiums. This came in under the new code, correct?
It did. Okay,
under the new code, which I don't think that it changed from the old code, but in terms of, well, let me see if I've got it here. Here I have it. Oops, sorry. What I'm saying is the purpose for the residential condominiums is to increase housing ownership. And so as we go through the findings, I'm having a hard time saying that intent of housing ownership, and then hear that the applicant gets to decide whether or not these get apartment or condoed. So why to me, if you had a condition or it was a project proposal that it's condoing out individual units, to me that would meet the intent statement of the ordinance. But you're saying it's at their discretion, to be determined later by them at their discretion.
Sure. Every condo development in the entire city has ownership. And so you as a private property owner can go buy 10, 20, 30 condo units. You can buy all the condo units. And this is no different. If you choose to buy 314 condo units, you can then live in them or you can rent them. Typically when we see condos, typically we see people selling them. But I'm as being full transparency, that there is no restriction that says how many people are allowed to own a condo development. So
but if I could, because of our rules that we don't allow a lot of time to ourselves to deliberate, I'm going to cut you off. 1806-301, the purpose and intent section of the residential condominium ordinance states that the purpose is to provide for the housing needs of all economic segments. We have an article to regulate condominiums to ensure a reasonable balance of rental and ownership housing in the city and a variety of individual choices of tenure type and price. And number 4 is to encourage the goal of owner-occupied housing. Okay, so I did not see any analysis, and maybe I missed it in the staff reports, of this purpose and intent of the condominium ordinance. Was it just, why wasn't this part of the analysis? It wasn't part of the analysis.
It was not. No, the applicant came forward initially with an apartment project. I think they heard a lot of concerns from the neighbors that the neighbors didn't want apartments in this neighborhood. So I think the applicant took that into consideration and came back with a condominium development, a for sale product.
Okay, I think we need to analyze it to the purpose and intent of the condominium ordinance. But let me ask next, I have very little time, is about setbacks, because as I move towards the findings and I understand what the land adjacent and the subdivision that it's a part of, what is the overall landscaping for this?
Percentage wise, I think they're about 35%.
Okay, it's 40% next door. And then what are the setbacks? How are setbacks?
The front is 10, the side is 10, and the rear is 10.
Now, is that to each condominium unit?
From
to each apartment, each building? From
the exterior property line. No buildings can be within 10 feet of the total exterior property line.
Okay, that's a very different design, and I think Commissioner Marshall brought that, or Johnson brought that up quite a bit, and I see how, I understand how those setbacks are different. And then that common area, can we bring up that? And I'll wait for my next chance, but I'd like to see that exhibit when the clerk brings it up. That's the one I want to ask you about. Thank you.
Councilmember Brackus, as I'm looking for that, can you please clarify what you are looking for? When I'm looking on our online meeting portal, I see we have exhibits A through C. I don't see an F. If you can point me more of what I'm looking for while I'm trying to run the meeting, I can try to pull it up.
Yeah, it's the media, City of Reno media portal, and there was an exhibit F that got uploaded, and it's a analysis that the staff did on the history of the Lake Ridge. And it has exhibits A through J, and exhibit I, the last page, shows this common area property that is associated with the subdivision. I'm just trying to understand how it's being, what's going on with it, because it's part of the subdivision next door.
I understand. So this is the memo to council is what the item is called on the portal.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I didn't call it exhibit F, but I think I thought it was exhibit F.
Okay.
Okay, moving along. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I did want to ask staff, since we have this, and a couple of the public commenters, because there has been clearly a lot of attention surrounding this area. And I say this area because there seemed to be some correlation in some of the voicemails left between this project and the driving range and or the golf in its totality. So can Angela or somebody clarify for the record what we are dealing with here tonight?
Yeah, so we have a couple different projects that have come in by different applicants, different developers, different property owners. The one in front of us tonight is just the old tennis club site. It's the 9.3 acre site where the tennis club used to be. And at a future meeting, you're also going to be hearing an appeal and an application related to the golf course site. And that's the driving range portion of the Lake Ridge Golf Course. No connection to this development. We have another project on Lakeside Drive near Warren Way, where they came in for a zone change, and then another project that came in for a tentative map. So we have about 4 different projects all occurring within the same couple-month window. Most of them, actually all of them, will be coming to City Council within the next 2 months.
Okay, thank you. I thought it was important to give that clarification, and because there seemed to be a lot of confusion and a lot of lumping a lot of things together. So I just wanted to get that on the record. So thank you very much.
Yep, thank you for addressing that, Councilwoman Jordan. Okay, this might be for Lauren, I guess. Oh, go ahead, Councilman Delgado. We haven't come to you yet, so I'd love to hear from you, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you wouldn't mind pulling up the slide again in terms of what's before us today, Angela, and then in terms of right, and then what the applicant has proposed. I thought that was important in terms of some of the general, and I understand that Councilwoman Dewar has done a tremendous job in working with the community and working with the applicant and trying to find how we can move forward. In addition to that, I just appreciated Councilman Reese's conversation with respect to if traffic has been improved, has improved in the community. I know, my parents live off of Ridgeview, and so they have to go through Plumas. So I totally understand some of the community's concerns with respect to traffic, and I appreciated that. Traffic is currently not the best in the area, but they've had to make some accommodations. Can you restate some of that again, Angela, just for clarity?
Yeah, and I think maybe I'll expand too on what NDOT and RTC are also working on. So with this project, again, they are going to be required to put a sidewalk in on McCarran Boulevard that it is not currently there. They're also required to put in that, I'm going to call it kind of a middle turn lane on McCarran Boulevard that will stretch between Plumas and Lakeside, so that we won't have cars backed up on the access way of McCarran going, east and west. They'll have that middle turn lane to kind of pull into as they're waiting for their light to turn left. So that's what this project will be conditioned to do. Separate from that, NDOT currently owns and maintains McCarran Boulevard. So they are working with RTC to have a separate study done. They're looking at the entire McCarran Boulevard corridor. RTC is going to take the lead on kind of managing that contract. That should be starting here in the next month or two. I think they're going to be at the RTC board in June with the proposed consultant to be working on that. So that is about a 12 to 18 month process where they are going to look at different intersections. This is one of those key intersections that they're going to be looking at, as well as other areas on McCarran. And then they're going to be making some recommendations. And so depending on when those recommendations come forward, again, it would be based on when the RTP plan kind of bumps them up on the plan for improvements, will determine when they happen. But all of that's happening again within the next, immediate kind of time frame. Separate from that, RTC currently is going to be doing some improvements. This is the next 5-year plan, improvements to just overall operations on McCarran. And that can be related to the timing of the lights. A lot of times, if you just time the lights better, it actually speeds up traffic. So they're going to be working on some of those improvements. They have about a $10 million budget to work on some of those improvements. I should also add that we do have RTC on the line if you have some specific questions about projects that they're working on.
And thank you, Angela, for that. My last point is, I think I have 10 seconds here is, can you speak to, or if the applicant can speak to, how we're going to be supportive of affordable housing, if not in the project, in the general region, in terms of how we reach our ultimate goals as a council? I know we've had several in-depth conversations on how that's a priority for us moving forward.
And I'll let the applicant respond in their own way. From staff's perspective, we did not condition anything specific to affordable housing. This is not an affordable housing project, so to speak. These are, again, designed as condos, studio, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom condo units. So they can sell them. One thing we see overall is just lack of supply. And so lack of supply creates a housing, and increasing housing prices. So when we look at what types of housing and where that housing is, as part of the staff report, we said infill is something we can support. That was one of the main things the Planning Commission brought up as a reason that they wanted to support this is an infill project, and we have a severe lack of housing supply. So from that perspective, again, more supply of different housing products always helps our overall just housing market and supply and demand. I apologize, I don't want to take any more of your time, so this doesn't count towards Oscar's time. My previous presentation slide did not show up, and I think this is important to know. Planning Commission did vote in favor of this project. It was a 5-2 vote in favor. There were 2 commissioners that voted against it, and they had concerns about the site design and really compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Almost again, everyone was in support of infill and our master plan policies that support infill. Some of the key things they talked about are access and circulation, mostly those intersections in McCarran Boulevard, how to fix that and kind of make that better. We talked a lot about trees. Trees are key to this area, and again, kind of sustainability and environmental issues. And so we talked a lot about how do we ensure that those trees on McCarran and Plumas will be protected. So they added some conditions related to that. And then again, tying it all back to the infill standards, which is one of the things, again, that I keep harping on, but that was one of the biggest discussion points as to why the 5 that voted in favor were in support of the project.
Madam Mayor.
Can we go back to our main screen so I can see everyone, Madam Clerk? Perfect. Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess, Ms. Foose, I'm going to start with you because you've left off where I wanted to ask a question about. You've answered the Planning Commission question, but I want to ask 2 questions, and then the third one may be more complicated. First, what is the maximum density that is available on this particular section? Like, what is the maximum thing that anyone could have built here?
The maximum density is 45 units per acre. So at that 9.3, it would be about 418 units.
Okay. So this developer did not try to maximize or squeeze every inch out of it, is what you're telling me.
Correct. They are proposing 314. They could have added another 100 units and met that maximum density.
And what are the other permitted by right uses that could be built here? Like if we say, okay, not this, but something else, are we talking a strip club? What are we talking about?
Maverick. We could, I should say gas stations, any kind of non-residential use could go here. Again, it fits within our general commercial zoning. Most of that's your retail, your commercial, office uses are allowed. All of those types of uses would have required a public hearing for the most part because of just the residential. Actually, in the new code, I take that back. They necessarily may not have required a conditional use permit or site plan, depending on the way the site was designed. But generally within a general commercial zoning, we typically see commercial, retail, office type uses.
And would that have been more or less intense from a traffic standpoint? I mean, I make an assumption that commercial uses have much more trip generations than a residential use.
Yep, if you were going to fit 9.3 acres of commercial development on this site, that would generate quite a bit of traffic compared to a residential development.
Okay. The last question I have is a hard one to conceptualize because I think it comes in when you started to talk about some of the issues that the Planning Commission hit on, but maybe not squarely. And I'm not sure where we have a place to squarely address this, but as I have looked at this particular project, I am, sort of, wanting to make sure that we understand what the master plan ideas behind it are. And in that regard, it checks some boxes about infill and trying to build on existing infrastructure, that sort of thing, as opposed to something else. But something that is not very front and center for me is a question about equity. And my colleague, Councilmember Dewar, and I have had this conversation before in this body about all the easy places to be built have already been built. Now we're just talking about hard places. And in my mind, it's a very strange thing because there doesn't seem to be a lot of objection when we put a 2 or 3 story apartment complex on Gentry Way or maybe off Moana. But when it's here on Lakeside and McCarran, there just seems to be a general outcry. So where is equity addressed in our planning considerations?
From that perspective, as part of the findings review, equity is not something we necessarily look at. We look at what the property is zoned. I would say compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood probably ties more with what you're talking about. You could do a 65-foot tall residential building here. And we would look at that and say, does that fit with the neighborhood? Most of the neighborhood is developed with 2 and 3 story buildings. So we look at it as what's an allowed use. Residential and apartments and condos are allowed. And does it make sense here? I think one of the reasons we're getting a lot of concerns from the neighbors here is this is an area with a lot of existing development. Most of the parcels around this have been there and developed for a long, long time. So having new development comes in always brings in some new challenges of it. It's going to change the character of my neighborhood. It's just going to change the look and feel of the neighborhood from what we've been used to for the last 30 or 40 years. And that tennis club, it was a site that everybody knew. Everyone knew where the tennis club was and what it looked like. It was bordered by a bunch of trees, so we couldn't see much inside it, but that is what people think of when they think of Lake Ridge. And so I think from that perspective, it's really hard to get our head wrapped around any type of new development. And that, I throw out the name Maverick. If a Maverick went here, we would probably get just as much opposition because it's, is a Maverick what the neighbors want? Probably not. So trying to find that balance, is really one of the challenges that the Planning Commission and you as the now decision-making body are forced to to look at yourself.
Mm-hmm. Angela, just to chime in really quick, because you bringing up the Maverick, we've seen this before where a project comes in, and so we have clarity, and then the project or the parcel gets sold, and then we end up with like a Maverick or something completely different. And so clarify that, would they have to come back to council if that were the case, or how does that work? Because we've seen that happen before, and that always is a really, really big concern, right? Some of those unintended consequences. So I do worry a little bit about that, but you touched on that, so I just wanted to throw it at you for clarification.
Yeah, and exactly. Every type of commercial use, we would have to look at independently and see what they trigger, whether it's a conditional use permit or a site plan review. Again, based on our new code, we have a lot of uses that would be allowed, that are commercial uses that would be allowed by right and wouldn't trigger a public hearing. They would be able to go straight to a building permit. And that runs with the zoning. So that zoning is now forever on that property until it's changed. This application has an expiration date. So if this project were to be approved, it would have an expiration date and it could go away and somebody else could come in and buy the property and develop it how they chose to. But that zoning is really the piece that I think neighbors need to understand is, this project is before you today. It may be something else on another day if this particular development doesn't move forward, and they may not have the opportunity to weigh in because it could go straight to a building permit.
Yeah, I worry about that because we have seen that before. So I just wanted clarification what purview the council has, in those instances, because we've seen it and it can be frightening. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I just want to, since we've kind of veered off into this conversation, I wasn't going to really discuss this right now, but I just want to make it clear. When I recommended changing the zoning from what it was, SPD, Special Plan Development, to Community Commercial, it was specifically to support the applicant, Reno Land, who had proposed taking down a portion of the tennis club, rehabilitating the rest of the club, and building around 130, 150 units, something in there. And I made a specific motion on that. I included in my motion that if they didn't move forward that, I would reinitiate a zoning, and I did reinitiate a zoning when they did not move forward with that in our January 1st meeting in January. Before they had submitted anything, I hadn't heard from them in 5 months. So I just want to be clear, you all have identified an important issue, and I tried to, let's put sidelines on it so that I could lean in, support the developer, but at the same time, if there was a significant change, and I said, if this project, the project that we had been discussing does not come forward, I will initiate a rezoning. And that's why I did it. And you all, again, have identified a critical issue. So I wanted to get the record clear on that. Well aware of it. The last thing I just wanted to say in this round was just several of you brought up the trees. Apparently it's been brought up. And I'm very concerned because it sounds like there was an initial landscaping plan. To my knowledge, trees have been continued to be cut down this week, last week. And the site is virtually barren of trees, at least the mature trees. So, and my understanding is parts of the project haven't been moved around. Maybe there's a dog park where there once was trees. Maybe there's other facilities. So I really, if this moves forward in this form, then I guess I'm going to really ask the staff to hold people accountable for the statement about trees, because I don't see 257 trees there today, and I circled that number. So that's just an outstanding issue. I'd love to hear more about it when the applicant comes up. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think, Madam Clerk, I think we're on, what, round 2? So
Madam Mayor, yes, you are on round 2. So per your rules, you should be technically going to a 1-minute round at this point.
Okay, so we will go into a 1-minute round, and I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Breckus. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Ms. Stewart got a little bit more time, but objecting to our rules again. Ms. Clerk, were you able to find that exhibit?
Yes, and we can pull that up right now. Just give us 1 second.
So this common area, if you could move down a little bit on it, that common area parcel, do you have it up? It's down on toward the bottom. I don't know if you took my screenshot.
We do have your screenshot. It's just a little bit rough to see
Okay,
because it's small.
It's out of exposure. Yeah, can you bring that? I see it in 93 over here. If you bring it to 93, slide 93, you've got up here. On the side.
All right. Can you see the screen, page 93?
Not now. I've got I see the screenshot of the entire thing. Ms. Foose, that common area C, is that something you remember? What is your analysis on that? It's actually out of, if you look over, yeah, right here, this one at the bottom, very bottom, non-residential common area C.
Yep. So again, what I'm going to request is that after the appellants make their presentation, I'm going to come back to you with an answer, and I will research it based on what I remember. There's been a couple different versions of a final map, and they've revised the final map for this development. So I want to make sure that what you're looking at is the more updated one. But again, I will research that in the next hour while we're going through the appellant's presentation and be able to answer those questions.
Okay, I thought that was on the acreage, but this is that common area C, and you're going to research that also. Okay, and then I'd like to understand, Mr. Mischel, why he did not require a controlled median access on Lakeside. If you look at the Magnolia villages to the south that came in, or to the east, that were built 2008 or so, they've got a driveway way off of the intersection immediately to the east of the property that doesn't create the opportunity for friction and conflict. But this driveway, this older driveway with the old development, is showing that, allowing that left-hand turn, and you still got that free right-hand turn onto Lakeside from southbound McCarran traffic. Why didn't he demand that condition that that median on that location?
Maybe we can bring Mike Michelle in from our engineering staff.
Okay, and while he's doing that, what did you base the 45 unit density allowance on? How'd you come to that conclusion?
Within the general commercial zoning, there's a maximum density of 45 dwelling units per acre.
Okay, so we do have a maximum density in the general commercial when you build residential.
We do.
Is it the same for condominium townhomes?
Total density just per zoning. So again, we have whatever the density, well, the maximum density in general commercial zoning is 45 units per acre. Okay. So that's consistent with whether it's a condo or an apartment. The maximum density is still 45 units per acre.
Okay.
Angela, just to note, I don't see that Mike Michelle is on the call with us. Wanted to know if you had a backup for him that could answer the question.
Yeah, why don't we, let's reserve that. And again, during the break, I'll see if I can grab Mike Michelle and bring him in, and we'll have that question ready to go.
Okay, at this time, Madam Mayor, if there are, I'm sorry, I believe Councilman Reese has his remaining minute and a question with his hand raised.
Okay, go ahead. You have 1 minute, Councilman Reese. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, Ms. Foose, I'm not sure I've explained my question well enough. I have had the opportunity to read a book by David Rothstein called The Color of Law, and I make an assumption that perhaps you have too, because it's kind of a planning deal. But the point of this book is that, zoning, and a lot that has gone into historical zoning, is based on inequitable principles, and that the history of zoning has led to some inequities in our communities. And I am very concerned about our lack of ability to focus on that piece through the zoning code or in any of the regulatory framework. And your point to me, I think, was that can be addressed by compatibility. I think the problem I foresee is that it's both a sword and a shield. If you like the project, you defend it on compatibility. If you don't like the project, then you say it's not compatible. It's kind of like, I see it and I know it when I see it. That does not sit well with me. So I guess I'm trying to push for some broader acknowledgement that, there are some general inequitable things that occur at times with zoning for which we have an obligation, I think, to, sort of challenge those norms.
And absolutely. And I think a lot of where that stems from is often what we call the NIMBYism. Often in, I would say maybe poorer neighborhoods, we don't have a lot of public interfacing during public meetings. When we get to developments or communities or neighborhoods that are more affluent, we have a lot of public involvement. And so we tend to hear more either for or against in neighborhoods that are more engaged versus neighborhoods where there's maybe more apartments. A lot of times people that rent aren't paying as much attention to what's going on around them because they're not committed to that property, right? They're renting, they're not buying. So I think those are all very fair comments and bigger picture, probably something we as planners should be looking at more often.
Okay, moving along. Any last 1 minute rounds for anyone that I missed? No?
I'll just
okay.
ask, I won't take even 30 seconds. I just meant to say about the trees, I'm concerned because I believe watering has stopped. And so while there might be an intent to preserve these existing trees, which are a hallmark of both the neighborhood and this property, I don't know that they're going to make it. So I would just point the developer to that issue and make sure that they are, as they do their excavation, that they're not harming tree roots and that they continue watering and maintaining. It's been an issue on almost every project that gets let go. So just a word of caution. I'll stop there, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Delgado, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and just appreciate so much Councilman Reese's just comments and perspective on some of these issues that are hard for us. You know, it hasn't been that long where we're dealing with issues with respect to current development and also dealing with our wildlife, right? And so we talk about infill, and then we're talking about the incidences related to infill and the issues related from creating new communities within communities. And so there's never really, it's always going to be tough. It's always going to be hard. But I know that I've had many conversations with many of my community members who are often not able and willing, or not willing, but not able to attend some of our meetings to talk about their changing communities. But that being said, I'm hoping that the applicant is listening to us, because we've also held somewhat of a standard at the council with respect to, if you're not building affordable, then you're helping us build affordable. If it's not market, then if it is market, then you're helping us with your overall cause with respect to our region's issues. You're part of the solution versus just kind of also just interpreting what other communities can feel or what their thoughts should look like. So if the applicant is available, I'm hoping that they'd consider some of the standards that we kind of set forth, whether it's in terms of supporting our housing trust that a lot of us care so deeply about. You know, one of the issues I know a lot of the neighbors have talked about is the pool. That has gone away. I, for one, I probably would never have attended the pool, because I don't think I could have imagined my parents affording a membership to be a part of a private pool. But I totally understand that that was an asset for the community that they cared about. And we're also in an issue of just working on and building new public infrastructure and assets within our city that everybody will have access to, not just the privileged. So my hope is that those the applicant that's listening to us can help us on those fronts as well. Housing, parks, pools, and so forth. And I just haven't heard that yet. And I know they're caring. And so throughout the process of the appellants hearing their issues, my hope is that we'll, at the end of this conversation, hear some other conversations from the applicant with respect to how that will help us get to where we need to. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Okay, moving right along, we are going.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Can I be heard for a moment?
Sure, go right ahead.
I just wanted to ask, would it be appropriate to take a 10-minute break or a 5-minute break before we start with the appellant?
Sure, absolutely. Happy to do that. Okay, so let's get on that right now. Actually, why don't we come back? Why don't we come back at 8? Sound good?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. See you soon.
Madam Clerk, should we start?
Madam Mayor or Vice Mayor, if you would like, we can get going. I believe that Madam Mayor is logging back on and listening to us while she's trying to get reconnected. So we will go ahead and call your meeting back to order at this time. And at this time, Madam Vice Mayor and Council, we will transition to the appellant's presentation. As was noted with City Manager Thornley's explanation when we first opened the public hearing, the appellants are allowed and allotted 10 minutes for their presentation. They have been in contact with my office and we have identified the order. I will read those out loud at this time. Our plan is that we will bring over 3 appellants at a time. That way they know who is next on deck so we can avoid additional transition periods. Again, we will have 3 up on the screen at all times. If council has questions after the presentation, they may ask those, though we do ask that you contain them if you can until the end. The first to speak today will be Linda Cross, followed by Margot Pisevich, followed by Steve Topol, followed by Karen Swobe, Nicole Larson, Megan Schuster, Cindy Chandler, Jim Kristoff, Michael Tilbrook, Sharon Weiss, Margaret Crowley, and then last to go will be Garrett Gordon on behalf of the applicant. So at this time, Mayor and Council, as was indicated before, first to speak today will be Linda Cross, followed by Margot Pisevich, followed by Steve Topol. As a reminder to each of our applicants today, as you are promoted from an attendee to a panelist, you will be able to share your screen if you have a presentation. Please be mindful of anything on your desktop. Again, we do ask that everyone minds rules of decorum when it is not your turn to present. Please ensure that you are muted so that way we don't pick up any cross information in the background and our audio is clear.
Madam Clerk and IT, can I just ask, can you resend to all of us a link as well as a phone call? I'm having Wi-Fi connectivity issues and you can see my screen going in and out. So I apologize for that. And I know we've had problems all day long with the gremlins in the system, but just want to make sure that I have those accessible if I have to switch devices.
Yes, Councilman Reese, thank you for that. We will resend that information to council so that way it is at the top of your email for accessibility. So at this time, Linda Cross, you are first to go. You may begin your presentation. Please be mindful, I will have a clock running and we will proceed. Should also be noted for the record, Council, we did receive a number of the appellants have decided to defer their time to those listed today and will not be presenting. They have submitted that to me in writing. It is part of the record. Linda, we are asking you to unmute on our end. You may do so and speak at this time.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Linda, and the floor is yours. You may begin your time.
Okay. Well, first of all, good evening to everybody. I know it's a long evening for all of you. It's even longer one for me because I had computer problems last night and I lost my whole presentation. So I'm going to have to do it with what I have, although I have a number of questions that have brought up issues that I've thought about before with the conversation going on. Gotta get my glasses. Anyhow, my issues with this project, and I'm opposed to it, as I'm sure you all well know, is number one, compatibility with the surrounding area and the usage, the density, the density as far as dwelling units per acre, and also, of course, the traffic, the access, the air quality. And that's not only from the cars, but from lack of open space, lack of trees, lack of grass, any other vegetation. I know that they say they're putting in a whole bunch of stuff, but that's what we said before, and that's what they said at Ranchera, and none of that stuff ever evolved, and it continues to be torn down to this day. Also, I'm concerned about the overload of our utilities, the water, the electricity. What is going to happen here? You can't tell me that you can put that many units in and not have to do something in this area, because this was set up for the master plan, and this is not included with the master plan or with Title 18. If you all, I'm sure you all saw from the Planning Commission, Commissioner Johnson and just Commissioner Muniz voted against it. And part of it was based on the fact of non-compatibility, as well as the non-compatibility with the appearance and the fitting in with the structures of the area. You need to look at this area. My God, it's like taking a Rolls Royce and put it in the middle of a pick and pull. It just doesn't fit, and it's not going to be good for anybody. In addition, there seems to be an awful lot of restrictions that that we have that the developers don't seem to have. I do not understand how our city government can allow the fact that people can come in, make a proposal and a presentation, and I really wish you guys could see me because I don't understand why you can't, but why they cannot. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, Madam Clerk. Why
here.
do we not have her on our screen?
Oh, there we are. I don't know what happened, but it came up. I clicked a couple things there.
Oh, there you are, Linda.
I was going to say, I can see her.
Okay.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, you can see me real good. I'm working in the bedroom because I had to spread these papers all over the place. But I don't understand how we can have a government where people are allowed to come in and make a proposal and then come back and rescind everything in that proposal, and it's just a-okay. And yet when we as constituents and voters and the people that are in this area come in and come to you, we have all of a sudden all these restrictions against us and what we can do, and we have to appeal. And then even an appeal doesn't do any good, because right in the middle of the appeal, you allow the developer to go in and demolish everything. How can it be that the council doesn't have it should be part of the code that no work can be done on anything, no changes, no removal. The only thing you could do would be to water the plants when something's in an appeal, and then you won the appeal. So what? That's like winning, that's like being in a murder case. And they hang you, and then afterward they find out you were not guilty. It's a little too late. I get so sick when I come past there. The other issues are the ones that Naomi and Jenny brought up. I brought these corners and these entry exits up before. That, and I don't care what your traffic guy says. I live here and I've been out there and I've watched it, and I've been right behind somebody who decided to turn in there that didn't have a signal and almost ran into the back of them, because you're turning off of McCarran onto Lakeside. When you do that, there is just a narrow space before you have to be there. And if you have people that are coming down the hill who can make right turn on red, and they're in that little alleyway there to make that turn on to Lakeside, you're going to have a backup. And then this new projection where you're going to have a new lane, well, not a new lane, but an unlimited left turn lane onto Plumas or onto Lakeside. What's going to happen when somebody's heading east on McCarran and wants to turn left on Lakeside, and somebody's heading west on McCarran and wants to turn left onto Plumas, and both ways are backed up? Who's going to win there? How many head-on collisions are we going to have with an open single lane? And then furthermore than that, let's see. And finally, I don't know, I've lost track of my time now, but I really truly believe in the original presentation that Naomi made once she found out that you can't trust what is being told to you. I don't think anything above MF14 should be allowed. And I think they need to stick to the two stories and stay in compatibility with the area and the people around. and and the other thing where you said there's no access and then you can turn out onto McCarran now you will have access. That's ridiculous too. When you're coming, when the traffic is the worst, nobody's going to be able to get out that exit, number one. And number two, when they try to zoom in the people that have just come from the red light at Plumas and are zooming down to get through the one at Lakeside, surprise, what's going to happen there? I just don't understand how anybody can consider anything. And then the final thing, and I have not been able to get any answer from anybody at the city from any of my calls that I've made. The only Ashley is outstanding, and Angela was always helpful. But I want to understand how we can go from when it was 350 when it was Reno land, and then and that was objected to, and it needed to be reduced. They come back with a 314 unit, which is to me unacceptable. But then you have the CUP for 100 more units. So in my mind, that adds up to 414, which is more than the original was. So I really wish somebody could explain that and tell me where those other units are going to be, what else is going to be removed that is not there. I just don't see it as a, first of all, I just don't see that we always get the representation. I think there should be a PUD. I think that when people come in with a proposal, I mean, I can understand if you have to move, if you're going to put a restaurant in and there's not a piping or the sewage lines are bad and you have to move it a little ways or something, that's one thing. But to come in and do the major changes that I continue to see with this area here, and then since then, and since I'm retired, I have a little more time, although I have a hard time because I ended up with cancer around my eye, and it's very difficult for me to be on the computer for a long time. So if you ever lose eyelashes, don't let anybody tell you there's nothing wrong. In any event, I just strongly oppose that. And then also in the infill under the land use in the Reimagine Reno, it says that the land use plan includes both a land use map and a description of the different land use types shown. The map illustrates where and how Reno will grow in the future, while the categories provide a description of the densities, types of uses, and additional characteristics of development encouraged within these land use types. Conforming zone districts are also included to guide implementation. And then it goes on in the infill portion that well, I won't read the whole thing, but it's in the infill and redevelopment area. And it says, in addition to city-wide and area-specific policies that support infill and redevelopment, land use designations including land use plan, and particularly with the mixed use, indicate where infill and redevelopment will be encouraged, as well as details on the types of development. And then finally, when you go down and you're looking at the mixed neighborhoods and the multifamily, and to me, they're pretty much, I understand that, but they're pretty much a similar thing. There's such a strategic, major difference between the range of densities that are allowed. And then one of the last things is when they had the planning commission meeting, there was a map shown that I have not been able to get a copy of that showed what the densities were. And it didn't show all the way up to here to us, but it did show the area from Peckham to Moana. And it disturbed me because I wanted to get hold of the other before this meeting and was unable to do so. Because under Reimagine Reno and the new zoning, almost that entire area there is now MF 30 minimum. And I don't understand why and then they said, when people were considering that it should be a lesser multifamily rating, and that was one of the members of the planning commission, they were told that because it's part of Reimagine Reno and because it's part of the new zoning, that it can't be changed, that is the very minimum of conformity. And I don't understand how something can be carved in stone when it doesn't match the master plan. And I hope I still have my master.
All right,
Okay.
Linda, your time has ended.
My 10 minutes up. My 10 minutes up.
It is.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank
I
you,
appreciate
Linda.
your
Really,
listening.
yeah, we
I
really appreciate.
I apologize for having to wing it, but my computer just died on me last night. I lost everything.
Yeah.
So
That's okay. Good job. And also just to remind everyone, Ashley Turney, if you can see in her square, she's got a timer right there. So just to help everyone know where they're sort of at so they can make their points in time. And then they don't run out, and want to make sure that they get everything on the record as much as possible. So you can see that in Ashley's square right there. And she will start the timer. So, okay, Madam Clerk, I'm sending it right back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our next appellant is Marco Pisevich, followed by Steve Topol, followed by Karen Swope.
Okay, great. So, hello, Margot. Oh, I think you're on mute.
You are on mute. There you
go. Perfect.
Thank you. My name is Margo Piskovich. I'm retired and I own a condominium in 2015 Branch Lane in Lake Ridge Villas. I am going to ask for an accommodation. I've talked with Mr. Topol and he said he could give me 5 minutes of his time because this history is somewhat convoluted. I would also like to present where I think the statutes are in conflict. And so I do need a little more time if I can use some of his.
All right, so I understand then you will get 5 minutes of Mr. Topol's time. So that will give you 15 and Mr. Topol 5.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead, Margot. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I did not receive a notice because the condominium is more than 700 feet away from the tennis court. And I am requesting that the notice, I know it's state law, it's only 750, but I would like to request that the city, as a part of doing business, increase that to 1,500 to a half mile. I also disagree with Mr. Jordan's letter that he sent last night that while standing may be an issue for the courts, it's definitely not for the city council. I guess he's contending we should have this matter dismissed because we don't have standing, but I think we should be able to speak to every one of our elected officials whenever we need to. And I think his proposal is undemocratic. The history of Lake Ridge I found in some older documents and requested from the Planning Commission on March 23, 21. I learned yesterday they can't locate them either. This development started in the early 70s. It was called a special plan development by Mr. Jassic for homes in the golf course, and the same by Mr. Topol and the Topol family and the apartments and the tennis club and amenities. On March 29, 1984, there was an order of abandonment for the property adjacent to McCarran that was signed by Mayor Safraza. I don't know if the Lion Land's traffic plan is going to work considering that. On November 19, 1984, there was a covenant with the land transferring it to the tennis club, requiring the owners and successors to maintain the landscape and the property in perpetuity. Apparently, this was not enforced by the city. And in January of 85, there's the grant bargain and deed sale. November 16, 1988, there is a Planning Commission report dated that day that I received from Councilwoman Dewar, so I'm assuming it's in the record. The Topols requested a zoning change for which we would consider to be a timeshare today, but it was considered a different thing in that day. And it also was located in a common area. The documents also stated in November of 1987, the City Council approved the expansion of the facilities and asked that this be in the record. I'm asking this document be in the record. They had to expand the facilities in order to get this change of what I would call a timeshare. Contrary to Lion Living's position, the tennis court and all amenities were doing fine until closed by the governor on March 17, 2020. According to the Reno Gazette-Journal, Mr. Bowlby was a developer in California and Nevada, and was doing, according to the paper, an extensive search for a partner to help develop neighborhoods. He picked California developer Lion Living, as they had the expertise in building multi-story apartments, including two-story apartments. The two became co-partners and both were involved in Ranchera, Plum Lane, and later the tennis club. In 2019, Mr. Bowlby purchased, I don't know, I thought it was 9.4 acres, but now it's 9.3, for $8 million from the Lake Ridge Tennis Court from a short sale in the bankruptcy court. On July 21, 19, the meeting was held at Ranchera, where 200 folks, give or take, attended, and the presentations were made by Mr. Bowlby and Wood Rogers, an engineer. And basically it was keep the amenities in 150 units. On July 30th, 2019, there was a neighborhood advisory board meeting with Wood Rogers, again, keeping the club and the amenities, building 150 units. And they wanted to have the units to preserve the tennis club, and they needed the commercial zoning to obtain finance for the club. On June 10th, 2019, the zoning request was prepared by Wood Rogers and went to the Planning Commission. On August 21, 19, the staff report changed the special plan development to community commercial. Two people appeared at the hearing, and basically none of the folks of the 200 or the appellants appeared, as they relied on the representations of the developers. On September 23rd, 19, the city council met and the zoning was passed. On September 25th, 19, Mr. Bowlby was on Channel 2 and said the goals were to upgrade the club and construct new homes with the goal of improving the club. This was the first mention of 300 units. On April 10th, 1920, the second site plan was given to the Planning Commission with 350 units versus 150, 8 four-story buildings. And the Planning Commission, I assume, sent out notices within that 750 feet. On May 15th, 1920, the site plan was approved, 132 opposed to it and 2 in favor. And this matter was then sent to the hearing officer. And this is interesting. On May 27th, 1920, Lake Ridge-Reno Partners LLC was formed in Delaware. And in Delaware, you do not need to list the members. It is listed in the Nevada Secretary of State's office as a foreign LLC. Also on that same day, Lion Housing Lake Ridge, LXXX, which I assume is the Roman numeral for 80, became an LLC. And those two entities were formed at the same time. Lion Living and Mr. Gordon Spears took over the project. I don't really know what happened to Mr. Bowlby at that time. Lion Land's attorney, Mr. Gordon, attended the hearing, and to our knowledge, the two companies were still involved. Around May 27th, 2020, Lion Lands demolished everything, knowing the matter was on appeal. On July 16th, 2020, the hearing officer rendered his opinion in favor of appellants. With respect to the zoning, which I'm going to talk about, he indicated that they were very much interrelated. I would put that in quotes. However, he said, my charge as a hearing examiner for the SPR decision does not afford me discretion to overturn the CDT finding based upon the alleged conduct by Reno Land. All I can do at this point is to highlight the discrepancy between Reno Land's words and the actions as clearly articulated by the appellants during the hearing. On July 26, 2020, both parties appealed to the City Council. On August 26, 2020, Lion Lands, through Mr. Gordon, withdrew their appeal and there was no hearing. The first request for a zoning change came on October 14, 2020, in a letter requesting a zoning change to MF 14, which would be 12 to 14 units versus 30 to 32 units per acre. The zoning runs with the land, not the project. So there was no response from the city manager, the city attorney, or the council. On January 2021, a new site plan was submitted to the Planning Commission with a new name, 6,000 Plumas, and a new switch on the deal. We have the second bait and switch, but still the same partners and the same Nevada-Reno Partners LLC. On January 13th, 2021, Councilwoman Dewar did place the zoning change on the agenda, as the city can legally request the change. There was discussion, but no vote taken. On July 17th, 2021, this matter was set before the Planning Commission, And they made the decision that there was, well, first of all, on that date, prior to the 17th, all of us made a request to do the zoning first. Again, there was no response from the city manager, the city attorney, the planning commission, or the council. And at that point, the planning commission said, and the staff said it met the code. But the interesting part was there was a letter not only to Lion Living, but also to Lakeside-Reno Partnership, LLC. On April 1, 21, there was a file of a notice appeal and 19 appellants. We tried to limit this so we could make this quick. Initially, in my opinion, the plan is in violation of Chapter 18.01, Article 2, Section 2E and G, and Title 22, Chapter 278, NRS and NRS 278-250, subsections H, I, J, M, and Section 3. There's a real conflict between infilling and compatibility and enhancing neighborhoods. And I think this is something the council really needs to consider. I did speak with Mr. Smith of the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Authority, and he advised me that there is an oversupply of housing based upon the projected population growth. Currently, there are 60,000 units approved, but not all are built, and they could be even on maps, et cetera. There's an additional 20 to 30,000 vacant properties, and some, of course, can't be built on because of lack of water or sewer or whatever. The zombie projects are not even addressed, which of course is a problem. I think in this particular case, that Lion Land has a couple of options. Number one, they can sell the property because there's been a major increase in the value of the property. Or two, they can do what they said, 150 units. I spoke with a very reputable longtime Reno contractor who will remain nameless since he appears before you a lot. And he said if he had 9.4 acres and paid $8 million, he could build 150 units and make a profit. This is strictly from me, not particularly any of the other appellants. I think only the city council can fix all of these issues from zoning through the development. I think this city council should start over with the project and even zoning. The city council may want to do other things and they may modify and do it, but I think the citizens should be taken into consideration what they want in these neighborhoods. And it's just not the Lake Ridge neighborhoods, it's all of the neighborhoods in this community. It doesn't matter who is the council person for that ward. They should all work together for the best outcome for the community and the developer. As indicated, we did not oppose development. We opposed the number of units and the density. And I want to thank you for your time and your attention. I think I did it in 10 minutes.
Margot, you did it in 10 minutes.
Good job. Yeah, nice job. You sure did.
Oh, Steve, you got more time.
So now, Mr. Topol, you get 10 minutes.
And just to note for the record, after Mr. Topol will be Karen Swope, followed by Nicole Larson.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, boy. Yes, thank you, and thanks for your time. My name is Steve Topol. I live with my wife, Cindy, in Lake Ridge Shores. We've lived here since 1983. My family has been one of the developers of most of the Lake Ridge multifamily properties. We started in 1970-71 with Lake Ridge Apartments Phase 1. We owned all of the property along the back 9 of the golf course, including what's now called the Carriage House. We also built the Lake Ridge Apartments, the Lake Ridge East Apartments, which are 326 units, in addition to the 280 that we had along the golf course. So we've had a lot of experience in this area. When I came back from law school during the summers, I would spend a lot of time with my family and with Mr. Jaksic, who was very clear about what he wanted the project to look like, what he wanted Lake Ridge to look like. And we followed those directions because he was the man. When we bought property, we had obligations to build in a certain way, 2 stories, certain densities. Lakeridge, we built the tennis club because Mr. Jaksic wanted to have a buffer between the apartments and all the density there and McCarran Boulevard, which was at the time was Hash Lane, and with the properties across the street, Lakeridge Villas and Lakeridge Terrace. And so we followed his directions, and they were good directions, and we followed the rules, and we got along pretty well. Except for me, I told Mr. Jaksic that, or I didn't tell Mr. Jaksic, I told my family that I think that we should develop the Carriage House property, which is now single family built homes. And we had scheduled it for 300 condominiums. And I told him we shouldn't do that. We should build single family homes along there. And we went to the city council to get a zone change, to get a change in use. And we're met with the opposition from Mr. Jaksic and his lawyers, Mr. Marshall from Vargas and Bartlett, and it scared us out of our wits. And we went back to the drawing board and just built what we told him we were going to build because Mr. Jaksic ran the show. We did exactly what he asked us to do, and we've done everything according to his plan, including building constructing the mounds along McCarran Boulevard that are the buffer between the development of Lakeridge Tennis Club at the time and McCarran Boulevard. And we took over that property from him. He gave it to us after it was referred to him from the city. We've given it back to from the McCarran Boulevard that was built. There was excess land, and he told us, "I'll give you this property, but you will build and maintain in perpetuity landscaping and trees." And that's what's there now, kind of. Now, all from the time that we got involved with this project, with Reno Land and Lion Living, they have never once said that we will maintain that property. We're not bound by, they never said anything about it. They just kind of planned around it. I went to Mr. Hall before COVID hit, and he was nice enough to see me. And I asked him, I said, Mr. Hall, would the city of Reno enforce these covenants to maintain this buffer, this landscaping buffer between the development? And Mr. Hall said, well, we don't really enforce covenants, but that's not really our job. So I realized that, we're going to have to somehow get the developer to take care of the property voluntarily. So, as I said, never once have they ever said to me that they were ever going to maintain it. They never showed it as being maintained. The first time I ever got any word that they possibly would maintain it was in a letter that was written to you guys from Garrett Gordon, who's the attorney for Lion Living. And finally, he called me I was bizarre in my objections and that I filed in my appeal. He said I was bizarre, but he said, for example, one appellant bizarrely argues that because there have been drunk driving accidents near the property, and approval of this project will somehow result in dangerous traffic conditions. Well, I did say that because there's so much traffic now, and McCarran Boulevard and Plumas and Lakeside are so well known and so well traveled that it's not just country living anymore. We've got major big city problems and with traffic, and that includes people drinking and driving. And there's been 2 accidents. One, there was a fatal accident on Lakeside where a pedestrian was hit by a drunk driver. And also now there was a single car accident there. They ran into some trees right there at Plumas and McCarran. And these are just recent. They aren't something from 1975. These are recent cases. So we're out in the open now. We're big city. That McCarran Boulevard is highly traveled now. So the traffic it's crazy. I travel it every day on the way back and forth to work. My family's there, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse. It's taken me sometimes 10 minutes to get from my house across to Lakeside. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal to me. But also, Mr. Gordon says that same appellant argues the project should not be approved because the order of abandonment and a covenant running with the land recorded against the property require landscaping along McCarran to be maintained, despite Lion Living's intent to maintain the proper landscaping in concert with all requirements under the city code and any covenants and conditions running with the land. That's the first time I've ever heard him say that, hey, we're going to maintain it. But it's not being maintained. It's not being maintained. If you go over there and Naomi mentioned it, you can see that they're already in violation of these covenants because the land is not being maintained. There's no water. The trees are dying. The grass is dead. There's no mowing of it. It's just it's abandoned. And it's supposed to be, according to the terms of the covenant, it has to remain all times maintained in a beautiful condition. And you should have the documents that show what their obligations are. They're not living up to them. And you can't blame it on construction. They're not even doing anything within the last year. They just totally have abandoned maintaining that property. I want that property maintained. We spent a lot of time and money getting that done for the benefit of our community, of the Lake Ridge community. That's a part of when you drive in there, there's a sign that says Lake Ridge, a planned unit community, 700 acres, Robert Trent Jones Golf Course. That landscaping is important. If we listen to what Lion Living said at the Planning Commission hearing, which is what I based my appeal on, they said they're going to add a third lane in there. They're going to do this, they're going to do that. There's no room for a third lane without taking down that mound, without making it just like everything else along McCarran Boulevard. It's going to take away the character of our Lake Ridge lifestyle and the Lake Ridge subdivision that's existing. And I'd like to see the whole thing start all over again. The whole process, these guys have to start all over again. And I just mentioned that there's a legal concept, mainly in criminal law, that's called the fruit of the poisonous tree. And it says that if the source of evidence is tainted, then anything gained from that, the fruit being the fruit from the tree, is tainted as well. Well, the initial zone change that was granted to Reno Land, who is the partner of Lion Living, was based on misrepresentation, the bait and switch argument that was existing at that time. And they got that zoning, and from that, they've been able to build this process where they're now going to have 315 condominium units and zone changes and all this other stuff. It all came from that poison tree. Any of the fruit is tainted as well. And the fruit is the approvals that have been given to them to build this project. I would hope that we would recognize this poison tree and make them start all over again with a more understanding and compatibility and sympathy for the neighborhood, not just infill of 4 stories that's not compatible with what we have. And I thank you for your time. The end.
Thank you for your presentation, Steve.
Got it.
Next is Karen Swope, followed by Nicole Larson, followed by Megan Schuster.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. For the record, my name is Karen Swope, and I am going to try to share my screen. We practiced this morning. I'm a little nervous about it. So I might get it. Yay. See if it works. Okay. I took this set of video clips on May 27th, right before Lake Ridge Tennis Club was destroyed. I'm aggrieved because the developer misled me and others as part of their zoning request. And more significantly, I believe, well, I know McCarran is a state highway built with federal funds. I use it at Plumas several times every day. And I'm going to quickly talk about 2 points tonight. The first being the condition of Lake Ridge Tennis Club just days before it was turned down. And secondly, the decision before you tonight. The developers contended that the club was, quote, dilapidated and run down. It was a 40-year-old building and needed some investment. But as you can see from these clips, it was well maintained and very clean. I would put it up against Collin and the other clubs except maybe the new Arrow Creek project, all of which were much more recently built. Lion Living representatives told us when we met with them last August that they had toured the club before it was purchased, so they were very familiar with the condition. On the day our appeal was heard, we asked Lion Living not to tear down the club until a decision was rendered. They objected, and 3 days later, as if to flex their muscles and intimidate us, the demolition began. I have been involved in this effort since July 2019, so 2 years, when the club members were invited to Ranch here to learn about the plans for the club. In attendance were well over 100 members, Councilwoman Doer, developer Chip Bowlby, and Jessica Sprazza. We were told 150 units, along with most of the club, minus the indoor courts, pool, and a few outdoor courts. I wasn't happy, but felt the developer had the right to build what they had presented. It was a good compromise. It balanced their business interests with those of the community. They then went on to secure a zoning change based on the proposal that they relayed to us. When COVID hit, the developer used the opportunity to sneak in a completely different plan, which is almost identical to the one you consider today. This change drastically tipped only toward the developer's interest. The community lost all its benefit. We contested the project and overwhelmingly won through appeal. Since that time, several hundred letters and phone calls have poured into City Hall, overwhelmingly opposing the project. We have worked very closely with Councilwoman Doer. I did not know her well before, but have found her to be accessible and someone who listens to developers and her constituents. In the absence of NABs, live public meetings, and difficulties in meeting with staff and council members, I think it is important that, more important than ever, that you listen to each other and carefully consider supporting the positions of your colleagues. Councilwoman Weber, Jordan, Breckus, and Councilman Delgado, you know your wards better than anyone. If in the future you joined an outpouring of community voice coupled with an appellant officer's judgment showing significant problematic issues with the proposed project, I would hope that all your colleagues would defer to your position. You are your constituents' voice, especially during COVID. You all are driven by the same desire to serve your citizens in your neighborhoods, just like Councilwoman Doer. I ask you to listen to our presentation to understand why the project in its current configuration is not even close to appropriate for the neighborhood. And just as importantly, listen to our voice on the council when you make your decision. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Karen, next to speak is Nicole Larson, followed by Megan Schuster, followed by Cindy Chandler.
Okay, go ahead, Nicole.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I would like to share my story from my heart. This Lake Ridge Tennis Club meant a lot to me. When I was a little girl, I joined a swim team because my parents wanted us to be able to swim. Reno has a lot of lakes nearby, and we have the river. And so my parents were excited that, you know, hey, we need to get these kids water safe. And so I joined Lake Ridge Swim Team. Unlike maybe the community believes that only affluent people go to Lake Ridge Tennis Club, that's false. I was living in the valleys. We don't come from money. It was just one of the only options available at the time, and the prices of their lessons are comparable to any other team. So my parents and I'm not sure what presentation is presenting right now. I don't know what's happening here. Sorry, Cindy, could you? So anyway, we joined the Lake Ridge Swim Team in hopes to become safer swimmers, and I showed talent and promise. It was because of the community at Lake Ridge Tennis Club that passion was developed into what became a college scholarship. And I'm very, very proud to say that I earned a college scholarship from Lake Ridge Swim Team, and that community builds and develops the mentality that people can say to each other, hey, you know, he joined the Olympic team at this pool and in this community, I can do that too. And if not the Olympics, I think I can earn a college scholarship. And so it was just this really wonderful area that we're not losing just a facility and replacing it with housing. You've lost and closed doors to opportunity to the youth. And that's primarily what I'm speaking on today, is how saddened I am by the loss of opportunity for all the younger children that we have. My 8-year-old niece burst into tears when she drove by and saw the demolition and was like, I don't, can I still swim? And it's like, I don't know. And I'm going to make sure that we find pools for you to swim in and the children can have the same opportunities as I did. With that, we'll move to my presentation. So, I'm going to screen share here. Here we go. My appeal is to the actions of the City Reno Planning Commission and the Community Development Department. I've spoken how I'm personally grieved. They'll touch on the health and safety of the community, project site density and the safety issues presented by that, and the profit over people. What we need is responsible growth. So like I said before, there's no state tax, there's no new amenities. Lion Living on multiple meetings years ago when we were meeting with them, they said, hey, we're taking away amenities, but we're replacing them with others. When in fact, unfortunately, no. When you take away amenities in Nevada, you take everything away. There is no state taxes that they will not be replaced. We have lost, the community has lost Reno's only indoor tennis courts. So any college hopefuls that they were hoping to maybe earn a college scholarship or become something in the sport is now gone. They have no ability to train year round. The community lost Reno's only high diving facilities, which is also scholarship available, is now gone, and an indoor and outdoor pool. So like I said, limited access to safe swim team, the lessons and these wonderful building of communities and after school programs doors are now shut, which is devastating to me. So I'm going to try to walk you through this slide. In 2007, the Reno population was 214,648. The Community Development Department planned to build 7 new facilities in this area in a growing population. We are 14 years later in 2021, the Reno population is now 514,000. There are still no new aquatic or recreational facilities. So this picture shows what was planned, some in the valleys here, some in the north, middle, and south. Unfortunately, none of that has come to fruition. And so therefore, I'm starting to become extremely aware of the crisis that our youth and the health of our community is facing. Health and safety, drowning. Every day, about 10 people die from unintentional drowning. I'll skip down to obesity. As we all know, obesity is increasing and it's very prevalent, especially in the United States. Scrolling down to the juvenile crime, and I can attest to this myself. Numerous studies have shown that when kids have access to after-school recreation, crime and incarcerations decrease. Like I said, I did not come from wealth, and I know that the people around me don't have the same outcome because they did not have the parents willing to drive them to the areas that they had. It took over 30 minutes to get to the one pool that we did have, and it's a sad, sad story for the children of Reno now. There's no need for commercial zoning in the former Lake Ridge Tennis Club area. The original plan presented by the developer was to keep the athletic facility and infill 150 apartments, giving the club an economic shot in the arm. That was not their true intent, obviously. I and the community is worried about the physical health and wellness of the pedestrians and bicycle safety of the area. The project location, as you can see here, is in the outer neighborhood close to the foothills. Obviously, the residential density is not compatible with the surrounding area. As you can see here, this dark, dark red shows that, as we've all heard tonight, it could be anything at this point, and there is no plan, however, to make amends to the community. Compatibility is the essential quality that helps to ensure that new developments will not damage or destroy the character of the places we love. The City of Reno Master Plan specifically says parks and recreation facilities needs should be reevaluated as land use and zoning designations are changed or assigned as described in the concurrency management section of this plan. So again, as we're rezoning these areas, I don't hear how the community development department or any planning department has decided that, hey, maybe we need to reevaluate our needs. Nothing has been said of that. Again, The first developer site plan did not meet Reno Municipal Code. Here we have the letter from the citizens that won the appeal, and now the developer withdrew their last plan. I can tell you that Ms. Foos made grave errors in the last site plan review, and even tonight she's rounding significant errors and having, I think a project of this gravity demands a higher level of attention to detail and not huge mistakes done by the Community Development Department. And if we're aware of those mistakes, hopefully we can have the oversight to watch out for large developments not getting passed through with inaccurate data. Legislature concerned about obviously legislature is concerned about preservation of neighborhoods. Nevada statute says the comprehensive regional plan must include goals, policies, maps, and other documents related to population, conservation, preservations of neighborhoods, land use, and transportation. More legislature is concerned about preservation of neighborhoods. The Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency also, I'm reading the highlighted areas to preserve time. The preservation of neighborhoods and revitalization of urban areas is important. Profit over people. Removal of our precious community resources hurts the community. Reno City Community Development Department and City Council are the only advocates for the people. The developers do not have the wider community's needs as a first priority. The new housing is more appropriate in areas that provide new jobs. Example, the USA Parkway is a great example of how we could provide affordable needed housing where the new influx of jobs are coming, and you wouldn't have to tear down a community gem to provide affordable housing. Thank you for your time. Family and community health first. I hope that all of the Honorable Reno City Council members today can make the best possible decisions for the health and wellness of our community, your constituents. I understand I have 30 more seconds. I'm just going to say thank you for letting me speak from my heart. I know that I'm a bit emotional, but this is obviously something that I'm very passionate about. And so I appreciate all of your time today. And thank you for considering the impacts of the greater community. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nicole, for your presentation. Next will be Megan Schuster, followed by Cindy Chandler, followed by Jem Christoph.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can, Megan. We can hear you, and you are screen sharing. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sheeby and council members. For the record, my name is Megan Schuster, and I'm aggrieved for the following reasons. 6,000 Plumas is at the gateway of the Lake Ridge master plan community when you're traveling west, and this development, for all the reasons we're discussing tonight, will impact Lake Ridge as a master plan, low density neighborhood. And so there will be an impact on overall property values in Lake Ridge, including mine. The applicant's intended development is about 1 mile from my home. McCarran is the primary access way to my home, and the development will result in a big increase in traffic. And on an even more personal level, the higher traffic increases the safety risk to my husband and my son, who are both competitive runners, and you might see them, they're always out training on Plumas, Lakeside, and McCarran. Moreover, we bought this forever home specifically to be right next to the club because my son had been training competitively with Sharon as a competitive swimmer of the lake swim team. So this evening, I'm here to appeal the Planning Commission's approval of the redevelopment at 6,000 Plumas Street. The applicant's site plan is not compliant with CUP 2 and 5 and finding 2, specifically Title 18, which talks to conserve and maintain mature residential neighborhoods through the mitigation of adverse factors and through appropriately scaled and planned infill development. The planning commissioners should not have been able to make these findings for the reasons that I will now discuss. At the Planning Commission hearing, the widening of McCarran was discussed at length. The applicant is already in talks to sell the right-of-way to the RTC to accommodate adding in a very necessary third lane. Any setback with this any setback with this development must take into consideration the width of this third lane. A new sidewalk and retaining wall will both impact the amount of screening available and the setback of the buildings on McCarran. Since the applicant demolished the club last June while we were in appeal, this is just a reminder to everybody here that there used to be 2 rows of trees for a building that was set back 200 feet from McCarran. The applicant's site plan ignores their intent to sell the right-of-way for a third lane. The 58 feet peak tall buildings are far too close to the 1-story buildings across McCarran, and there is inadequate screening of these massive structures. This is the rendering the applicant shared with the Planning Commission. The evergreens screening these buildings must be 60 feet tall or as high as the peak pitch, which is 58 feet for these buildings. And the staff report states that the evergreens on McCarran are somewhere between 20 and 35 feet. This artful rendering gives the impression this is a fully screened development with no major visual impact. Also, of all the renderings shared by the applicant with the Planning Commission, the view from McCarran was conspicuously absent. I hired a landscape architect to rebuild the site plan to scale to visualize the true project. The ground plane in this rendering is the applicant's ground plane. This is a closer reality to what the project will look like. No 60 feet evergreens screening 58 feet tall buildings. There are only 30-foot trees there possible to screen. Now, other than talking about traffic, most of the other questions by the planning commissioners were a lot of discussions on screening and what would the effect be to the screening. Seeing a visual simulation from the vantage point of McCarran was a critical element that was not provided to the planning commissioners. And in my personal opinion, the planning commissioners should have requested a continuance to see this simulation, to be sure that they were comfortable with the reality of what they were approving. Since the applicant did not prepare that rendering, I did. I want to highlight first that the screening that is currently there will be further negated by the removal of 7 40-year-old evergreens in order to move back a portion of the retaining wall to add the sidewalk. There are 7 mature evergreens on McCarran that will be cut down. And just one thing to note, I do not remember in the 3 times I listened to the Planning Commission video over and over again, I did not hear of any conditions that they said to protect trees that came up earlier in this presentation by, I believe, staff tonight. This is our new potential reality. The applicant should be conditioned to move the sidewalk and retaining wall behind existing landscaping to maintain all of the trees on McCarran. This perspective highlights the dog park right here, where according to the tree plan that I've studied, looks like that's where a whole bunch of deciduous trees are supposed to still be. And this retaining wall that's going in right here will severely disrupt the root zone of the existing trees, and most probably all these trees will die. It is critical to the survival of the trees on McCarran that the retaining wall and sidewalk be behind existing landscape. Please, City Council, apply conditions before it is too late and the applicants cut down these trees. The applicant said it was already in discussion to run the sidewalk through the property, so please make it a condition. In this slide, I have layered over the applicant's site plan with their 40-foot setback over the footprint of the former Lake Ridge Tennis Club, which had a 100-foot setback to the indoor pool and a 200-foot setback to the fitness building. The applicant's 58 feet tall buildings are just too close to the single-story homes across McCarran and the two-story apartments to the east. Also, a 40-foot setback might sound like an ample setback. Again, please consider that the former club was set back 200 feet, and that building was only 36 feet tall from the ground level. I understand the code for general commercial is 10 feet, and the applicant is in excess with their 40 feet. It was pointed out at the Planning Commission hearing that the 40 feet was done to allow for the widening of McCarran, as they're already planning on selling the right-of-way. What will the setback be when they sell it? It came up. It's going to be 25 to 30 feet once they sell that part of the land. That's not true. The setback is not going to be 25 to 30 feet because for 3 of the buildings on McCarran, the setback's going to be as close as 19 for building 4. And keep in mind, this is where they want to take down the 7 trees and they're going to mitigate it with 10-foot trees. So we're going to have to wait 30 years to see any sort of screening like we currently have. What does 20-foot setback look like with a 50-foot tall building? Go down South McCarran, go past Virginia, and right at the entrance to the mall, the Homes 2 Suite Hotel has a 20-foot setback and it's a 50-foot tall building. This is even an example of what 40 feet looks like. This is totally insufficient for our 1- and 2-story mature neighborhood. Here's another vantage point, seeing how small the setback will be for a 58-foot tall building. And there's also concern, what's going to happen in the winter? Is there going to be shadowing on McCarran? Setback is the only focus to be what is to code. The commercial buildings on either side of this lot, they're set back much further than what they need to be, and they've done it so that they can assimilate into our neighborhood. The only reason the 9 acres is zoned as general commercial is because of the promises that Reno Land made to the Lake Ridge Tennis Club members and the Lakewood residents in August 2019, because it certainly looks like spot zoning. We are a residential, low-density community that should not be forced to tolerate 58-foot tall buildings next to our 1- and 2-story residences. You can see a 58-foot tall building cannot be screened by landscaping. In summary, the screening and setback of the applicant's development is totally inadequate to make finding 2 and CUP 2 and 5. Council should consider how critical the setback is, given the applicant is already planning to sell the land to the RTC, and then what guarantee is there that there will be adequate screening and setback? McCarran getting wider doesn't mean we should suffer. Instead, the setback should be much larger to increase the screening. And trees, they need space in order to be effective screening. We are not NIMBYs. The club is gone. We know a development is gonna come here. We just believe that we should not have our neighborhood be sacrificed for the sake of infill and density. According to Reimagine Reno, infill should not be a detriment of others. If council is not going to reverse the Planning Commission's approval using inadequate amount of information, then please make it conditional of the approval of number 1, a bigger setback to accommodate the already planned sale of the right-of-way to the RTC. Please make sure the sidewalk moves behind McCarran and make the sidewalk be behind McCarran and all the trees maintained on McCarran. And also, please make the developer put in a minimum of 3-inch caliper trees now, because that's how we're going to get our screening when McCarran is widened. Thank you very much for your attention and your consideration.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Schuster. Moving on, our next appellant is Cindy Chandler, followed by Jim Kristoff, followed by Michael Tilbrook.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and your screen
Oh.
share is up. You have the floor, Cindy.
Great. I apologize. I've had technical problems, but no now. So thank you so much. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide information that I hope will strengthen your reason to support our appeal. Piggybacking on what Megan has shared, my focus will be on building height. And when reviewing various documents that came from the Planning Commission, but also the developer, I found some misrepresentations that I want to address. When I'm looking at the 2010, June 2019, the map amendment, the developer's response, and then I compared it to the master plan that was for land use. And what I found, and if you'll notice how I've done it, I've done they've said, and then across what I found. According to the Wood Rogers current development meeting, he was saying that we met the zoning designations and they reflect the similar building heights of surrounding properties, and that the height of the building is not proposed to change and doesn't hinder the solar access. And what I found is that it's just the opposite. It completely is negatively impacts because it is not comparable to the residential developments. And that as Megan had mentioned, the elevations of the height, even though you're measuring from what I heard earlier, that mid-weight to the roof, you still have to include the peak. We will visually see the peak of every building. So that's going to be over 55 feet, which is beyond the size of the existing neighborhood. Also, one of the things that was said, according to Lion Living, that the site had a master plan designation, and that with the zoning, it was conforming. That was a conforming zoning designated as stated in the Reno master plan. But looking at the master plan, I found that GNC-G.7, the relationship to surrounding neighborhoods, was ignored during that write-up. And also, it did not address the fact that you have to provide gradual decreases in building height and mass so that the scale of the structures is comparable to that of the adjacent neighborhoods along the front line and the front street frontage. Also, the transition in density and intensity was also ignored in their write-up, which clearly states that you have to provide gradual transitions in building height and mass between higher density residential development along neighborhood corridors and adjacent single family neighbors. So then I looked at the August 21st, 2019 Planning Commission staff report. And there was a statement there that said, while future development could occur at a maximum of 65 feet for primary buildings, the building height is not anticipated to adversely impact access to solar resource or increase shadowing. Well, again, that limitation of the findings analysis was totally not appropriate, and that should say for the general commercial zoning designation. And it was not the suitability of the particular land use. So we were talking apples and oranges. Then I moved to the September 23rd, 2019 City Council meeting. And during that presentation by Andy Durling from Wood Rogers, he stated that in his presentation that existing tennis club fitness center is 55 feet tall building and is 4 stories. Well, when looking at it, and again, the Reno building permit shows that the building is not 4 stories. It doesn't even show on the plans that it's 4 stories. And that the height was by roof, the parapets, wall, the ornamental domes, and the flagpoles, which are ignored under the Reno's code. So they're not determined in the building heights. So then again, I looked at the PC staff report where it stated that 3-story commercial buildings were on the east and the west of the subject property. Well, the factual information about that is that they might be, but they omitted the fact that the buildings are set back from the street behind a 1-story building and substantially screened from view by trees. So again, I looked at it, the PC report that also stated that building heights are proposed to range from 40 and 50 feet with a mix of high pitch, flat, and shed style roofs. Codes allow building heights up to 65 feet in the general commercial district. But what the staff report omits is the height of the surrounding residential buildings, while the proposed buildings are significantly higher. The surrounding residential buildings are limited to 1 and 2 stories in height. So then I looked at the March 17th, 2021 Planning Commission staff report. The staff report section, compatibility and surrounding uses, states that the project is generally consistent, which concerns me with the wording, with surrounding multifamily and commercial land uses. Now, it also said that the surrounding development consists of a range of building heights, including 3-story plus 40 feet commercial buildings to both east and west. But it then said the modestly increased height compared to surrounding buildings will accommodate additional housing units and is considered compatible for a large infill site. When in reality, the staff report minimally addresses the height of and the transitions. The proposed project is inconsistent with the reimage Reno in terms of transition and density, intensity, and building height and massing. The report also states the scale of the new structure is compatible to the adjacent neighborhoods, which it has to be that way, and it's not. While gradual transitions was really not even addressed. So the 1 and 2 stories around the project are not, that building is not modest compared to the 1 and 2 stories in height. So the building heights are proposed to range from 40 to 50 in mixed flat. Well, the staff report omits the height of the surrounding residential buildings, while also emphasizing the higher heights for the other buildings. So also on March 17th, 2020, the Planning Commission's conditional permit application, according to the Lions Living presentation, the previous plan submitted the height of 350 units as described as 50 feet, 4 stories, and currently proposed building 40 feet and 50 in the south buildings and 50 feet in the north building, but both 4 stories. The reality is, factual information is the 4 north side buildings have an average peaked roof height of 49 feet 10 inches. But the total height of the 4 buildings at the peak is almost 57 feet 8 inches. The highest peak is over 3 stories above the majority of the surrounding residential neighborhoods. And then looking at the Annex and Land Development Code of City of Reno, it states that to conserve and enhance the character of Reno's established residential neighborhoods through mitigation of adverse factors. The key thing is, and through appropriately scaled and planned infill development, those were ignored. So I looked at what is substantial. So when we're looking at them redoing and coming up with another plan, the definition of substantial, considerable, notable, major change. Okay, so I looked and took the renderings of the previous renderings for May 15th, 2020, and compared them with the ones that were submitted for the 314. So one was a 350 multi-unit proposal and one was a 314. So you can see no substantial change. Now let's take a look at the other ones. Here comes the renderings of the 4-story buildings for moving from 350 to 415. The only thing you'll notice is that there's a pink on the side, on the left side in May 15th, and those are heights. If you notice, they are not in the proposal that was presented on March 17th. Again, if you notice the comparison of May 15th to January, no substantial change, except you notice the pink is no longer on the right-hand side. What was observed is that Wood Rogers deleted some of the measurements in the newer versions of their building elevation slides. In particular, some measurements identified as building height
and average height had been omitted. So where are we now? The important thing is that height is one of the key design components of the Reno Reimage Master Plan and Annexation and Land Development Code. And evidence presented shows that it has not been adequately addressed with misrepresentations and omissions by the Lion Living and by the Planning Commission staff reports from the following master plan and land development code articles are critical to the success of any construction and approval process, but were not adequately addressed when the Planning Commission approved 314 multiple unit building project on March 17, 2021. They are the following that were not addressed. The relationship with surrounding neighbors, and that was your plan, master plan, GNC.G.7 has been misrepresented or ignored in all presentation. Minimal explanation of compliance was provided. Next, transition in intensity. That was master plan C-NC.8. Density intensity was not adequately addressed by the Lion Living or as evidence in the Planning Commission staff reports. Building bulk / mass height. Master plan NCN.7, it states very clearly that you have, to the extent feasible, infill development should be designed to fit in with surrounding buildings, incorporating similar heights, lot coverages, and widths in its design. The proposal of the 314 unit project does not meet the requirements of the master plan, nor is it adequately addressed throughout the developer's presentation and the TC Commission staff report. The Land Development Code, that also on purpose E, to conserve and enhance the character of Reno's established residential neighborhoods through mitigation and adverse factors, promotion of a balanced mix of housing types, and through appropriately scaled and planned infill development was not adequately addressed. The proposed 84-story multi-unit housing project with a height of over 40 feet is not appropriately scaled with the surrounding neighborhoods, with the peaks, many of them exceeding 50 feet. The proposed project does not enhance, but rather detracts from the character of Reno's established residential neighborhoods. Compatibility is embedded in the key components as well as the city's master plan and the land development code for new construction. The 314 multi-unit proposed project approved by the Planning Commission on March 17, 2021 does not meet the compatibility criteria of the surrounding neighborhoods and should be rejected by the City Council. And based on the data, 6,000 Plymouth should be rezoned to the original 150 units. Now, why do I believe I'm aggrieved?
Cindy, I will just remind you that you are over your time. We will give you a last 30 seconds to make your closing points.
Thank you. I'm aggrieved because, you know, there's a one-lane street going both ways on Plymouth. It is, the additional vehicles will be over 300. It does impact my daily travel. It does impact the intersection. I have watched additional cars with the bicyclists going in between the cars. There's more parking on the side roads. The other issue is the wildfire. It was the first time I've ever been evacuated. It was scary that we have one access area. If that, with the additional vehicles, my concern is that we have the truck access for the fire trucks and us trying to escape quickly. In addition, I really believe that this is not what's compatible for our neighborhood. Reducing it, trying to find something that is more community friendly for the community. I sincerely hope that you really support our appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Cindy. Our next appellant is Jim Kristoff, followed by Michael Tilbrook, followed by Sharon Weiss.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me start this here. Yeah. And Madam Clerk and Mayor Sheevy, if I could, Kelly Bacall from Lake Ridge Villas has offered to give me her seat some extra time for me. I think I'm within 10 minutes, but I might go a couple minutes over and would appreciate having that extra minute if I need it, so I don't have to run through the stuff too fast. Good evening. Thanks for giving me this chance to speak. We've all heard talks from developers and realtors about the need for infill, but merely packing in boxy condos and ratcheting up density doesn't meet the legal requirements. Protecting neighborhoods is required by Reno's code. It's at the beginning of Title 18 and outlines council's intent. It should be the guiding principle, not just something to aspire to. Let's take a look at the neighborhoods I'm talking about we're saving and preserving. Here's the nearest southern neighborhood. That's Lake Ridge Living Apartments, the closest neighbor. All of those are limited to 2-story. The closest building has a height of 22 feet to the peak of the nearest roof line. All of those buildings are spaced apart from each other and have low-pitched roof lines to make them look small. Across the street on McCarran and fronting Plumas are the Lake Ridge Terrace homes. These homes all rise up only one level above their street. Across McCarran and on Lakeside, we have the Lake Ridge Villas apartments and homes. All of those homes are either single-story or 2-story. They have over 300 trees for 165 homes. They have a tennis court and 3 ponds, and a wide fairway you can see from the golf course extends between the villas and the terraces. And on the other side of Lakeside, across from the villas, they have single-family homes with a density of SF5. Not only does Title 18 require that we protect existing neighborhoods, it's required by the master plan. It says infill should fit in with the surrounding neighborhoods. The master plan goes further to say that infill should use similar heights, lot coverages, and widths. Blocky buildings should be avoided, especially along adjacent property lines. Compare the photos you just saw with the proposed buildings. 4 stories, some with very steep pitches, others with flat roofs. None of those buildings fit in with the neighborhood. Only a developer could say that. The flat roof building can only be described as boxy and blocky, and master plan clearly says that style should be avoided. Developers have a favorite term for these. It's called stack and pack. Another part of the master plan says there must be gradual decreases in mass and height, like Cindy mentioned, so that the scale of the new is comparable to the existing buildings. Here's a photograph of the nearest Lake Ridge living apartment compared to the apartment building that Lion Living proposes to put next door. It's hard to see the living apartments because they're well screened by trees, and the photo had to be reduced in size just to match the scale. But the red lines show the outline of the Lake Ridge living apartment, and you can see how massive and tall that building next to it that Lion proposes to put only a few feet away. And here's the same photograph of the adjacent apartment next to 3 of the Lion Living buildings. This is the density of the neighborhood you just saw. Zoning for 6,000 Plumas sticks out like a sore red thumb. It doesn't fit in with that residential neighborhood. There's nothing within a mile that is that dense. What it does fit is the classic definition of spot zoning, a single parcel of land zoned different from the area for the benefit of that owner and to the detriment of the neighbors. The density of this project will be much greater than anything nearby. Again, the master plan says abrupt changes should be avoided unless building masses can provide a smooth transition. Well, from the slides I've shown, you've seen there's no smooth transition between the small 2-story adjacent apartment building and the 22-foot high, gently sloping roof line at Lake Ridge Living, and the blocky and square 45-foot tall building they want to plant right next door. Now, across the street on Plumas, Toll Brothers is attempting to develop Lake Ridge Place. During a neighborhood meeting on March 3rd, we heard Wood Rogers tell the audience that a zoning of SF6 is consistent with the neighborhood. Let that sink in. Now we're hearing Wood Rogers say that a density of MF33 on their site right across Plumas is just fine. Toll Brothers has the resources to build high rises there, but they're sticking with townhomes limited to 35 feet. What about building style? The master plan is clear that a continuous row of identical residential buildings of any type should be avoided. Well, look what we got. We have, these are the proposed buildings along McCarran. And here we are with a row of continuous buildings. They all look the same. No one would enjoy looking at that while they're stuck in traffic, which they're certainly going to be on McCarran. The regional plan is also clear that preservation of neighborhoods is a priority. It's even described in the statutes. And the statutes also require that the local zoning codes protect existing neighborhoods. Now, word on the street is that council has been disappointed in how Sundance apartment complex has turned out in terms of density. I hope the same thing doesn't happen in Lake Ridge. We wouldn't be complaining if this was built on an urban corridor like Virginia, but this is not an urban corridor. Look what Lyons Partner did over on Kitsky. The block used to be, that block used to be visually appealing, even though it had a large number of office buildings. They were screened and well set back from the street. Now in Kitsky, what we see looks like an overgrown Motel 6 in my mind. Look at the new look on Talbot that they did. That block used to be visually appealing too, even though it had a lot of large office buildings. They were set back from the street with parking, separated by parking lots. Now in Kitsky, what we see, now in Talbot, I'm sorry, what we see is a high white wall, nothing but blank white paint, about a few inches from the curb, and a row of roofs behind it. Now I want to talk about traffic for a few minutes. Everyone, as you know, complains about how bad the traffic is on South McCarran. There are 4 traffic signals between Plumas and Kitsky, and that's only a distance of 1 mile. Traffic backups are common, and these photos were taken in August 2020 when COVID restrictions were fully in place. Another photo here taken during COVID. All those left turns are going to delay oncoming traffic, and all those cars idling there hurts our air quality. By now, the traffic counts that they rely on are almost 2 years old, and yet we're hearing the traffic in that stretch has only increased by 3%. For anyone who drives in that area, they know that's not correct. The hearing officer for Reno overturned those findings in our last appeal. One of the reasons he overturned the traffic count was that the counts were conducted 1 day before the state shut down due to COVID. He agreed you can't rely on a traffic study done within 24 hours of an emergency shutdown. Anyone watching the news would know the cases across the country were skyrocketing, that other areas were already shut down. By then, Reno already had its reports of its first case, and people knew it was safest to stay home. His decision from the appeal is clear. That data from that study would be both skewed and incorrect. Residents know that traffic around the site is worse than ever, and yet the clubs have been closed for over a year and generates no traffic. And now they're saying add 600 more cars will not create an impact. That doesn't mitigate traffic at all. Mitigate means less severe, less harsh, cause less pain. It doesn't mitigate it by even 1 car. I'm sorry. Tweaking the timing of the traffic signals won't help because of all the additional cars and pedestrians that will be added. Think what's going to happen when pedestrians cross the street. Those signals are going to have to stay on for a longer period of time, and that's going to cause more backups. Reno's hearing officer was also concerned about the effect of ranchera, that when parents take their kids to Huffiger Elementary School from ranchera development, they're going to make 3 left turns. 2 of those left turns are going to be in the face of ongoing morning hour rush traffic heading eastbound on McCarran. That's going to delay traffic, obviously. The latest traffic study mentions mentions ranchera finally, but doesn't specify any outbound traffic flows, including this one critical to the school. Besides ranchera, there's also that new UNR medical clinic and Lake Ridge Place development, and a 1,000-acre Valladini ranch is up for sale and could be developed anytime. The cumulative effect of all these new developments is usually ignored. Each project is looked at in isolation. They say our project won't matter because the impact is so small, but then they ignore the fact that there's another project. All the other projects take the same approach. It's like that old saying in Washington, a billion here and a billion there, and soon you're talking real money. You'll hear later about the lack of on-street parking and the insufficient number of parking spaces that the project will add. All that overflow parking onto the street will create more traffic congestion because cars will be circling the block looking for space. And if they get lucky and find one, they will stop and parallel park. That means more traffic backups. Look how close this driveway is on Lakeside to McCarran. That means slower traffic turning in, causing backups on Lakeside that will extend up to McCarran. That's going to increase the risk of accidents when the southbound cars on Lakeside can't get to the intersection in time. Now, the staff report that staff presented to the Planning Commission back in 2018, it described that intersection of Plumas and McCarran as having a grade of C, which is now down, of course, to a grade of D. But it didn't mention at all the Lakeside and McCarran intersection, which has a much worse grade of F. That's the lowest possible score. Traffic engineers call that overcapacity and breakdown. And the slideshow the council saw in 2019 also didn't show that crucial grade of F. I live along Ridgeview, and I've been affected by wildfires. The 2011 Cogman wildfire destroyed the home and others right below my property. You know we'll have more wildfires. Every year it seems like we get a bumper crop of Nevada's favorite weed, cheatgrass. Flames came very close to my house during the Pine Haven fire last November. This map shows my evacuation route. I live where the star is. Ridgeview is a dead-end road. My only escape is down Ridgeview, but there are 1,000 other residents like me in the same boat that live along Ridgeview. Once I hit Evans Creek Drive, I can either take that down to Lakeside or I can stay in Ridgeview down to Plumas. But either way, we're going to go north on McCarran because the wildfires and smoke will be coming from the south. My neighbors and I will all be aggrieved by any increase in traffic congestion, let alone delaying emergency vehicles trying to go the opposite way up to the top of the hill. I've been told that NDOT doesn't and won't build out roads to account for wildfire evacuations. The only way to assure safe passage for the folks in my area is to minimize traffic congestions once we reach Plumas, Lakeside, or McCarran. And I have sympathies for those folks with lung problems who have to sit in the wildfire smoke during backups. In closing, please know we're not NIMBYs. We would be happy to see nice 2-story apartments or townhomes with sufficient parking where the tennis club used to be, just like the developer originally proposed. Lime Living has built those kind of developments in other areas, and we've heard it would be profitable here. We're asking for thoughtful city planning. We're asking for the code and the master plan to be followed, and the code and the master plan don't boil down to the single word of infill. We can do better, and so can Lime Living. Matching what they planned originally would help fulfill Reno's housing needs and still preserve the Lake Ridge neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation, Jim. Our next appellant is Michael Tilbrook, followed by Sharon Weiss, followed by Margaret Crowley.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Michael Tilbrook.
Yes, we can. You do have the floor, sir.
Hi, thank you. Well, first off, I want to thank all of you for spending this much time listening to all of us. I just finished a board meeting about an hour ago, and so I can't imagine how tired you are. It seems like most of the statistics have been covered. I want to take you just through a visual journey of what I experience when I drive from my home at Lake Ridge Shores, a half a mile east, and I get to the intersection of Plumas and Lakeside. And, by the way, I'm guilty. I moved from Los Angeles, and for any of you that have lived in Los Angeles, it can take 10 minutes to drive half a mile. And so selfishly, one of the things that I've really enjoyed in Reno is being able to get anywhere, at least up until the last couple of years, in about 10 or 15 minutes, which makes it a joy living here. I also want to thank Councilwoman Durr for being available. And even though we haven't had those neighborhood meetings, you made yourself available in March. And I know a lot of the residents and appellants on this call appreciate that. So thank you very much for that. What I wanted to show you here is just a few photos of what I took at the intersection of Plumas and McCarran. And this has been going on for probably at least 12 months. And this is how the developer has been keeping up this property. It's a huge eyesore. I know they're going to be building something there at some point, but this is what it looks like. So I just wonder what they're going to do with regards to the integrity of this new development.
Sir, are you showing us
Are
a
you trying to
picture?
show a picture? I apologize. I can't see something if you are.
Yeah, let me, sorry, I need to get back. Where are you? Oh, here we go. Okay, now I can see you. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, share screen. All right, here we go. How's that?
Good.
Now, I want to just go back. Let me, yeah, this is the first shot I wanted to share with you, corner of Plumas and McCarran. So this has been like this. I mean, it's been cleaned up a little bit, but this is the eyesore that we've had for over 12 months. And that fence blows over often when there's wind. This is a picture of Plumas outside the Lake Ridge Apartments. I took this earlier this week, and I just want to share with you that there is overflow from a development, I think, that has 13 residences per acre. And I believe in the new development that Line Living is proposing, it's close to 33, which is almost 3 times as much. And this is in the middle of the week during the day, and there's overflow of traffic, of vehicles. Right outside this new Line Living development, there's 120 feet of parking space. That's it. I measured it out. It's equivalent to 5 cars. On the other side of the road, also on Plumas. So the one thing that I just can't fathom is, I think different cities like New York are different to Albuquerque, different to Reno. But as I looked at the plans, it seems as though this developer has consciously made them really, really small. And I guess the code is saying 1 space per 1,250 square feet. The majority of the apartments or condominiums, whatever you want to call them, are 1 bedroom, a den. You've got 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom plus a den. And then you've got 3 bedroom, 3 bathroom. And I looked at the rents that they're charging at the other development at the Red. They range anywhere from $600 to $3,500. I'm imagining that they're probably going to be more than 1 resident that's going to need to get to work. And the majority of them have been scaled in at 1 parking per apartment, which to me, the fact that there's no public transport close by, I think the closest point is about half a mile. I don't know if they're going to be driving, electric scooters, but I think that the parking itself is woefully understated. The other piece that worries me just about the current density is, and I believe that the city council are dealing with a lawsuit right now from the Evans Creek LLC, who want to develop and have you incorporate that development into the city of Reno. I know that the initial plans were calling for 600 to 1,000 homes. I'm imagining that they probably are going to have egress on Ridgecrest, and those cars will probably be driving down Plumas and Lakeside, and then they'll have a road on to McCarran, I assume. Now, we don't know whether that project is going to move forward, but I ask the city council to very carefully look at the developments that are being proposed. We have 3 around our area right now. We've got the Toll Brothers condominiums. We have this developer coming in. It doesn't seem to really care about the property right now. And really carefully look at the traffic and congestion that it's going to create. And by the way, if you guys are open, and I know Councilwoman Durr, you live in this neighborhood, I'm going to invite all 7 of you to come to my community, and I'll hire a bus, and we can drive down Lakeside between 8:30 and 10, pretty much any morning during the week. And it's going to take us about 10 minutes to get through Plumas and McCarran. I also wanted to voice too my concern about the driving. I've seen some really horrendous accidents on Lakeside and McCarran. I know that the rating of those intersections is the worst it can be. I think it's a D and an F or an E and an F. I don't know if that's acceptable to you, but certainly as a resident here, it is not, selfishly. I did want to just run through the slide. I know there was a lady that was on the call earlier that had presented this, I think, at a prior meeting, just about the data. You know, if I look at when I arrived here in 2015 compared to now in 2021, taking COVID out of it, I can tell you that any person I speak to cannot get down McCarran as quickly. It probably has worsened by 50%. This is just a small thing. I think this may have been brought up already, but in the current project, I think they've presented 9 accessible spaces, and so they're short a few. And then I also wanted to just share with you, actually, I made a mistake. I apologize. So I believe this is a project that Line Living developed at the Red, and you know, it was a really fancy project. All I've seen so far are apartments going up. But if you look at these rents, and I'm sure that they're looking for the same rents in the project at 6,000 Plumas, you're gonna probably be having a number of people living in these apartments and sharing it to pay this type of rent. I know a lot of the folks already have presented the mass of these buildings. I just wanted to give you a perspective. This is 4 stories high and maybe a 15-foot setback. That is completely incompatible with the buildings that are around us in this neighborhood. And so I would just, in ending this, just ask the city council and the mayor to carefully, not just this project, but you know, look at Reno, our development, and make sure that it's appropriate for the area, it's responsible, and we get developers to do their part. So thank you for your time. That's it.
All right, Michael, thank you for your presentation. At this time, we'll transition to our next appellant, Sharon Weiss, followed by Margaret Crowley. All right, Sharon, you are unmuted on our end. You may begin.
Okay. Oh, gosh. Oh, I'm having some difficulty with my screen sharing here.
Sharon, did you send your presentation into?
You know,
CDT?
I didn't. It was too big, and I couldn't figure it out in time, and then I had to go to work.
Okay. So as far as your screen share, are you working on one screen or two?
I'm working on. What do you mean?
You have one computer screen, or do you have two? Okay.
No,
So
I have one.
Okay. So what I would recommend is if you want to open your PowerPoint on your computer or your presentation, you should have that up behind Zoom. And then if that's open, you can then hover over the Zoom that's on your computer and you should see a green button at the bottom that says share screen.
Yeah, for some reason, it's taking me to some weird. Oh, gosh. I've never even seen this part before. I've had not any problem. All right, just 1 second.
All right, good news is we can see your screen. Well, it's in the process of uploading.
Okay.
Okay, we can see this and you are all set. You're ready to go.
Okay, awesome. I certify I am an aggrieved person with standing, one whose personal right has been adversely and substantially affected by the actions of a discretionary body. Reno's statute requires substantial grievance, including the imposition of some injustice, and I assert that not one, but many injustices have resulted in the upheaval of my business, neighborhood, and community. I live 1 mile from the site and drive on Lakeside, Plumas, and McCarran daily. Moreover, Lakeridge Tennis Club was the home of my business, Lakeridge Swim Team, for over 30 years. For the third time in a year, I appealed to the city of Reno to deny all development requests, including the current proposal, to Reno Land, Lion Living, or any other developer who comes along at 6,000 Plumas Street until this case is brought back to the zoning map amendment stage where it belongs, where it has belonged since 2019, when the transparency needed to begin, when the public meetings and the local news touted revitalization. Oh no, my sound's not working. Oh, that is a bummer. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to keep going then. Where Chip Bowlby stood before television cameras and spoke about revitalizing the club, about keeping 5 or 6 tennis courts. In actuality, the zoning map amendment application presented a very specific development request with its proposed project, a project that was clearly depicted at the public meeting as well as the neighborhood advisory board, city planning commission, and city council meetings that year. Reno Land, Lion Living attorney Garrett Gordon stated at the planning commission meeting last month that we can talk about hypothetical projects, but we can't condition them. Fair enough, but this project was presented not as hypothetical, but as very specific and singular in nature. And while the city clings itself to the idea that the finding statements for the zoning map amendments are tailored to the entire range of uses allowed, not to a specific development, they too were clearly influenced by this specific request. For example, in the city's own staff presentation to the Planning Commission and City Council about the zoning map amendment, traffic impacts assumed a tennis club, office, and multifamily use on the site. Additionally, we must ask ourselves before going another step, why staff presented the level of service for McCarran and Plumas exclusively, when the intersection of McCarran and Lakeside has a rating of F, meaning overcapacity conditions. And as the applicant's own traffic report reminds us, where intersections are already experiencing level of service beyond the thresholds, conditions should not be exacerbated. The application went on to emphatically assert that changes in zoning would not change the current use, impact building height, or diminish open spaces. How this new zoning distinction would actually take advantage of existing uses. And finally, how this project would preserve the existing neighborhood because, once again, there would be no change in use. Before this case, I never heard of an application for anything except maybe in the college admissions scandal, where so many claims could be made and none had to be true. Among the countless misrepresentations made in this case, the applicant purported that this was to be a very public process. Does anybody have any idea? I'm not sure why my recordings are not working. In this slide, it represents Andy Durling telling us that it was just the zoning map amendment